Hello there, and welcome to Deep Earth Stories. Tonight we go somewhere most people have never thought to look. Not forward into the future, not sideways into space, but backward, deep backward, into a time so old, so quiet, so forgotten, that even the stones have stopped trying to explain it. Get comfortable, turn the lights down if you can. Because what we are about to explore together has been waiting a very, very long time for someone to listen. But before that, tell me in comments, where are you listening from and what time is there right now? Tonight, we're going on a very long, very quiet journey together. You do not need to do anything right now. You do not need to sit up straight or hold on to anything. If you are already lying down, that is exactly where you should be. If the lights are dim or the room is dark, that is perfect. If there is a blanket nearby, pull it a little closer. We have a long, slow road ahead of us, and the only thing I am asking of you is to breathe gently and let the words come to you like a soft tide. Tonight, we're going to ask a question together. Not a sharp question, not a frightening one. It is the kind of question that wraps around you slowly, like the memory of something very old. It is the kind of question that does not demand an answer. It just sits with you, warm and quiet, and makes the world feel a little bigger, a little more mysterious, and somehow a little more safe. The question is this: what if we are not the first? What if, a very long time ago, long before anything we call history, there were people who looked at the stars and wondered the same things we wonder? What if they built things, discovered things, understood things, and then, slowly, like all things do eventually, they faded? And what if, before they faded, they left us something? Not in a book, not written clearly in a language we can read, but hidden in stone, in shape, in number, in the angle of a shadow on a certain morning of the year. What if the first civilization left us clues, scattered all over the earth, waiting for someone to be quiet enough and still enough to notice them? That is where we're going tonight. Slowly, gently, one step at a time. So if your eyes are already feeling a little heavy, that is a good sign. Let them rest. You do not need to see anything to hear this story, just breathe and let the words carry you. We begin a very, very long time ago. Chapter 1. Before the World. We know. Imagine you're standing somewhere high. A hill maybe, or a wide plateau where the land stretches in every direction and the sky above you is impossibly large. There is no city, no road, no electric light anywhere on the horizon. The air is clean and cold, and the stars above you are not just a few bright dots, they are everything. The whole sky is thick with them, like someone spilled salt across a dark cloth, and the Milky Way is a wide, glowing river that goes from one edge of the world to the other. You have been standing here for a while, long enough to feel small, long enough to feel the kind of quiet that is not just silence but something deeper. The kind of quiet that makes you feel as though the earth itself is breathing underneath your feet. Now imagine this is not tonight. This is not your lifetime. This is not the last few thousand years of human history that we read about in school. This is much, much earlier. We're going back past the pyramids, past Stonehenge, past the oldest writing we have ever found. We're going back to a place in time that most people have never thought about, because we have been taught to believe that before the great civilizations of the ancient world, there was nothing much, just wandering groups of people, hunters and gatherers, people who were smart enough to survive but not yet smart enough to build or plan or think in the way we call advanced. But what if that is not entirely true? Let us sit with that question gently for a moment, not as a wild claim, not as a fantasy, but as a real possibility worth exploring slowly and honestly. The truth is, the history of human intelligence is far older than most of us realize. Modern humans, people with brains essentially like yours and mine, have existed on this earth for somewhere around 300,000 years. Some researchers suggest even longer. 300,000 years. Think about that number for just a moment. The civilization we know, the one with cities and writing and organized religion and agriculture, that civilization is maybe 10,000 years old, 12,000 at the most, by the most generous count. So there are nearly 290,000 years we do not talk about much. 290,000 years of people with the same size brain, the same capacity for language, for love, for wonder, for abstract thought. And we are expected to believe that for almost all of that time, absolutely nothing significant was happening. That for almost 300,000 years, human beings were simply wandering around, hunting deer and picking berries, and then suddenly, in a very short window of time, everything changed at once. That is a strange story when you say it plainly. It does not mean there was a lost advanced civilization with flying machines or ancient nuclear weapons, as some dramatic stories would have you believe. This is not that kind of story. We are not going there tonight. We are going somewhere quieter and more honest than that. We are going to look at what the earth itself has to say, what the stones have to say, what the numbers and the angles and the careful arrangements of ancient places seem to whisper if you are willing to listen closely. So let us drift a little further back and then a little further still. Let us begin at the edge of what we know. For a moment, just breathe. Feel the weight of your body resting wherever you are. Feel the small rise and fall of your chest. There is nowhere you need to go right now. The story will be here when you drift back to it. Chapter 2. The Ice and What It Hid. Let us talk about ice for a while. Not the ice in a glass of water, but something almost impossible to imagine if you have never seen it. Glaciers. Walls of ice that were, at certain periods in Earth's history, more than a mile thick. Ice sheets that covered enormous portions of the Northern Hemisphere. Canada, most of Europe, large parts of Asia, all buried under ice so heavy it pressed the very ground down into the earth. Imagine you're standing at the edge of one of these ice sheets. It is not a gentle scene. The air here is sharp and cold enough to hurt. The ice in front of you is not white and soft like fresh snow. It is blue-white and ancient, full of trapped air bubbles from thousands of years of compressed winters. It is so tall it creates its own weather, and it does not end. From here it stretches all the way to the horizon and far, far beyond. This was the world during the last ice age, the period that scientists call last glacial maximum, which reached its coldest and iciest point roughly 20,000 years ago. At that time, the sea levels were much lower than they are today, because so much of the world's water was locked up in ice. Lower sea levels meant that large areas of land that are now underwater were exposed. Places that are now the ocean floor were once dry ground where people could walk, where animals grazed, where rivers ran and trees grew. The land bridge that is now covered by the shallow waters of the Bering Sea, the stretch of water between modern Alaska and modern Russia, was once a wide plain called Beringia. Some researchers believe it was not just a narrow path but a broad and livable landscape, stretching perhaps 1,000 miles from north to south. People lived there, plants grew, animals moved across it, and when the ice melted, all of that land was slowly swallowed by the rising sea. The ice began to melt significantly around 15,000 years ago. By about 7,000 years ago, sea levels had risen to something much closer to what we see today. That means that for roughly 8,000 years the world was flooding. Slowly, yes, compared to a human lifetime, but it was constant and unstoppable. Coastlines that had been inhabited for generations were claimed by the ocean. Low-lying valleys and plains and river deltas, places where people naturally built their homes and villages because they were fertile and close to fresh water and fish. These places all went under. Think about what that means for the story of early civilization. If the most ancient settlements, the ones from 12,000 or 15,000 years ago, were built in coastal areas and low river valleys, as settlements almost always are, then the physical evidence of those settlements is now sitting on the ocean floor, buried under mud and silt and decades of rising water. We cannot see it easily. We have not looked for it in any systematic way, not yet. The tools to do so are new, and the interest in doing so has been slow to grow. This is not a conspiracy. This is not evidence of anything hidden by governments or scholars. It is simply a limitation of how we do archaeology. We dig where the ground is dry, we look where we can see, and the ocean is very deep and very wide and very old. But in the last few decades, something has started to shift. Researchers with new underwater imaging tools have begun to find things on the seabed that they did not expect. Structures, arrangements of stone, platforms and causeways that look remarkably deliberate in places where only natural processes were supposed to have occurred. We will come back to some of those places a little later in our journey tonight. For now, let us just hold this thought gently. The world we call ancient is much younger than the world that existed before we could see it. And much of that older world, much of whatever happened in those hundreds of thousands of years of human existence, may have been literally washed away. Let us drift a little further. Chapter 3. The age of stone that should not be there is a hill in Turkey. It is not a dramatic hill. It is gentle and rounded, covered in dry grass, in a landscape that looks at first glance like thousands of other landscapes in that part of the world. The sun sets slowly over it. The wind moves through the grass with a sound like a long, slow breath. Underneath this hill, workers digging in the 1990s began to find something unexpected. Not pottery, not coins, not the usual scattered fragments of ancient domestic life that archaeologists typically find. They found massive stone pillars, carved stone pillars shaped like the letter T, standing upright, arranged in circles, decorated with images of animals, foxes, vultures, wild boars, ducks, and other creatures rendered with extraordinary skill and care. The place is called Göbekli Tepe, and the date of its construction is somewhere around 12,000 years ago, perhaps a little earlier, 12,000 years ago. That is before agriculture, before pottery, before the wheel, before any of the things we associate with organized human civilization. The people who built Göbekli Tepe were, according to the traditional story, hunter-gatherers. People without settled communities. People without, as far as we once believed, the social organization needed to conceive of, plan and execute something on this scale. Because what is at Göbekli Tepe is not small. The largest pillars found there stand 6 meters tall, about 20 feet, and weigh an estimated 10 to 20 tons each. They were cut from bedrock quarries nearby, shaped with hand tools made of stone, transported and erected in precise arrangements. Multiple enclosures, one inside another, each with its own set of pillars, its own decorations, its own layout. Imagine the coordination that required. Not just a few people deciding to arrange some rocks. This was organized labor. This was planning that spanned most likely multiple generations. This was the product of a community, or perhaps multiple communities, that came together with a shared vision and the skills to execute it. And this was, according to the dating, 12,000 years ago. The archaeologist who spent most of his career excavating this site, Klaus Schmidt, said something that has stayed with researchers ever since. He believed that Göbekli Tepe was not evidence that civilization caused religion. it was evidence of the opposite. That religion, or at least the deep human need for ritual gathering and shared sacred space, may have caused civilization. That the impulse to build something meaningful together might be what drove people to settle down, to develop agriculture, to create the structures we now call civilization. He may have been right. But here is what is even more quietly astonishing about this site. Only a small fraction of it has been excavated. The surveys using ground-penetrating radar suggest that there are many more enclosures still underground. Many more structures waiting. The site is enormous. And yet, at some point in its history, it was deliberately buried. Not gradually abandoned and covered by time, but intentionally filled in with soil and rubble. Why would people bury something they had built with such effort? Was it meant to be preserved? Was it meant to be hidden? Was it a ritual act of completion, a way of returning something sacred to the earth? We do not know. And that is one of the gentle mysteries that makes this story so interesting to sit with in the dark. Göbekli Tepe is not the only example of ancient stone construction that seems to challenge our comfortable timeline. It is simply one of the most dramatic and well documented. There are others, and we will visit some of them as we move through this story together. For now, let us rest with the image of those carved stone pillars, standing quietly in the dark of the buried hill, waiting for the world to remember them. If your eyes are feeling heavy, let them close. The story will hold its place. You can drift and come back, or you can drift and not come back, and that is perfectly fine too. Whatever your body needs right now is the right thing. Just breathe. Let the weight of the world go for a little while. Chapter 4. Numbers carved in stone. There is something about certain ancient structures that keeps drawing researchers back. Not just archaeologists, but also mathematicians, astronomers, and people who study the movement of the sun and stars. And the thing that keeps drawing them back is this: the numbers are too good. Let me explain that slowly. When a modern engineer builds a structure, they use measurements. They use geometry, the mathematics of shape and angle and proportion. They build things that line up with north and south, that face particular directions, that have specific ratios between their height and width and length, because those ratios serve a purpose. They are not random. When you find those same qualities in ancient structures, the ones built thousands of years ago, you can either say it is coincidence, or you can say that the people who built them also understood mathematics, also understood geometry, also paid careful attention to the sky and the movement of the sun and the stars. The pyramids of Giza are the most famous example, but they are not alone. And since almost everyone has heard about the pyramids, let us approach them from a direction you may not have considered before. Imagine you're standing at the base of the Great Pyramid, not as a tourist, not in the heat of the afternoon with crowds and noise around you. Imagine you are there alone, in the deep quiet before sunrise. The air is cool and slightly damp. The desert smell is clean and ancient. The pyramid above you is too tall to see all at once. You have to lean your head back to find the top, and even then it seems to float against the darkness of the pre-dawn sky. Now imagine you have a compass, a very accurate one. You point it toward the four sides of this pyramid, one side at a time. You discover that each side faces almost perfectly in the four cardinal directions: north, south, east, west. The deviation from true north is approximately 0.067 degrees. That is less than 1/10 of 1 degree. For a structure built around 4,500 years ago, with no GPS, no electronic measuring equipment, and no modern surveying tools, that is a level of accuracy that is genuinely remarkable. How did they do that? Researchers have proposed several methods, all of them clever, all of them using what was available at the time: the stars, the shadows of the sun, the movement of the sky over the course of a night. None of these methods are magic. They're all grounded in careful observation and precise execution. But they all require something significant. They require people who understood the sky deeply. People who have been watching it and recording it and passing that knowledge down for a very long time. Now let us add another number. The Great Pyramid has a base perimeter of approximately 920 meters. Its original height was approximately 146.5 meters. When you divide the perimeter by twice the height, you get a number very close to pi, the mathematical constant that describes the relationship between the circumference of a circle and its diameter. Pi is approximately 3.14159, and it goes on forever. The relationship embedded in the pyramid's proportions gives you approximately 3.14, accurate to 2 decimal places. Is that a coincidence? Maybe. Researchers debate this. Some say it was intentional, that the ancient Egyptians encoded pi into the structure. Others say the proportion arises naturally from the building method they used, rolling wheels to measure distance, for example. The debate is genuinely interesting, and the honest answer is that we do not know for certain. But here is the broader point. Whether or not pi was intentional in the Great Pyramid, the accumulation of precise measurements, careful alignments, and sophisticated proportions across ancient structures around the world suggests something important. It suggests that the people who built these structures were not primitive. They were not simple. They were, in whatever language they used and whatever tradition they built upon, practitioners of something very much like mathematics and astronomy. And they were doing this in places and at times that, according to the traditional story, should have been too early for that level of knowledge. Let us look at a few more examples because the pyramid is not alone in this. Chapter 5. The Circle of the World. Let us travel north now, far north, to a damp and windswept plain in England. This is not the dry heat of Egypt. This is a green and grey landscape, often wrapped in mist, where the ground is soft and the sky is heavy with clouds. Sheep graze in fields that have been grazed for thousands of years. Ancient hedgerows line roads that follow paths even older than themselves. And in the middle of this landscape, standing in a wide, open grassland, is one of the most recognised shapes in the world, Stonehenge. Imagine you're approaching it on foot, as people have been approaching it for thousands of years. From a distance, it appears small against the sky, just a cluster of upright stones, slightly grey, slightly blue in certain lights. But as you come closer, the stones grow. They are enormous. The largest standing stones are over 4 meters tall, more than 13 feet, and they weigh somewhere around 25 tons each. The lintels, the horizontal stones that lie across the tops of the uprights, forming the iconic arches, weigh around 7 tons apiece. These stones did not come from nearby. The larger ones, called sarsens, came from a quarry about 25 miles away. The smaller blue stones, which form an inner circle, came from the Preseli Hills in Wales, nearly 200 miles away. 200 miles through a landscape without roads, without wheels, without horses, before the wheel, before many of the tools we consider basic. The transportation of these stones alone is a feat that researchers are still not fully agreed upon. How exactly they were moved, by sled and roller, by water when possible, by enormous organised teams of workers, is still debated. But what is not debated is the organisation it required. Thousands of people working together, a shared understanding of what was being built and why, a plan that was maintained over generations because Stonehenge was not built in a single moment. It was constructed and modified and added to over a period of roughly 1,500 years. 1,500 years of continuous purpose. That is longer than the entire history of the Roman Empire from its founding to its fall. Now, one of the most well-known features of Stonehenge is its alignment with the midsummer sunrise. On the morning of the summer solstice, the longest day of the year, the sun rises in a position that aligns precisely with the main axis of the monument. Someone standing at the centre of the circle, looking northeast through the opening of the healed stone, would see the sun appear to rise exactly in line with the structure. This is not a coincidence. This is architecture of the sky. It is a building designed not just for shelter, but as an instrument for marking time, a tool for observing and recording the rhythms of the year. And here is something that is perhaps even more interesting than the solstice alignment, though it is less often talked about. Stonehenge also encodes lunar cycles. The 56 holes that make up the outer ring of the monument, called Aubrey holes after the person who catalogued them, form a system that some researchers believe could be used to track and predict lunar cycles, including the 18-year cycle of lunar standstill, which is a complex astronomical event in which the moon's rising and setting points reach their most extreme northern and southern positions. Predicting this cycle requires knowledge of the moon's behaviour over many, many years. It requires record keeping. It requires mathematics. Whoever designed Stonehenge was watching the sky for a very long time before the first stone was moved. The question that lingers quietly in the mind is, where did they learn this? Where did this knowledge come from? We tend to think of ancient knowledge as growing slowly and linearly, as if each generation discovered a little more and passed it on, building from nothing. But what if, in some cases, the knowledge did not grow slowly from scratch? What if some of it came from somewhere, from an older tradition, an older body of observation that was passed down not in books but in practice, in ritual, in the very shape of the monuments they built? Let us not answer that tonight. Let us just let the question sit there, warm and soft, like the glow of a fire on a cold night. For a moment, just breathe. Notice your body. Notice the weight of it resting. Notice how your breathing has perhaps slowed without you trying. That is good. That is the body doing what it knows how to do. We are going to keep going, slowly, gently. Chapter 6. Patterns in the earth. Now let us do something unusual. Let us rise very slowly, as though we were floating above the earth, higher and higher, until the cities and the fields and the roads look like tiny lines below us, until the coast becomes a curving edge between the blue of the ocean and the patchwork of green and brown land. From this height, you can see something that you cannot see on the ground. Patterns. Lines drawn across the earth with such care and precision that they could only have been made intentionally. But they are so large that no single person standing on the ground could see the whole shape. You need to be in the air. The most famous examples of this are the Nazca lines of Peru. The Nazca Plateau is a dry, flat expanse in the southern part of Peru, where almost no rain falls and the wind is gentle. The surface is covered in a layer of reddish-brown iron oxide stones, and just beneath that surface is a lighter yellowish layer. By removing the top layer of stones and piling them along the sides, ancient people created lines and shapes of extraordinary scale. Some of the lines are just that. Lines. Long, straight lines that stretch for kilometres across the plateau. Some of them are so straight that modern engineers, measuring them with precision instruments, are impressed by their accuracy. But some of the shapes are figures, animals and plants drawn on an enormous scale. A hummingbird with a wingspan of nearly 90 metres, a spider whose body is some 40 metres across, a condor stretching more than 100 metres from beak to tail, a monkey with a spiralling tail, an astronaut, though that particular name is whimsical and not meant to be literal. These geoglyphs, a word that simply means earth drawings, were made by a culture called the Nazca people, and most of the lines are thought to have been made sometime between 100 and 800 CE, which is not ancient by the standards of some things we discussed tonight, but which still raises the fundamental question: why draw things that can only be seen from the air? Various theories have been offered over the years. Some researchers think the lines were pathways for walking rituals, that they were not meant to be seen from above, but were sacred routes for ceremonial processions. Some think they were connected to water sources and irrigation, that the animals represented deities associated with rainfall and fertility. Some think they were a form of calendar, markers of astronomical alignments. The spider, for instance, is associated with the constellation Orion. The position of one of its legs corresponds to a particular star in Orion's belt. Whether this was intentional or coincidental is debated, but the connection is interesting. And the sheer scale of the larger figures, the fact that they required planning beyond what any single person could carry in their head, beyond what any single generation could have executed spontaneously, suggests something that we keep encountering in this story: deep organization, sustained over time, pointing towards something we do not fully understand. But the Nazca lines are not unique. They are perhaps the most famous, but they are part of a much broader pattern. In Kazakhstan, in a region called the Turgai, there are hundreds of giant geometric figures drawn on the steps. Large squares, swastikas, which in the ancient world were a symbol of the sun and movement, not what they came to mean later, and other shapes, many of them several hundred meters across, visible only from the air. They were largely unknown to the outside world until satellite imagery began to reveal them in the early 2000s. In the American Southwest, there are ancient road systems built by the Chaco culture, a civilization that flourished in what is now New Mexico between about 850 and 1150 CE. These roads were not like our roads. They were extremely straight, sometimes cutting directly through hills rather than going around them, and they stretched for hundreds of miles across the desert. And interestingly, many of them seemed to lead nowhere practical. They were not roads for trade or travel in the ordinary sense. Many researchers believe they were sacred paths, aligned with the movement of the sun and moon, designed to connect distant communities in a ritual network rather than an economic one. All over the earth there are shapes and lines and structures that seem to speak the same language, the language of the sky, of mathematics, of deep time, a language that seems to require long observation and careful thought. Is this the language of a lost civilization, or is it simply the universal language of human intelligence, expressed independently by many different cultures who all looked up at the same sky and drew the same conclusions? Both are beautiful answers, and we can hold them both tonight without needing to choose. Let us float down gently now, back to the ground, back to the quiet of the room around you. Chapter 7. The Deep Grammar of Myth. Here is something that has puzzled researchers for a long time. Around the world, in cultures that had no known contact with each other, there are similar myths. Not just similar in the vague sense that all cultures have creation stories or stories about floods. Similar in specific details, in the types of characters, in the sequence of events, in the lessons they teach. One of the most striking examples is the flood myth. You probably know the story of Noah and the great flood from the Bible. But long before that story was written down in the form we know it, there was the Epic of Gilgamesh, a Mesopotamian text that is among the oldest written stories in the world, dating to roughly 4,000 years ago. In it, there is a character called Utnapishtim, who is warned by a god that a great flood is coming. He is told to build a boat and take animals aboard. He survives the flood, the water recedes, a bird is sent out to find land. This story is older than the biblical version, and it shares so many specific details that most scholars agree the biblical flood story was influenced by or derived from the Mesopotamian one. But the flood myth does not stop there. In the Hindu tradition, there is the story of Manu, the first man, who is warned by a fish who is an avatar of the god Vishnu that a great flood is coming. Manu builds a boat and survives. In Greek mythology, there is Deucalion, who is warned by his father Prometheus that Zeus plans to flood the world. Deucalion builds a chest, floats through the floodwaters, and lands on a mountain when the waters recede. In Mesopotamia, in ancient India, in ancient Greece, in ancient China, in indigenous traditions across the Americas, in Aboriginal Australian stories, in African oral traditions, in Norse mythology, there are flood narratives. There are stories of a great inundation that destroyed an earlier world and from which only a few survivors escaped to begin again. Now, some scholars explain this simply. They say that floods are a common human experience. Rivers flood, coastlines are hit by storms, tsunamis happen. It makes sense that many cultures would have stories about floods, because floods are real and dangerous and memorable. That is a reasonable explanation. But some researchers point out that the specificity of certain flood myths goes beyond what you would expect from local flood experiences. The scale described in many of these stories, the destruction of nearly all of humanity, the survival of a small remnant, the emergence of a new world afterward, these elements appear too consistently and with too many shared details to be entirely independent inventions based on local flash floods. Could the widespread flood myth be a cultural memory of a real global event? The melting of the glaciers at the end of the last ice age did raise sea levels dramatically and relatively rapidly, in geological terms. For coastal communities, for people living in low-lying areas near the sea, the flooding would have been real, terrible, and world-ending. Not a flood that came in a few days, but a slow, relentless flooding that swallowed their world over the course of generations. If those communities survived, if some of them moved inland and carried their stories with them, could the memory of that flooding have been preserved in myth? Could those myths have been passed down and spread over thousands of years, adapting to new cultures and new languages, but maintaining the core truth at their centre? We cannot prove this, but we cannot dismiss it either. And there is something else, something even quieter and more fascinating, that some researchers have pointed out about these old stories. Across many ancient traditions, there is a memory of a time before, a golden age, or a first age, a period when civilization was wiser, more advanced, more in harmony with the natural world, a time that was lost, and from whose ruins the current world was built. The ancient Greeks described a golden age, ruled by the god Kronos, when humans lived in peace and plenty, and had no need for laws because they naturally did what was right. After the Golden Age came progressively worse ages, Silver, Bronze, Heroic, and finally the Iron Age, in which the Greeks believed they were living a harder, more confused, more violent time. The Hindus describe 4 ages called Yugas, moving from the Satya Yuga, an age of truth and perfection, to the Kali Yuga, the current age, the age of darkness and confusion. The ancient Norse spoke of a time before the current world. The Maya described previous world ages that were destroyed before the current one began. This pattern, the idea of a previous, better, older world that was destroyed and of which only fragments remain, appears across cultures that seem to have developed independently. And it points, if we allow ourselves to follow its quiet suggestion, toward a possibility that scholars and non-scholars alike have returned to again and again. What if this is not just myth? What if the memory of a lost civilization, a real one, however different from our fantasies about it, is encoded in the very stories that human cultures have been telling each other since the beginning of recorded history? We do not need to decide tonight. We just need to listen. For a moment, just breathe. If your thoughts are drifting, let them drift. If the story is becoming a soft background murmur, that is perfectly fine. You are safe. You are warm. The night is quiet, and there is nothing to do right now but rest. Chapter 8. The Problem of the Maps. There is a map in the world's collection of historical documents that has caused a great deal of quiet fascination and not a little controversy among historians and geographers. It is called the Piri Reis map. It was drawn in 1513 by a Turkish admiral and cartographer named Piri Reis, and it is one of the oldest surviving world maps. Piri Reis himself wrote in notes on the map that he compiled it from a large number of older source maps, including, he claimed, maps from the time of Alexander the Great and possibly older. What makes the Piri Reis map interesting is not just its age, it is what it shows. The map depicts the Atlantic coast of Africa and Europe with reasonable accuracy for its time. It also shows the coast of South America with a degree of accuracy that surprised researchers when it was rediscovered in 1929. But the most discussed and debated feature of the map is a coastline at the bottom, a landmass that seems to correspond in certain ways to the outline of Antarctica. Antarctica was not officially discovered until 1820. The Piri Reis map dates to 1513, and yet some researchers look at that southern coastline and see a shape that, when adjusted for the projection of the map, bears a resemblance to the coast of Antarctica as it would appear without its ice sheet. The actual rock coast, beneath the miles of ice that currently cover it, a coast that we only mapped fully using modern seismic and satellite technology. How could someone in 1513 have a rough sketch of a coastline that was not officially discovered for another 300 years? And how could they have represented it as it looks without ice, given that Antarctica has been ice-covered for millions of years? One explanation is that the resemblance is coincidental, that the southern landmass on the Piri Reis map is simply a distorted or speculative version of South America or another known landmass. This is a reasonable position. The map contains many errors and distortions, as ancient maps often do. Another explanation, the one that gets less attention in mainstream scholarship but more attention in popular exploration, is that the Piri Reis map was compiled from much older source maps, as Piri Reis himself claimed, and that some of those source maps were themselves copies of even older originals from a time when the geographic knowledge of the world was more complete than we think it should have been. This is the interesting part. Not the conclusion, which we cannot reach with confidence, but the question it raises. Is it possible that there existed at some point far in the past a body of geographic knowledge more extensive than the people of 1513 would have been expected to possess? Knowledge that had been partially preserved through copying and recopying over many generations, gradually distorted and simplified, but still carrying within it the ghost of something that was once more complete. The Piri Reis map is not alone in this category. There are other historical maps that have generated similar discussions. The Orontius Phineus map from 1531 also shows a southern landmass. The Boachi map from 1737 shows what some researchers interpret as an ice-free Antarctica with a sea in the interior, which modern surveys have shown to be roughly accurate in terms of the sub-ice geography. Are these all coincidences? Are they examples of lucky guesswork? Are they evidence of a lost geographical tradition? We do not know. But the pattern of them, taken together with everything else we are slowly exploring tonight, is at least worth sitting with. The Earth is old. Human beings have been on it for a very long time, and the things we do not know about our own past may be much more interesting than the things we do know. Let us drift a little further. Chapter 9. The Language of Stars. One of the quietest and most beautiful pieces of evidence that something very old and very organized may have existed before the world we know is the universal human relationship with the stars. Every culture, every continent, every era of recorded human history, all of them look at the same sky and organize the same stars into patterns, into stories, into systems for navigating time and space. The stars themselves have not changed significantly in the time frame of human civilization. The same constellations that you can see tonight, roughly speaking, were the same constellations that ancient Egyptians saw, that ancient Sumerians saw, that the earliest humans in Africa saw when they first raised their eyes to the night sky. And those ancient people did not just see pretty patterns, they built systems. They built the first calendars around the movements of the stars and planets. They mapped the cycle of the year to the rising and setting of specific constellations. They tracked the movement of the 5 visible planets, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter and Saturn, with extraordinary precision, recording their positions over decades and centuries, and using those records to predict their future positions. The Babylonians, who are building on an even older Sumerian astronomical tradition, could predict eclipses. They had tables of celestial events going back hundreds of years. They understood the Saros cycle, an approximately 18-year cycle after which eclipses tend to repeat in the same pattern. The ancient Maya, on the other side of the world, with no known contact with the Babylonians, also tracked celestial cycles with extraordinary precision. The Maya long count calendar tracks a great cycle of roughly 5,125 years based on a combination of astronomical periods. The Venus cycle, the relationship between the solar year and the lunar year, the positions of certain star clusters, all of these were woven together into a system of timekeeping that was by any measure sophisticated. And these are the civilizations we know about. These are the ones that left clear written records. What about the ones before them? The megalithic cultures of Europe, the ones who built Stonehenge and the many other stone circles and tombs and standing stones scattered across Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Brittany and the Iberian Peninsula. These people also encoded astronomical knowledge in their structures. Many Neolithic tombs are oriented to face the rising sun on the winter solstice, the shortest day of the year. Some are oriented to lunar events. Some seem to have been constructed with specific stars in view. Newgrange in Ireland is a good example. It is a large circular mound of stone and earth, built around 5,200 years ago, even older than the Great Pyramid. At its heart is a long underground chamber, and once a year, on the morning of the winter solstice, a narrow beam of sunlight enters through a small opening above the entrance and travels the full length of the passage to illuminate the innermost chamber. For about 17 minutes, the dark interior of the tomb fills with golden light. The builders of Newgrange planned this. They oriented the monument precisely. They designed the roof box above the entrance to allow only the correct angle of light at the correct time of year, and they built a structure that has maintained this alignment for more than 5,000 years. 5,000 years of a winter morning light show that almost no one knew about for most of that time, because the knowledge of what the monument was for was lost. How much else has been lost? How many other monuments, other structures, other encoded pieces of knowledge are sitting out there in the landscape, waiting for someone to ask the right question, in the right light at the right time of year? The world is full of things we've not learned to see yet. For a moment, just breathe. The room around you is quiet. The night is doing what nights do. You're safe and still. If the story has become a gentle stream of sound rather than distinct words, that is fine. Let it flow past you like water. Let it carry you somewhere soft and dark and warm. We're going to continue this journey together, but right now, this is a good moment to simply rest in the story without needing to grasp at it. Chapter 10. Stone that travels. let us talk about something that seems, on the surface, very simple. Moving stones. We have touched on this before with Stonehenge, but the phenomenon is so widespread, so persistent across cultures and continents, that it deserves its own chapter. Because one of the things that keeps appearing in the story of ancient monuments is this: someone, somewhere, at some time, decided to move an enormous rock a very long way for reasons that are not entirely clear to us. This is not a quirk of one culture, it is a global pattern. In Egypt, the stones of the Great Pyramid were quarried from Tura, across the Nile, and from Aswan, 500 miles to the south. The largest stone in the pyramid complex is part of the king's chamber ceiling and weighs approximately 70 tons. In the Andes of South America, at a site called Puma Punku near Lake Titicaca, there are stone blocks that were shaped with extraordinary precision. Some of them have perfectly flat surfaces, smooth 90-degree angles, and interlocking shapes that slot together like prefabricated pieces. Some of these blocks weigh over 100 tons, and the nearest quarry is approximately 10 miles away. The site sits at an elevation of nearly 12,500 feet, in a high and cold plateau where the air is thin. On Easter Island, in the middle of the Pacific Ocean, hundreds of giant stone statues called moai were carved and moved to coastal platforms. The largest moai ever erected stands nearly 10 meters tall and weighs about 82 tons. They were carved in a quarry in the interior of the island and moved to their platforms using methods that researchers have debated for decades. Without wheels, without large animals for labour, on an island with limited trees, across rough terrain. On the island of Malta, one of the oldest known freestanding structures in the world, is a temple complex called Gantija, built approximately 5,600 years ago, making it older than Stonehenge and older than the pyramids. The walls are made of massive stone blocks, some of them weighing over 50 tons. The people who built it were farmers with stone tools. Why? Why go to the enormous effort of moving these stones? Why not build in wood, which is much easier to work with? Why not build in smaller stones, which are far easier to move? The consistent answer across cultures seems to be because the permanence mattered, because the weight and solidity of the stone was part of the meaning, because these were not just practical buildings. They were statements, monuments, things built to last far, far longer than a human lifetime. But there is something even more interesting when you look at this pattern closely. The engineering methods, the specific techniques used to move and place these enormous stones, are not fully understood. We have theories, some of them demonstrated experimentally: wooden rollers, sledges, rope, water lubrication, large teams of coordinated workers. These methods are plausible, and experiments have shown that they can work on a small scale. But some of the ancient examples push these methods to their limits. The larger stones at some sites, particularly Puma Punku and the megalithic temple complex at Baalbek in Lebanon, where there are stones weighing upward of 800 tons, remain genuinely difficult to explain within our current understanding of what ancient people could technically accomplish. Not impossible, not magic, but genuinely difficult. And the precision of the stonework at many of these sites also raises quiet questions. At Puma Punku, the interlocking stones were cut with such accuracy that no mortar was needed. They fit together, stone to stone, with tolerances of fractions of a millimetre. That level of precision is remarkable. It is the kind of precision we associate with machined metal, not hand-carved stone. Whatever tools and methods were used to achieve this, they represented a significant body of technical knowledge that was apparently developed, refined, and then lost, because the cultures that built these extraordinary things did not leave us detailed technical manuals. They left us the objects themselves, which are, in their own quiet way, the most eloquent documents in existence. The stones say, "We were here, we were capable, we understood something, and we built this so that you would know." As we come toward the end of this first part of our journey, let us take a soft step back and look at everything we have touched on tonight. We started with a simple observation that human beings have existed on this earth for a very long time, far longer than the slice of history we call civilization. We noticed that the world before our world was partly hidden by rising seas and melting ice. We visited the astonishing stone circles of Göbekli Tepe and Stonehenge, built by people who, according to the traditional timeline, should not have been capable of such things. We floated above the earth and saw the lines and figures of the Nazca Plateau. We listened to the flood myths of cultures all over the world and noticed how similar they are. We looked at old maps that seemed to know too much. We thought about the deep astronomical knowledge encoded in ancient monuments, and we stood in the shadow of stones that travelled impossible distances for reasons we are still working to understand. None of this proves a single grand theory. None of this gives us a neat answer to write down and close the book on. The world is not that simple, and tonight we are not looking for simple answers. What we are looking for is something softer, a sense of wonder, a feeling that the story of humanity is longer and stranger and more beautiful than the textbooks suggest. A quiet confidence that there is always more to discover, always more depth beneath the surface, always another layer of mystery waiting for the patient, the curious and the still. And that is enough for tonight. For this first part of our journey, that is more than enough. You have travelled a long way already, across deep time, across oceans, across the silence between the stars, and you have done it lying down, in the dark, breathing gently. That is, in its own small way, remarkable. If your eyes are closed, let them stay closed. If your breathing has slowed, let it stay slow. The story will continue whenever you're ready, in the next part of this long, quiet journey. There is no hurry. There never is. In the deep time we've been exploring tonight. The world turns slowly, and so do we. If you're settling back in, finding your comfortable position again, that is exactly right. Maybe you're in the same place you were before, the same blanket, the same darkness, the same quiet. Or maybe some time has passed and the room feels a little different now, the air a little cooler, the night a little deeper. Either way, you are welcome here. We left off at the edge of a question. Not a sharp question with a single answer, but a wide, open question that stretches in all directions like a plane under a night sky. We were asking, gently and without urgency, whether the story of human civilization might be longer and stranger than the one we were taught, whether there might be layers beneath the layers, whether the clues scattered across this old earth might be telling us something we have not yet learned to read. We're not done asking that question. We have barely begun. So let us continue our journey, slowly, quietly, one gentle step at a time. Chapter 11. The Ocean Remembers. There is something peaceful about standing at the edge of the sea. The sound of it is one of the oldest sounds a human being can hear. Waves coming in and pulling back, coming in and pulling back, over and over. The same rhythm it has had for billions of years. Long before there were ears to hear it. Long before there were eyes to watch the foam dissolve into sand. The ocean is patient. It does not hurry. It has been doing what it does since the earth was young, and it will keep doing it long after we're gone. But the ocean also hides things. We talked in the first part of our journey about how the melting of the great ice sheets at the end of the last ice age raised sea levels dramatically. swallowing coastlines and low-lying plains that had once been dry land. We noted that this flooding happened over a period of thousands of years, and that the evidence of whatever human activity occurred in those places would now be sitting somewhere on the seabed. Tonight, let us go there. Let us dive slowly into that thought and see what the ocean floor has to tell us. The continental shelves, those underwater platforms that extend from the edges of the continents before the ocean floor drops deeply into the deep, are areas of particular interest. They are relatively shallow. In many places they extend for many miles and reach depths of only a few hundred feet. And it is here, in these shallower underwater areas, that researchers have begun to find things that raise very interesting questions. Off the coast of India, in the Gulf of Kambat, which is also sometimes called the Gulf of Cambay, there is an area of seafloor that was surveyed in 2001 using sonar equipment. The survey was originally intended to study pollution levels. What it found instead was a series of structures that appeared, to some researchers who studied the data, to resemble the foundations of buildings, walls, platforms, geometric shapes, sitting on the seabed at a depth consistent with having been above water somewhere around 9,000 to 10,000 years ago. The Indian government conducted further investigations and some artifacts were retrieved from the area, including pottery, wood, and other objects. Some of these were tested, and one piece of wood was reportedly dated to around 9,500 years ago, which would make it older than the oldest known cities in the world by several thousand years. This is a contested finding. Other researchers are skeptical of the interpretation of the sonar data, arguing that what looks like walls and structures could be natural geological formations. The debate continues, and the difficulty of conducting archaeology underwater makes it hard to reach definitive conclusions. But the possibility is real enough to take seriously, and it is not the only example. Off the western coast of India near the city of Dwarka, there is a site that has been partially studied by underwater archaeologists. The ancient city of Dwarka is mentioned in Indian Hindu texts, including the Mahabharata as the legendary city of the god Krishna. The texts describe it as a real place, a great city that was eventually swallowed by the sea. And indeed, excavations both on land and underwater in the area have found evidence of ancient habitation and structures. The underwater structures at Dwarka are not deeply controversial. They're recognised as real archaeological finds. The debate is about their age and the extent of what might still be beneath the sediment. The point is not that any single one of these sites definitively proves a lost civilization. The point is that there is a consistent pattern. All around the world's coastlines and shallow seas, in places that would have been dry land during the period of lower sea levels, there are hints of ancient human activity. Structures, artifacts, arrangements of stone that look less like accidents of geology and more like the work of deliberate hands. And we have barely begun to look. Imagine you are floating just below the surface of a warm, shallow sea. The light filters down from above in long, shifting columns of green and gold. The bottom is sandy, scattered with stones. And then, as you drift a little further, you notice something, a shape that is too regular to be accidental, a line that is too straight, a corner that is too sharp. You hover there in the warm underwater silence and you wonder. You wonder who stood here, on this dry ground that is now the seabed, what they built, what they saw from this place when they looked up at a sky that had the same stars you know. That wondering is a kind of remembering, a reaching back through time with the mind and the heart. And maybe that is enough. Maybe the wondering itself is the most important thing. Let us drift on. Chapter 12. The Fingerprints of Forgotten Teachers. There is a pattern in ancient mythology that researchers of comparative mythology have noticed and written about for many years. And it is a pattern that, when you see it clearly, is quite striking. Across many different cultures, There is a story of a teacher, a bringer of civilization, a mysterious figure or group of figures who arrived among people who were living simply without the knowledge of agriculture, of law, of writing, of architecture, and who taught them these things. These figures are not gods exactly, or not only gods. They are often described as coming from somewhere else, from the sea, from a distant land, from a place that was destroyed or lost. They arrive, they teach, they give the foundations of civilization to the people they find, and then usually they leave or they disappear, often with a promise to return someday. Let us look at a few of these stories, one at a time, gently, not to argue for any particular theory, but simply to notice the pattern. In ancient Mesopotamia, in the civilization of the Sumerians, which is one of the oldest known civilizations, there is a tradition recorded in ancient texts of beings called the Apkallu, sometimes translated as the Seven Sages. They were described as fishmen, or beings who came from the sea, and they were said to have brought to humanity the arts of civilization: writing, architecture, law, mathematics, and the sciences. The Apkallu preceded the Great Flood described in Sumerian texts, and after the flood, it was said that sages continued to appear to help human kings and priests with wisdom. The most famous of the Apkallu was a being called Oan, described in ancient sources as having the body of a fish but with human features underneath. He reportedly came from the Persian Gulf and taught the Sumerians everything they needed to know to build their civilization. Then he returned to the sea each night. In ancient Egypt there is the figure of Thoth, the god of writing, of knowledge, of measurement, and of time. Thoth was said to have been the inventor of writing, mathematics, astronomy, and medicine. He was often depicted as a man with the head of an ibis, or sometimes as a baboon. His origins are somewhat mysterious even within Egyptian mythology, and he is associated with wisdom that predates the current world. In ancient Mesoamerica, the Aztec and Toltec traditions spoke of a god-king called Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent who was associated with wind, learning, crafts, and civilization. The traditions associated with Quetzalcoatl describe him as a pale, bearded figure who came from across the sea, taught the people the arts of civilization, and then departed by sea, promising to return from the east. The Maya had a similar figure called Kukulkan, who shares many of the same attributes, and interestingly, when the Spanish conquistador Hernán Cortés arrived in Mexico in 1519, the Aztec Emperor Moctezuma reportedly believed, at least initially, that he might be the returning Quetzalcoatl, because he came from the east by sea and had a beard, which was unusual among indigenous Americans. Across the Pacific, in the legends of the Inca in Peru, there is a figure called Viracocha, a creator deity who was also associated with the sea and with teaching. He was described as a tall, bearded, white-robed man who travelled among the people, teaching them civilization, and then departed westward across the ocean. In ancient Ireland, there is a mythological race called the Tuatha Dé Danann, a people of supernatural skill and knowledge who came to Ireland from mysterious islands in the north or west, islands associated with wisdom and magic, and who brought with them extraordinary knowledge and magical objects. They are said to have fought for possession of Ireland and then eventually retreated underground, into the fairy mounds when later peoples arrived. These are very different cultures, very different geographies, very different time periods, and yet the stories carry the same basic shape. A mysterious, knowledgeable people coming from elsewhere, bringing the gifts of civilization and then disappearing. What does this mean? The simple, comfortable explanation is that these are all examples of how human cultures tend to attribute the origins of their civilization to divine or semi-divine sources. It is natural and universal to believe that the great gifts of knowledge came from beyond the human. Writing is so powerful, so world-changing, that it makes sense for people to attribute it to a god. Mathematics is so abstract and profound that it seems superhuman, so every culture invents its own teacher god. That is a reasonable explanation, and it may be largely correct. But there is another possibility that sits quietly alongside it. What if some of these myths carry, like so many myths do, a kernel of real memory? What if, at some point in the distant past, there really were people with advanced knowledge, perhaps survivors of a sophisticated culture, who moved among less organised communities and shared what they knew? Not aliens, not supernatural beings, just people. People who came from somewhere. People who knew more than the people they found. People whose memory was so significant that it became legendary and then mythological over the generations. We cannot prove this. But the consistent global pattern of the civilization bringer myth is at least interesting to notice. For a moment, just breathe. There is something very old about this story. Something that connects to a deep human feeling, the feeling that we came from somewhere better, that we have forgotten something important, that there is a teacher we are still waiting for, or that the teaching is somehow already inside us, encoded in the stories our great-great-grandparents told around fires that have long since gone cold. Let that feeling sit with you for a moment, not as a belief, just as a feeling. It is a very human feeling, and it is perfectly safe to have it in the dark. Chapter 13. The Numbers That Repeat. We talked earlier about the numbers in ancient structures, the pi-like relationship in the Great Pyramid, the astronomical alignments of Stonehenge, the precise orientations of monuments around the world. Now let's go a little deeper into the numbers, because there is something even quieter and more persistent hiding in the mathematics of ancient construction, and it is something that has fascinated researchers in many different fields. It is the number phi. Phi, written with the Greek letter that looks a bit like a circle with a vertical line through it, is a mathematical ratio. It is approximately 1.618. Like pi, it is an irrational number, meaning it cannot be expressed as a simple fraction, and its decimal places go on forever without repeating. And like pi, it appears with striking frequency in the natural world. Phi is the ratio found in the spiral of a nautilus shell. It is found in the arrangement of seeds in a sunflower, where they spiral outward in patterns that follow numbers from the Fibonacci sequence, which converge on phi. It is found in the proportions of the human body. The ratio of the height of a human being to the height of their navel is approximately phi. The ratio of the length of the forearm to the hand is approximately phi. The ratio of the width of the human face to the width of the eyes and nose is close to phi. Because phi appears so often in natural forms, it is sometimes called the golden ratio, and when artists and architects use it in their designs, the results tend to feel aesthetically pleasing in a way that is difficult to articulate but easy to recognize. It feels right in a deep pre-verbal way. Now the remarkable thing, and the thing that connects back to our larger question tonight, is that phi appears in ancient architecture. The Great Pyramid again. The ratio of the slant height of the Great Pyramid's face to half the length of its base is very close to phi. Some researchers argue this is intentional, others say it is coincidental. The debate, as with pi in the same structure, is ongoing, but the Parthenon in Athens, built in the 5th century BCE, also contains proportions that are close to phi. The ratio of its width to its height, the ratio of the colonnade spacing, these measurements cluster around the golden ratio in ways that most art historians believe were intentional. The Notre Dame Cathedral in Paris, built in the medieval period, contains proportions that approximate phi. The Taj Mahal in India contains proportions that approximate phi. Leonardo da Vinci used phi extensively in his paintings, and he wrote about it in his notes. Now, some researchers argue that phi is so close to certain natural proportions that it tends to appear in any architecture that uses natural-looking proportions, without the architects necessarily knowing about it or consciously choosing it. You build something that looks good and natural, and Phi will tend to appear. But others point to specific ancient texts and monuments, where Phi seems not just to appear, but to be used as a deliberate organizing principle, where the number is baked in so precisely and at so many different scales within the same structure that coincidence becomes increasingly unlikely. And the question that quietly arises is, how far back does the knowledge of pi go? The Fibonacci sequence, the series of numbers from which Phi emerges, was described in Europe by the medieval mathematician Fibonacci, who in turn credited the Indian mathematical tradition for the idea. The Indian tradition in which the sequence appears goes back to ancient texts dealing with Sanskrit poetry and meter, texts that may be thousands of years old. But if Phi was being used in architecture long before it was written about in mathematics, that suggests that the knowledge existed in practice before it was formalized in theory, that someone at some point discovered that this ratio was beautiful and right and that the world was full of it and started using it. When did that someone live? And how did they share what they found so that it ended up in monuments all over the ancient world? These are questions without clean answers, but they point toward the same gentle suggestion that keeps appearing in this story, that the knowledge of certain deep patterns in the world, mathematical, astronomical, geometric, is older than our written records of it, that it was known and used and perhaps lost and rediscovered and lost again and found once more in a long, slow cycle that our tidy timeline of progress does not quite capture. Chapter 14. The Andes and Their Secrets. Let us travel now to South America, to a landscape that is so dramatic and extreme that it seems, in some ways, like another planet. Imagine you're in the Bolivian Andes. You're at an altitude of about 3,800 meters, which is roughly 12,500 feet. At this height, the air is thin enough that walking quickly makes you breathless. The sun, when it shines, is intense because there is less atmosphere to filter it. But the sky above you is a deep, saturated blue, the kind of blue you only see at high altitude, and the light has a quality to it that makes everything look crisp and etched and slightly unreal. Around you is a high, flat plateau. The Altiplano, as it is called, is one of the largest high-altitude plateaus in the world. The wind moves across it in long, cold sweeps. There are no trees. The vegetation is low and tough. To the west, the land drops away toward the Pacific. To the east, the snow-capped peaks of the Andes rise even higher, and in front of you, on this cold, high, ancient plateau, there are ruins. This is Tiwanaku, sometimes spelled Tiahuanaco, and it is one of the most significant archaeological sites in the Americas. It was the center of a major civilization that dominated the Andean region from roughly 300 CE to about 1000 CE, after which it declined, perhaps due to a prolonged drought. At its height, the Tiwanaku state may have had a population in the hundreds of thousands. It was a center of religion, art, and long-distance trade. But the ruins themselves tell a story that is somewhat puzzling when examined closely. The most famous structure at Tiwanaku is the Gate of the Sun, a single monolithic arch carved from a single block of andesite stone, standing approximately 3 meters tall and weighing about 10 tons. It is decorated with intricate carvings of a central figure, usually identified as the Tiwanaku sun god, surrounded by rows of smaller figures that may represent a solar calendar. But it is the other structures at the site, and particularly at the nearby site of Pumapunku, that have attracted the most intense speculation. At Pumapunku, which is part of the Tiwanaku complex and is thought to be approximately 1,400 years old by mainstream dating, there are stone blocks of extraordinary size and precision. There are H-shaped blocks that slot together in a repeating pattern. There are blocks with perfectly flat surfaces and right-angle corners. There are channels carved into stone with a smoothness and consistency that is genuinely difficult to replicate with hand tools. One of the most discussed blocks at Puma Punku is sometimes called the H block. It has a complex shape with multiple faces, interior angles, and interlocking protrusions, and it was apparently cut to fit together with other H blocks in a specific assembly pattern. The consistency of these shapes across many individual blocks suggests that they were all made to the same design, using some form of templating or precision measurement. How these blocks were cut, shaped, and moved has been the subject of considerable debate. The hard andesite stone from which they were made is resistant to simple chipping. The shapes are complex in 3 dimensions, and the precision with which they fit together suggests that the makers had both the tools and the skill to work to tight tolerances. The mainstream explanation is that the builders of Tiwanaku, who were clearly a sophisticated and organized culture, used stone tools and abrasion techniques combined with careful measurement to achieve these results. This is plausible. Human beings are ingenious, and what looks impossibly complex to a modern eye accustomed to machine manufacturing can often be explained by skilled manual craftsmanship over many years. But the persistent question in the minds of many who visit and study Puma Punku is whether what we are looking at is truly from around 1,400 years ago, or whether some of it is older, whether the site might have been built on or around structures that were already ancient when the Tiwanaku culture rose to prominence, whether the remarkable precision of the stonework reflects a tradition that goes back much further than the historical record suggests. This is speculative. This is not established by current archaeology. But the question is not ridiculous. Other ancient sites around the world show evidence of different building phases, some clearly older than others, and it is not impossible that Puma Punku is one of them. The Andes hold many secrets. The sheer difficulty of the terrain, the extremes of altitude and weather, the relative lack of large-scale systematic archaeological investigation compared to, say, Egypt or the Middle East, means that there is much still to discover here. The mountains are patient. They have been holding their secrets for a very long time. They can wait a little longer. For a moment, just breathe. Let the cold, thin air of the Altiplano drift away. Let the image of those precisely cut stones soften and fade into the general warmth of wherever you are right now. Your bed, your couch, your chair, the blanket over you, the quiet around you. The night is still deep. There is more story to come. Chapter 15. When did agriculture begin? Here is a question that seems simple, but is actually full of hidden depth. When did human beings first start farming? The standard answer, the one you will find in most textbooks, is that agriculture began approximately 10,000 years ago in a region called the Fertile Crescent, which is the area of land that includes parts of modern Iraq, Syria, Turkey, Lebanon, Israel, and Jordan. This is where the earliest clear evidence of the domestication of wheat, barley, and other crops has been found. This is also where early animal husbandry, the keeping and breeding of sheep, goats, and cattle, appears to have begun at around the same time. From the Fertile Crescent, the agricultural revolution spread outward, to Egypt, to Europe, to India. Other agricultural traditions developed independently in China, in the Americas, in sub-Saharan Africa. But the Fertile Crescent is considered the original home of what we sometimes call the Neolithic Revolution, the shift from a hunter-gatherer way of life to a settled, agricultural one. This revolution is presented as one of the great turning points in human history, and it genuinely was. Agriculture changed everything. It allowed populations to grow because a patch of farmed land could feed far more people than the same area of wild land. It required people to stay in one place, which led to permanent settlements, which led to cities. It created surpluses of food, which meant that not everyone had to work to feed themselves, which meant that some people could specialize in other things, in craft, in religion, in governance, in art. Civilization, in the full sense of the word, grew from agriculture. But here is where the story gets interesting. The traditional model says, first people were hunter-gatherers, then they discovered agriculture, then they built settlements, then civilization began. But Göbekli Tepe, which we talked about in the first part of our journey, complicates this model in a very interesting way. Because Göbekli Tepe was built around 12,000 years ago, at the very beginning of, or possibly slightly before, the agricultural transition in the region, and it is not a simple structure. It is a complex, organised, sophisticated monument that required sustained collective effort over many generations. Whoever built Göbekli Tepe was organised. They had leadership, planning, shared purpose, and specialised skills. They were, in a meaningful sense, already civilised, even if they didn't yet have cities or writing. And here is the puzzle that some researchers have pointed out. Maybe it is not that agriculture caused civilization. Maybe it is that civilization, or something like it, already existed among some hunter-gatherer communities, and that these organized communities then created agriculture. Rather than agriculture being the foundation of civilization, civilization might have been the foundation of agriculture. That is a subtle but important reversal. It means that organized human society, with its rituals and its shared knowledge and its collective projects, might be older than we think. It means that the roots of what we call civilization might stretch back much further than the first domesticated grain. And if that is true, it raises the question, how much further back? There is suggestive evidence from other directions. Genetic studies of modern cereal crops, particularly wheat and barley, suggest that domestication was not a single event in a single place, but a slow, gradual process that may have begun much earlier than the clear archaeological evidence shows. Wild grasses were being tended and harvested long before they were fully domesticated. The line between foraging and farming may have been blurry for thousands of years. Similarly, there is growing evidence that hunter-gatherer communities around the world, far from being passive wanderers, were active landscape managers. They burned vegetation to encourage the growth of plants they preferred. They transplanted useful plants to new areas. They protected and encouraged certain animal populations while managing others. This is proto-agriculture, a form of environmental management that precedes formal cultivation, but is not so different from it in spirit. How long had people been doing this before the formal transition to agriculture 10,000 years ago? How much of this activity left traces we can find, and how much happened in places now covered by water or forest or desert? We genuinely do not know, and the not knowing is not a frustration tonight. The not knowing is the space in which the mystery lives, the space in which the imagination can move, gently and freely, in the dark. Chapter 16. The Sound of Ancient Time. Let us think about music for a moment. This might seem like a detour from our main story, but it is not. Because music is one of the oldest human activities we know about, and the evidence for it pushes back into a time far earlier than the civilizations we discuss. The oldest known musical instruments are flutes carved from bone. The oldest examples found so far were discovered in caves in Germany and Slovenia, and they have been dated to roughly 40 to 60,000 years ago. 60,000 years ago. These flutes were made by Homo sapiens, modern humans, and they were made with skill. They have multiple finger holes, which means they were capable of producing different notes, which means the people who made them understood, at least in practice, the idea of melody. There is also evidence of musical instruments from Neanderthals, a different but closely related human species, dating to even earlier than that, though the interpretation of these earlier examples is debated. What this tells us is something quietly profound. Long before agriculture, long before writing, long before the pyramids or Stonehenge or any of the things we've talked about tonight, long before even the most speculative date for any lost civilization, human beings were making music. And music is not trivial. Music requires the kind of abstract thinking that we associate with advanced cognition. The understanding of pattern, of repetition, of variation, of rhythm, the ability to learn a melody and remember it and reproduce it accurately, the ability to perform something for other people and have it be received and understood. Music is a kind of language, and it is almost certainly older than our spoken language in its full complexity. Now, what does this have to do with the question of lost civilization? It tells us something important about the baseline of human capability. If people 60,000 years ago were making flutes with multiple holes and playing melodies on them, then those same people were capable of complex abstract thought. The music is proof of the mind that made it. And if such minds existed 60,000 years ago, what were they thinking about? What were they observing? What were they passing on to their children in the form of song and story and ritual? The oral tradition, the passing of knowledge through spoken word, through story, through song, through memorized verse, is incredibly powerful and can preserve information with great fidelity over long periods. The Vedas of ancient India are a particularly striking example. The oldest Vedic hymns are thought to date to perhaps 1500 BCE, and they were preserved orally for hundreds of years before being written down. The tradition of memorization was so rigorous that the texts have remained essentially unchanged for thousands of years. Scholars can compare the oldest written versions to modern recitations and find extraordinary consistency. If knowledge can be preserved in this way for thousands of years in the oral tradition, then knowledge from a much earlier period of human history could in principle have been carried forward through song and story for tens of thousands of years. What knowledge was being carried? What observations about the sky and the seasons and the earth? What methods for building, for growing, for healing, for navigating? We cannot know. The content of those ancient songs and stories is lost to us forever, except in the thin thread of influence they may have had on the myths and traditions that eventually made it into writing. But the sound of them, the faint ghost of those ancient voices singing in the dark, is there if you listen very carefully. For a moment, just breathe. Notice the quiet around you. In that quiet, if you let your imagination drift a little, you can almost hear it. Something very old and very soft. A melody with no words, a rhythm like a heartbeat. You carry it with you. Everyone does. It is the oldest inheritance. Chapter 17. Sacred Geography. There is an idea that appears in many ancient traditions, an idea so widespread and yet so easy to overlook that it is worth sitting with carefully. The idea is that the earth itself is sacred, not metaphorically sacred, but literally sacred in the way a temple is sacred, that the landscape, the hills and rivers and mountains and plains are not just a backdrop for human activity, but an active and meaningful presence. That certain places in the landscape are especially powerful, and that recognizing and honoring those places is one of the most important things a human community can do. This idea is not just a primitive superstition, it is a sophisticated philosophy, and the remarkable thing is that in many ancient cultures, it was not only a philosophy but a technology, a practical system for organizing settlements, orienting buildings, laying out roads and pathways, choosing sites for temples and tombs, all based on the perceived energetic and spiritual qualities of the land. In China, this system is called feng shui, which is usually translated as wind and water. In its original form, feng shui was not just about interior decoration, as it is sometimes presented in modern Western contexts. It was a comprehensive system for understanding the flow of energy, called qi, through the landscape, and for aligning human settlements and structures with the most favourable flows of that energy. Rivers, mountains, valleys, the direction of the prevailing wind, the orientation of the land to the sun, all of these were taken into account when choosing where and how to build. In the Indian tradition, similar principles are described in the ancient system of Vastu Shastra, a set of architectural guidelines based on the idea that building should be in harmony with the forces of the natural world, particularly the movements of the sun and the directions of the compass. In ancient Ireland and Britain, the Druids are said to have had a deep knowledge of the sacred landscape, and to have chosen the locations of their ceremonial sites, their sacred groves, and their ritual pathways according to principles that are not fully recorded but that clearly involved precise attention to the sun, the moon, the stars, and the natural features of the land. What is particularly interesting is that many of these ancient sacred sites in different parts of the world are located in places that modern geology and geography confirm as areas of particular natural significance. Places where different rock types meet, where underground water is close to the surface, where natural fault lines in the Earth's crust create unusual magnetic anomalies. Whether these natural features are the source of genuine energetic or spiritual significance is not a question science has resolved. But the fact that ancient people repeatedly identified and gathered at places that we can now independently confirm have unusual natural characteristics suggests that they were not just guessing. They were observing carefully and over long periods, and their observations led them consistently to certain kinds of places. This is another thread in the larger story we're weaving tonight, a thread that suggests that ancient people had a relationship with the natural world that was at once practical, scientific, in the sense of being based on careful observation, and what we might call spiritual. A relationship that saw no clear line between understanding nature and venerating it, between measurement and meaning, and that perhaps in the modern world, in our rush to categorize everything as either scientific or superstitious, we have lost something that was once integrated and whole. Chapter 18. The World Before Writing. Writing is, in many ways, the threshold of history. Everything before writing is called prehistory, a word that in its original sense means simply before recorded history. But the word carries a weight of implication. Prehistory sounds like a time before things were really happening, like a long, quiet, dark time before the lights came on. But that is not what prehistory was. Prehistory was 2.5 million years of tool use. It was hundreds of thousands of years of language, of social structure, of art, of music, of burial of the dead, of ritual, of symbolic thought. It was 10,000 years of agriculture before writing was invented. It was the building of Göbekli Tepe, and the megalithic monuments of Europe, and the flood myths, and the civilization bringer stories, and all the other things we've been exploring tonight. All of that happened before writing. Writing was invented independently in several places around the world. In Mesopotamia around 3200 BCE, the Sumerians developed a writing system using wedge-shaped marks pressed into clay tablets. This script is called cuneiform. In Egypt, hieroglyphics appeared at around the same time. In the Indus Valley, a script that has not yet been fully deciphered appeared around 2600 BCE. In China, early forms of Chinese writing appeared around 1200 BCE. In Mesoamerica, Mayan writing was developing from around 300 BCE or earlier. These are the writing systems we know about. They are not all the writing systems that may have existed. because here is the thing about writing. Most ancient writing was done on perishable materials, on wood, on bark, on animal skins, on leaves, not on stone, not on fired clay, not on materials that last for thousands of years. The Sumerians are famous for their clay tablets precisely because clay survives. But most ancient cultures wrote, if they wrote at all, on materials that rot away in a few decades or a few centuries. How much writing has been lost? How many records, stories, astronomical tables, geographic surveys, engineering manuals have disappeared because the material they were written on did not survive? The Library of Alexandria is often cited as the great tragedy of lost ancient knowledge, a repository of hundreds of thousands of scrolls that was burned or gradually allowed to decay, and it is a genuine loss. But the Library of Alexandria was just one building in one city at one period. The broader loss of ancient written knowledge is almost unimaginable in its scale. And before writing, the oral tradition, the vast oral library of human knowledge and story that was carried in living memory, community by community, generation by generation, and that faded and distorted and finally dissolved as communities dispersed, as languages changed, as the cultures that held the knowledge collapsed, we are left with traces, with the stones and the myths and the alignments and the numbers, with the faint impressions of something that was once more full and more complete. And those traces are what we have been following tonight, like a person in a dimly lit room, moving carefully, feeling the shape of things they cannot quite see. Let us drift a little further into the story. For a moment, just breathe. Feel the darkness of the room around you as something gentle and safe. The dark is where the old things live, the things before writing, the things before history, and they are not frightening. They are quiet and deep and very, very old. Let them settle around you like snow. Chapter 19. The Mystery of the Megaliths. We have talked about Stonehenge and Göbekli Tepe and the pyramids, but the world of megalithic monuments, structures made from enormous stones, is much wider than these famous examples. It stretches across an enormous geographic range and spans thousands of years of human history. Let us take a slow tour of some of the lesser known but deeply fascinating examples. Malta is a small island in the Mediterranean Sea, south of Sicily. It is 27 kilometers long and 14 kilometers wide, a tiny fragment of land in the middle of a sea that has been one of the busiest crossroads of human civilization for thousands of years. And on this small island are some of the oldest known freestanding structures in the world. The megalithic temples of Malta were built in several phases between approximately 3600 BCE and 2500 BCE. The most famous is the complex at Hagar Kim and the related Nijdra complex, but there are others. These temples were built from massive limestone blocks, some of them weighing several tons. They're among the oldest religious structures in the world, older than the great Egyptian pyramids, older than Stonehenge in its final form. The Nijdra complex is particularly interesting for its astronomical alignments. One of its temples is oriented so that on the equinoxes, the spring and autumn days when day and night are equal in length, the rising sun shines directly through the main doorway and illuminates the altar at the back of the temple. On the solstices, the light falls on the sides of the doorway instead. Here we are again, the sky, encoded in stone. The people who built these temples in Malta were not connected, as far as we know, to the people who built Stonehenge in Britain, or Newgrange in Ireland, or the monuments of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. They were a separate culture, in a different location, at a somewhat different time, and yet they used the same impulse, the same careful attention to the sun's position at specific points in the year, the same desire to build something that would last and that would mark the turning points of time. Move now to the Korean peninsula, South Korea has more megalithic structures called dolmens than anywhere else in the world. A dolmen is typically a large flat stone, sometimes weighing many tons, supported on two or more smaller upright stones, creating a kind of stone table. They are thought to have been burial chambers in most cases, with the flat capstone covering a burial beneath. South Korea alone has an estimated 30,000 to 40,000 dolmens, more than half of all dolmens worldwide. These Korean dolmens were built from around 1000 BCE to around 300 BCE, making them somewhat younger than many other megalithic structures we have discussed. But the sheer number of them and the size of some of the capstones, which can weigh 100 tons or more, represents a truly enormous investment of human effort in the creation of stone monuments. And here is something interesting. Across the Eurasian landmass, from Korea through Japan, across Central Asia, through the Middle East, into Europe, and then to the western edges of the British Isles, there are dolmen-like structures. They share a basic form and often a function, burial or ritual. They were built by many different cultures over a very long period. Were they all independently invented? Or does the widespread distribution of the dolmen form suggest some shared cultural or technological tradition, however diffuse and ancient? Most scholars lean toward independent invention, noting that the basic idea of a flat stone on top of two supports is not complicated and could easily be conceived independently many times, and that is likely the correct explanation for most of the examples. But the impulse behind all of them, the impulse to mark the passing of the dead with a smooth, permanent heavy stone, that impulse seems to be universal. And it appears in cultures that we call advanced, and in cultures that we call simple. It appears at different times and in different places. It appears to be something very deep in the human relationship with stone, with death, and with permanence. The dead are remembered in stone because stone does not rot or fade, because stone will be here long after the flesh and the memory and the name are gone. The person who put that enormous flat stone over a grave was saying something to the future, whether they intended to or not. They were saying, something happened here, someone was here, and we wanted you to know. That message has arrived. Thousands of years later, we know. Chapter 20. The Stars and the Earth. There is a theory, or rather a family of related observations, that has been discussed by researchers in various fields over the last few decades. It is a theory about the relationship between ancient sacred sites and the positions of stars. The basic observation is this: the layout of certain ancient monuments, when viewed from above, appears to mirror the arrangement of certain star formations in the sky, as if the ancient builders were, in a sense, drawing the sky on the earth. The most famous example is the claim that the three pyramids of Giza correspond to the three stars of Orion's belt. Orion's belt is one of the most recognizable features of the winter sky in the northern hemisphere. Three bright stars in a nearly straight line, slightly offset from true alignment. The three Giza pyramids are also arranged in a nearly straight line with a slight offset that closely matches the arrangement of the three belt stars. The relative sizes of the pyramids also roughly correspond to the relative brightnesses of the three stars. This observation was popularized by researcher Robert Bauval in the early 1990s and generated enormous discussion. Some researchers found it compelling. Others argue that the match is not as precise as claimed, and that with enough flexibility in interpretation, you can find many things in 3 points arranged in a loose line. The debate continues, but let us hold it lightly for a moment and note that whether or not the Giza pyramids specifically were intended to mirror Orion's belt, the broader idea of mirroring the sky on the earth has a long and widespread tradition in human thought and practice. In Hindu cosmology, the sacred city of Varanasi is described as a mirror of the divine realm on earth. In many shamanic traditions around the world, sacred geography is understood as a reflection of celestial geography. The idea that what is above corresponds to what is below, encapsulated in the famous Hermetic phrase "as above so below," is one of the oldest and most universal philosophical ideas in human history. The ancient Egyptians explicitly described their building projects as creating on earth what exists in the sky. The Nile was associated with the Milky Way. Temples were oriented to specific stars at the time of their founding. The Book of the Dead contains passages that describe the journey of the deceased through an afterlife geography that mirrors the starry sky. The ancient Sumerians organized their cosmology around the 7 visible planets, counting the sun and moon as planets in the ancient sense, and they believed that earthly events reflected celestial ones. Their astrology, which is the ancestor of the Western astrology we know today, was based on the idea that the sky was a kind of divine text, and that events in it were messages to be read and interpreted. Whether you believe in any of this as a spiritual reality or not, the important thing for our story tonight is what it tells us about how ancient people understood their relationship to the cosmos. They did not see themselves as small, isolated beings on a rock in space, the way we sometimes feel in our modern loneliness. They saw themselves as embedded in a larger order, connected to the stars and the seasons and the movement of time in a web of meaning that gave every moment and every place a significance that extended far beyond the personal. The sky was not empty space above them. It was the language in which the universe spoke, and they built monuments to prove they were listening. As we move toward the close of this second part of our journey, let us take a moment to gather the threads we've been weaving. We have visited the submerged coastlines of the ancient world and wondered what lies beneath the shallow seas. We have listened to the myths of civilization bringers from cultures around the globe and noticed the quiet pattern they make together. We have explored the mathematics of ancient buildings, the persistent appearance of Phae and Paia and precise astronomical alignments. We have climbed to the high plateau of the Andes and stood in the puzzling precision of Puma Punku. We have thought about the age of music, the power of oral tradition, and what might have been carried forward through the long corridors of deep time. We have walked among the megaliths of Malta, of Korea, of a dozen other places where ancient people piled enormous stones with enormous care. And we have looked up at the sky and asked whether the earth was once arranged to mirror it. None of these things separately proves anything definitive, and together they do not prove anything definitive either. The honest truth is that we do not know, and may never fully know, the complete story of humanity's ancient past. But the weight of all these things together, the accumulation of unexplained precision, of shared symbols, of global patterns, of myths that rhyme across continents and centuries, creates a feeling in the thoughtful and open mind. A feeling not of certainty, but of probability. The feeling that the story is larger than the textbook version, that the people who came before us were more capable, more organized, more curious, and more connected to each other and to the earth than we have given them credit for, and that somewhere in the deep past something happened that we have only barely begun to investigate. The story is far from over. We're only partway through this long, quiet journey, and there is much more to explore in the parts ahead. We will go deeper into specific sites and specific mysteries. We will follow the thread of ancient knowledge through the corridors of history and see where it leads. We will ask what it might mean for the way we understand ourselves and our place in the human story. But for now, for this moment, let the story rest a little. Let your breathing slow. Let the room hold you gently in the dark. The stars outside are the same stars that ancient builders watched from hilltops and stone circles and high plateaus. The same light, travelling the same distances, falling on a world that's always older than it looks. You are part of that story. You have always been part of that story. And right now, in this quiet moment, you do not need to understand it. You just need to rest inside it. The world turns slowly, and so do we. The night is still with you, still soft, still safe. Maybe you drifted off somewhere in the last part and have just found your way back. That is perfectly fine. This story will always be here when you return to it, exactly where you left it, patient and unhurried. Maybe you've been awake the whole time, following every thread with a quiet, sleepy attention. That is fine too. However you arrive at this part of the journey, you are welcome. We're going to keep going slowly, into more ancient places, more quiet mysteries, more of the long and beautiful story of what it means to be human on this old earth. Settle in. Let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw unclench just a little. Let the weight of the day, whatever it held, release from your body like something you've been carrying a long way and can finally set down. The story is here. The night is here. Let us continue. Chapter 32. The Island That Remembered. Far out in the Pacific Ocean, further from any continent than almost any other inhabited place on Earth, there is a small triangular island of volcanic rock. It is about 24 kilometers long and 12 kilometers wide. Its landscape is stark and treeless, swept by steady ocean winds. The soil is thin and dry. The coastline is rugged, dropping in places straight into the deep blue Pacific. This is Easter Island, known in the language of its indigenous Polynesian people as Rapa Nui. We mentioned the moai, the enormous stone statues of Rapa Nui, in an earlier part of our journey. But tonight let us spend a little more time here, because this island, in its smallness and its isolation, holds a particularly concentrated version of the mystery we have been exploring all night. Imagine arriving at Rapa Nui by sea, the way the first Polynesian settlers would have arrived, probably sometime around 700 to 1100 CE, though the dating is still debated. You have been at sea for days, or perhaps weeks, navigating by the stars and the currents in a large canoe. The open ocean has been all around you for so long that the sight of land, any land, feels like a gift. And then this island appears on the horizon, small and dark against the sky, growing slowly larger as you approach. You bring your people ashore. You bring plants for planting, animals for raising. You have knowledge carried from the islands you came from, which were themselves colonized by navigators who had carried knowledge from islands further west, all the way back through the chains of the Pacific to the original homeland of the Polynesian people, somewhere in the region of Taiwan several thousand years before. You and your people are not starting from nothing. You carry a tradition, a culture, a set of skills and stories and beliefs that has been refined over thousands of years of island hopping across the largest ocean on Earth. And in the centuries that follow your arrival, your descendants begin to build. They quarry the volcanic rock of the island's central volcano, a place called Rano Raraku. They carve figures from the rock, enormous human figures with long heads, strong noses and deeply set eyes. The figures face inland, away from the sea, looking over the land with an expression that is both serene and somehow watchful. At their peak there were perhaps 900 of these figures, the moai, in various stages of completion across the island. Some stand on large stone platforms called ahu along the coast. Some are still in the quarry, half carved from the rock, as if the workers simply put down their tools one day and never came back. The largest finished moai ever erected was about 10 meters tall and weighed roughly 80 tons. There is one in the quarry, never completed, that would have stood nearly 20 meters tall if finished. Why were they built? The most widely accepted understanding is that the moai represented the ancestors, that they were not gods exactly, but the deified spirits of important chiefs and leaders, carved in stone so that their mana, their spiritual power, would continue to protect and bless the living community. The eyes of the moai were filled in with white coral and red stone only during specific ceremonies, at which point the statue was believed to be fully alive with the ancestors' presence. This is beautiful. It is a profound expression of the human desire to hold on to the people we have lost, to make them permanent, to keep them present in the landscape. But the moai are also a puzzle in their logistics. The quarry where most of them were carved is in the interior of the island. The ahu platforms where they were erected are around the coast. The largest moai weigh tens of tons. How did the Rapa Nui people move them across rough terrain, without wheels, without large animals? Experiments have suggested several methods. In one experiment, researchers found that a moai could be moved upright, using ropes and a rocking motion, walking it forward slowly the way you might move a heavy refrigerator. This method, called walking the statues, is supported by some oral traditions on the island that say the moai walk to their platforms with the help of mana. In another method, the statues were laid on sledges and rolled on wooden rollers. This is more familiar as a technique and has been demonstrated to work, though it requires substantial timber, and one of the great tragedies of Rapa Nui is the near-total deforestation of the island, which occurred after human settlement and contributed to the collapse of the island's population and culture centuries before European contact. The mystery of the moai is not really about impossibility. It is about what it tells us about the people who built them. They chose to invest enormous energy, enormous resources, enormous collective effort in the creation of these stone figures, on a small, resource-limited island in the middle of the largest ocean on Earth. They chose to make something enormous and permanent and beautiful. Why does that matter to our story tonight? Because it is one more example of the same pattern, the same impulse that drove the builders of Stonehenge and Göbekli Tepe and the Great Pyramid and Angkor Wat and Newgrange. The impulse to build something that says, we were here, we believed in something, we honoured something, we wanted you, whoever you are, whenever you come, to know that. Every monument is a message sent across time without knowing who will receive it. We received this one. For a moment, just breathe. Picture those stone faces looking inland in the wind off the Pacific. Patient, old, watching over a landscape that has changed enormously since they were carved. They waited for you to find them. And here you are. Chapter 33. What the cave paintings tell us. Let us go somewhere much older now. Much, much older. Let us go underground. Imagine you are descending into a cave. The entrance is a narrow crack in a limestone cliff, partially hidden by vegetation. You have to turn sideways to squeeze through. The rock is cold and damp against your skin. The light from outside fades almost immediately, and within a few meters you are in total darkness. You switch on a light, and the cave opens up around you, a low-ceilinged passage that leads further into the rock. You walk carefully. The floor is uneven. Stalactites hang from the ceiling, built drop by patient drop over thousands of years. The sound of your footsteps echoes softly. The air is cool and still and carries a faint mineral smell, the smell of deep stone and ancient water. And then your light falls on the wall and you stop. Because the wall is painted. Not painted recently. Painted 30,000 years ago, or 40,000, or in some cases perhaps as many as 60,000 years ago, by hands that moved in the darkness of this same cave, by firelight, or by the weak glow of small stone lamps filled with animal fat. The paintings show animals: bison, horses, aurochs, mammoths, rhinoceroses, lions, bears. Some are drawn in outline. Some are filled in with ochre and charcoal and manganese, creating rich reddish-brown and black and sometimes white figures. Some are drawn with a sense of movement that is almost cinematic, the legs positioned to suggest running, the body weight correctly distributed, the musculature rendered with an accuracy that suggests direct observation of living animals. And some of the most celebrated examples of this ancient art show not just individual animals but groups, scenes, compositions in which multiple animals interact in ways that seem almost like narrative. A herd crossing a river, a confrontation between predator and prey, a gathering of animals around a central space. The Lascaux cave in France, discovered in 1940, contains approximately 2,000 individual images painted and engraved over a period of time that may span several thousand years, the most recent still 17,000 years old or more. The Chauvet cave, also in France, contains images that are perhaps 35,000 years old, and they are extraordinary in their sophistication. The horses at Chauvet are drawn with such assurance, with such a clear understanding of equine anatomy and movement, that they could hang in any art gallery in the world and hold their own. The people who made these paintings were not primitive. They were artists, skilled, observant, imaginative artists who understood perspective, who knew how to use the natural curves and protrusions of the cave wall to give their figures a three-dimensional quality, who mixed pigments to achieve different colours and textures, who worked in difficult conditions by uncertain light to create something that would last. And they were doing this 30, 40, 50,000 years ago. This is not the behaviour of creatures only a step above animals. This is the behaviour of beings with rich inner lives, with a drive to create and to communicate, with a capacity for beauty and meaning. Now here is something that connects these cave paintings to our larger story in an interesting way. Across many different cave sites in Europe, across thousands of years and hundreds of miles of geography, the same symbols appear. Not the animals, which vary, but abstract geometric symbols. A set of recurring shapes, dots, lines, ovals, circles, grids, zigzags, hand stencils, and a few dozen other recurring geometric forms. A researcher named Genevieve von Petzinger spent years cataloguing these symbols across dozens of cave sites in Europe, and found that the same basic set of about 32 symbols appears again and again, across thousands of years of cave art, from the earliest examples to the most recent. This consistency is remarkable. It suggests that these symbols were not random marks. They were a shared visual vocabulary, a set of signs that carried meanings that were agreed upon across communities and transmitted across generations. Were they the beginning of writing? Were they a symbolic system for recording information? Were they sacred signs used in religious rituals? We do not know. But the consistency of the symbols across so much time and space implies something important. That information was being passed between communities over very long distances, and that the shared symbolic vocabulary was maintained with care over thousands of years. The cave painters were in communication with each other somehow, across the prehistoric landscape of Europe. They shared not just a broad artistic tradition, but a specific visual language. What else did they share? What were they communicating with those consistent symbols? What knowledge was being passed between the people who gathered in these underground chambers by firelight, surrounded by the painted animals of their world? We may never fully know, but the marks are there, patient and persistent, still speaking in a language we have not yet learned to read. Chapter 34, The Mathematics of the Sky. We have visited several ancient sites where astronomical knowledge was encoded in architecture, but let us now think more carefully about what that knowledge actually required and what it implies about the people who possessed it. To build Stonehenge, someone needed to know the precise direction of the midsummer sunrise. This requires observation over at least 1 year, but to know it precisely enough to build an accurate alignment into a stone monument requires many years of observation, because the sun's rising point on the horizon changes slightly from day to day and returns to its most northerly point only once a year. To pinpoint that most northerly point precisely, you need to observe it multiple times over multiple years and average your observations. This is patient work, systematic work, work that requires record keeping, because you cannot hold years of observations in memory without some way of recording them. What form that record keeping took, we do not know. But it happened. To know the lunar standstill cycle, the approximately 18-year cycle in which the moon's rising and setting points reach their extreme positions, you need at minimum 18 years of careful lunar observation. Probably more, because you need to observe the cycle repeating at least once to confirm that it is a cycle and not a one-time event. So realistically, you need perhaps 36 or 50 years of careful lunar observations before you can begin to encode that knowledge in a monument with confidence. 50 years is a long time. It is most of a human life. It means the knowledge had to be passed from one generation of observers to the next, with the second generation continuing the systematic observations begun by the first. It requires a scientific culture in the deepest sense of the word, a community that values the long-term accumulation of knowledge and has the organization to maintain systematic observation across generations. This is not what we picture when we imagine the people of 5,000 years ago, but this is what the monuments they built require. And the astronomical sophistication implied by ancient monuments is not limited to the sun and moon. Several ancient cultures demonstrated knowledge of the precession of the equinoxes, one of the most subtle and long-term astronomical cycles known. Precession is a slow wobble in the Earth's rotational axis that causes the position of the celestial poles to move slowly over time. The North Celestial Pole, the point in the sky that appears to stay still while all the other stars rotate around it, is currently very close to the star Polaris. But due to precession, the North Pole slowly traces a large circle across the sky over a period of approximately 26,000 years. Several thousand years ago, the North Celestial Pole was near a different star. In ancient Egypt, it was near a star called Thuban in the constellation Draco. To detect precession through direct observation, you need either records of stellar positions spanning hundreds or thousands of years, or very precise measurements made over a shorter period. The ancient Greek astronomer Hipparchus is generally credited with the first documented discovery of precession, around 125 BCE, based on comparing his observations to older records. He calculated the rate of precession to about 46 arc-seconds per year, which is reasonably close to the modern value of about 50 arc-seconds per year. But there are researchers who argue that knowledge of precession appears in much older sources. The Hindu text called the Surya Siddhanta contains astronomical data that implies a knowledge of precession. Some interpretations of ancient Egyptian astronomical texts suggest awareness of the precessional cycle. The Babylonian astronomical tradition contains records of stellar positions that may encode an understanding of the slowly shifting sky. If precession was known in some form long before Hipparchus formally documented it, that knowledge required observation spanning at least several centuries. It required the kind of long-term, systematic, transgenerational scientific project that we do not usually associate with the ancient world. And yet the monuments suggest it. The careful alignments, the precise orientations, the encoded astronomical cycles, all of these imply a community of observers who worked across generations to accumulate and apply knowledge of the sky. Perhaps the most honest thing we can say is this: the ancient world contained a level of scientific culture that our standard historical narrative significantly underestimates. Not because ancient people had access to modern technology, they did not, but because the human mind, applied patiently and collectively to the observation of the natural world over long periods of time, is capable of extraordinary things, and it always has been. For a moment, just breathe. Look in your imagination at the sky above wherever you are. If the ceiling were not there, if the city lights were not there. Imagine the stars as they were seen 10,000 years ago from an open hillside, thick and brilliant, the Milky Way blazing, the planets moving slowly against the fixed stars like slow, bright ships. Imagine watching that sky every clear night for 50 years. What would you learn? What would you pass on? Chapter 35. The Lost Libraries. There is a particular kind of grief that historians sometimes feel when they think about the ancient libraries and archives that no longer exist. The Library of Alexandria is the most famous example of this grief. Founded sometime in the 3rd century BCE by the early Ptolemaic rulers of Egypt, it was intended to be a universal library, a repository of all human knowledge in written form. At its height, it may have contained several 100,000 scrolls, representing texts from across the ancient world: Egypt, Greece, Persia, India, Mesopotamia, and beyond. Scholars came from across the Mediterranean to study there. It was, in its time, the closest thing the ancient world had to a global knowledge repository. It no longer exists. It was not destroyed in a single dramatic fire, as popular legend often has it. Its decline was more gradual, a combination of budget cuts under later rulers, political turbulence, the gradual removal of texts, and yes, some fires and raids. By the time Christianity became dominant in the Roman Empire and pagan institutions fell out of favour, the library had already declined significantly from its peak. Its final destruction was a slow fade rather than a single catastrophe. But what it held is gone. We know from references in surviving ancient texts that the Library of Alexandria contained works that no longer exist in any form. Plays by Aeschylus and Sophocles and Euripides of which we have only fragments or titles. Works of philosophy, mathematics, astronomy, medicine, engineering. Works from non-Greek traditions, texts from Persia and Babylon and Egypt that were translated into Greek and stored in the library and that vanished when the library vanished. We will never know what was in those lost books. We will never know what knowledge was contained in them. Every so often a researcher finds a clue, a reference in a surviving text to a lost work that describes something surprising, a measurement, a technique, a piece of knowledge that seems more advanced than it should be for its era. And then the reference ends, and the lost work remains lost, and we are left with only the shadow of something that was once full and real. But Alexandria is not alone. Every ancient culture had its archives, its libraries, its repositories of knowledge. Most of them are gone. In China, the Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor to unify China, famously ordered the burning of books in 213 BCE. He wanted to consolidate power and eliminate the influence of competing schools of thought, particularly Confucianism. Scholars who refused to comply were reportedly executed. The exact scope of the burning is disputed, and some scholars believe it has been exaggerated in later accounts, but a significant quantity of ancient Chinese texts was certainly destroyed. In the Americas, when Spanish conquistadors arrived in the 16th century, they systematically destroyed the written records of the Maya and Aztec cultures. The Maya had developed a sophisticated writing system and maintained extensive libraries of bark paper books called codices. The Bishop Diego de Landa oversaw the burning of 27 Maya codices in 1562, an act he himself later described with a mixture of satisfaction and some unease. Only 4 Maya codices survive today. 4 out of what was once an extensive literature. The Aztec had similar records: histories, calendars, astronomical tables, maps, genealogies, religious texts, most of them destroyed within a generation of European contact. What did those texts contain? We will never fully know. The Maya texts we have are extraordinary. The Dresden Codex contains Venus tables of remarkable accuracy, tracking the movements of Venus across a cycle of hundreds of years with a precision that modern astronomers confirm. If that level of astronomical knowledge is in one of only 4 surviving codices, what was in the other 23? The loss is incalculable, and these are only the losses we know about. The libraries that burned whose existence we no longer even remember. The archives that rotted in the damp. The scrolls that were recycled for other uses when the civilization that valued them had collapsed. The oral traditions that died with the last speaker of a language. The songs that were never written down and that faded into silence when the last person who knew them was gone. The accumulated loss of ancient knowledge is one of the great quiet tragedies of human history. What we have is a fraction of what once existed, a thin slice of the light from a world that was once much fuller, and yet even that fraction is astonishing. Even the little we have is enough to suggest that the story was richer than we know. Chapter 36. The Waters Below the Earth. There is a world beneath the ground that most people rarely think about. Not the geological world of rock and magma, though that is endlessly fascinating in its own right. The world of underground water, aquifers and underground rivers and vast subterranean lakes hidden in the darkness below the surface of the earth. In some parts of the world, particularly in limestone landscapes, this underground water world is extensive and complex. The limestone, which is a rock formed from the accumulated shells and skeletons of ancient sea creatures, is slowly dissolved by slightly acidic rainwater over millions of years, creating a landscape of caves, sinkholes, underground rivers and chambers that can extend for hundreds of kilometers. These limestone cave systems, in addition to being places where ancient people created their cave paintings, were also places of profound spiritual significance in many ancient cultures. They were understood as entrances to the underworld, as places where the boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead was thin. The ancient Maya built many of their most sacred temples directly over caves or sinkholes, called cenotes, that led to underground water. The cenote was the gateway to Xibalba, the Maya underworld. Sacred objects, and in some cases human sacrifices, were deposited in these underground waters as offerings to the gods of the deep. When researchers have dived into the cenotes of the Yucatan Peninsula, they have found remarkable things. Ancient Maya artifacts, yes, bones, both animal and human, sacred objects made of jade and obsidian, but also much older things, the bones of extinct animals from the last ice age, and in some cases the bones of very ancient human beings who died there, or were placed there many thousands of years ago. One of the most remarkable discoveries was made in a flooded cave system called Hoyo Negro, a black hole, in the Yucatan. Deep in the underwater cave, researchers found the near-complete skeleton of a teenage girl, later named Naya, who died there approximately 12 to 13,000 years ago. She fell or was deposited in the cave when it was dry, before rising sea levels and rainwater filled it completely. Naya's DNA has been analysed, and it contains information that is highly valuable for understanding the early peopling of the Americas. But beyond the genetics, the mere fact of her presence there, in the deep darkness of a cave that was later submerged by rising water, is a reminder of how ancient the human presence in the Americas actually is, and of how much evidence of that ancient presence lies hidden in places we have only recently gained the tools to access. The underground world is full of these preserved glimpses of ancient life. Caves are natural time capsules. The steady temperature, the protection from the elements, the absence of the freeze-thaw cycles that destroy organic material at the surface. All of these qualities make caves extraordinary preservers of ancient evidence. And we've explored only a tiny fraction of the world's cave systems. the vast majority of underground passages and chambers that exist beneath the Earth's surface have never been entered by a modern human. Some cannot be accessed at all with current technology, either because they are completely flooded or because they are too narrow or too deep. What might be waiting in the unexplored darkness below the ground? Perhaps nothing of significance. Perhaps the quiet drip of water and the slow growth of formations and the bones of animals that wandered in and could not find their way out. But perhaps something else. In the Yucatan, in the caves of southern France, in the limestone mountains of China and Southeast Asia, in the great karst systems of the American Southeast, the ground holds its secrets in the dark and the wet and the deep quiet. Patient as stone, patient as time. For a moment, just breathe. Let the image of the underground world settle around you. The dark, the cool, damp air, the distant sound of water. You're not underground. You're warm and safe where you are. But somewhere below the surface of the earth, water is moving through passages that no one has ever seen, through chambers that have been dark since the rock was formed, past formations that grew one crystal at a time across 10,000 years, the world below the world, as old as the stone. Chapter 37. The Sailors of the Deep Past. We have talked about the Polynesian navigators, those extraordinary ocean crossers who settled the Pacific. But let us spend a little more time with the question of ancient seafaring, because it's one of the areas where recent research has most dramatically revised our understanding of what early people were capable of. The traditional view of early human migration was largely land-based. People walked. They followed coastlines on foot. They crossed land bridges exposed by lower sea levels. The sea was a barrier, not a road. But this view has been steadily dismantled by accumulating evidence. The island of Flores in Indonesia was reached by hominins, possibly a pre-modern human species called Homo erectus, at least 1 million years ago. Flores has never been connected to the Asian mainland by a land bridge, even at the lowest sea levels of the ice ages. Getting there required crossing at least 2 substantial stretches of open water. Whatever combination of accident and intention was involved, something crossed the sea to Flores more than 1 million years ago. Modern humans reached Australia somewhere between 50,000 and 65,000 years ago. Again, Australia has never been directly connected to mainland Asia. Reaching it required crossing the open ocean, probably the stretch of water between what is now the Indonesian archipelago and the Australian continent. The crossing would have been at least a few tens of kilometres, perhaps more. It required boats, or at minimum rafts capable of surviving an open ocean crossing. And these were not small groups of accidental castaways. The genetic evidence suggests that the initial human population of Australia was substantial enough to survive and eventually grow into the diverse Aboriginal population that inhabited the continent for tens of thousands of years. Multiple crossings may have been made. What does that tell us? It tells us that modern humans were making deliberate sea crossings at least 65,000 years ago. Not stumbling accidentally across a narrow strait, but intentionally navigating the open ocean in some kind of watercraft. The boats that made these crossings are long gone. Wood and plant fibre do not survive for 60,000 years in tropical climates. We have no physical evidence of these ancient vessels, but their existence is implied by the presence of people on islands that could only be reached by sea. And if people were crossing stretches of open ocean 65,000 years ago, then what were they capable of by 12,000 years ago, by 8,000 years ago, by the time the ice was melting and the world was changing rapidly? The archaeological evidence of early seafaring in the Mediterranean is also being revised upward. Obsidian from the island of Melos, a volcanic island in the Aegean Sea, has been found at sites on the Greek mainland dating to more than 12,000 years ago. Melos was never connected to the mainland, even at Ice Age sea levels. getting obsidian from Melos to the mainland required a sea crossing of at least 30 kilometres. Stone artefacts have been found on the island of Crete that may date to as early as 130,000 years ago. Again, a time when Crete was an island, requiring a sea crossing to reach. The image of ancient people hugging the shore and avoiding the open sea is increasingly difficult to maintain. They were crossing open water. They were doing it regularly, and they were doing it before any of the civilizations we call ancient had yet appeared. What routes did they travel? What knowledge did they accumulate about ocean currents and prevailing winds and the movements of fish and birds? What traditions of navigation were developed over tens of thousands of years of ocean travel and then largely lost when the cultures that held them collapsed or transformed? The sea roads of the ancient world are invisible to us now, washed away by 10,000 years of wind and wave, but the genetic echoes of the journeys made on those roads are still there, in the DNA of people on islands and coastlines around the world, carrying the silent signature of ancient voyagers who crossed impossible distances with tools of wood and fibre and star. They were not afraid of the ocean. They were at home on it. For a moment, just breathe. Imagine being in a boat on the open ocean at night. No land visible in any direction. The sky above you full of stars. The water dark and deep below. The boat moving steadily in the long swell. It is not frightening in this imagining. It is vast and quiet. The stars are a map you have spent your whole life learning to read. The ocean is a road you know. You know where you're going. You have always known. Chapter 38. The Stones That Speak. Let us return to Britain for a moment, but away from the famous sites, away from Stonehenge and Avebury, to something quieter and in some ways more mysterious. Scattered across the landscape of Scotland, Ireland, Wales and the west of England are single standing stones, solitary pillars of rock, set upright in the ground by human hands, in locations that are often, to a modern eye, completely unremarkable. A field, a hillside, the edge of a moor, a stretch of agricultural land where no other ancient monument survives nearby. These standing stones, called menhirs from the Breton words for long stone, are among the most enigmatic objects in the ancient British landscape. Unlike Stonehenge or the great chambered tombs, they carry no obvious astronomical alignment, no elaborate chamber, no clear ceremonial purpose that we can easily identify. They simply stand there, in the landscape, pointing upward. Some of them are carved. Some carry cup and ring marks, circular carved depressions surrounded by concentric rings, sometimes connected by channels. These marks are found on standing stones and on exposed rock surfaces across the British Isles and beyond, in parts of Scandinavia, in Portugal, in India, in parts of the Americas. Their meaning is unknown. The wide geographic distribution of this same motif across cultures that had no known contact is one of the gentler mysteries of the ancient world. Some standing stones are associated with local legends. A stone that was once a giant turned to rock by a saint. A stone that walks to a nearby stream to drink on certain nights of the year. A stone that marks the grave of a king, or a battle, or a boundary between the world of the living and the world of the dead. These legends are much younger than the stones themselves in most cases. The people who told these legends lived thousands of years after the stones were erected, and had no more knowledge of their true purpose than we do. They were making sense of something already ancient and mysterious in their own time. But perhaps the legends carry, in their strange and poetic way, a faint echo of something real. The stone as a boundary marker, literally and ceremonially, between territories and between states of being. The stone as an anchor for memory and identity. The stone as a gathering point, a place where communities came together at significant times of the year. There is a concept in archaeology called a persistent place, a location that is returned to again and again across thousands of years by different peoples and different cultures because something about the place itself draws people there. Maybe a natural spring, maybe an unusual rock formation, maybe a view of a particular horizon, maybe something else, some quality that we do not have a word for but that human beings seem to have consistently recognized and responded to. Many of the great ancient monuments are built on or near persistent places, sites that show evidence of human activity long before the monuments were built, as if the monument was the final permanent expression of a sacred relationship with a place that had been felt and honoured for generations before anyone decided to mark it in stone. The single standing stones may be the most ancient layer of this, the earliest, simplest form of the human impulse to mark a meaningful place, to say, here, this is here, remember this is here, they are still here, still standing, still pointing upward at the sky that has changed slowly around them while they stayed fixed. Chapter 39. The Body as Temple. There is one more kind of ancient knowledge that we have not yet talked about, and it is perhaps the most intimate kind, the knowledge of the human body. Ancient medical traditions from around the world contain a depth of understanding of human physiology, pharmacology, and healing that is not easy to explain as the product of simple empirical trial and error. Ayurvedic medicine, the traditional medical system of India, which is documented in texts going back several thousand years, contains descriptions of the human body that are remarkably detailed and sophisticated. The concept of the pulse as a diagnostic tool, the use of hundreds of medicinal plants and minerals, the understanding of diet and lifestyle as fundamental to health, the recognition of the connection between mental and physical well-being, these are not primitive guesses. They reflect centuries or millennia of careful observation and systematic practice. Traditional Chinese medicine, with its concepts of qi, the life force, flowing through pathways called meridians, and its enormous pharmacopoeia of plant, animal, and mineral medicines, represents a similarly deep tradition of accumulated medical knowledge. Modern researchers have confirmed the efficacy of many traditional Chinese herbal treatments, and the practice of acupuncture, placing needles at specific points on the body to affect health, has been shown in clinical studies to have real effects on pain and certain other conditions, even if the theoretical framework behind it does not map neatly onto Western anatomy. In the Americas, indigenous healers used plants with extraordinary sophistication. The Amazon rainforest alone contains thousands of plant species with medicinal properties, and the indigenous peoples of the Amazon developed detailed knowledge of these plants over generations, knowing which plants to use for which conditions, how to prepare them, what combinations were effective and which were dangerous. One of the most remarkable examples is ayahuasca, a brew used by many Amazonian cultures in healing and ritual contexts. Ayahuasca is prepared by combining two plants, a vine called Banisteropsis caapi, which contains compounds called monoamine oxidase inhibitors, and the leaves of a shrub called Psychotria viridis, which contains a compound called DMT. Neither plant alone produces significant effects when taken orally, but when combined, the MAO inhibitors in the vine allow the DMT in the leaves to become orally active, creating a powerful and prolonged altered state of consciousness. How did ancient Amazonian healers discover this specific combination from among thousands of possible plants in one of the most biodiverse regions on Earth? The combination requires not just knowing which plants to use, but knowing to combine them in this specific way. The answer given by the healers themselves is often that the plants told them. That knowledge came through the visionary states induced by the plants themselves. Whether that explanation satisfies the scientific mind or not, the practical fact remains. The knowledge was obtained somehow, and it represents a sophisticated pharmacological understanding that modern science has only recently confirmed and is still working to fully understand. The human body has been a subject of careful study for a very long time, and the traditions that emerge from that study contain knowledge that is sometimes centuries ahead of where Western science arrived when it approached the same questions from a different direction. This is not magic. This is accumulated human intelligence applied to the most immediate and compelling subject available, the body we inhabit and what it needs to thrive and to heal. For a moment, just breathe. Notice the body that is holding you right now, the warmth of it, the slow rise and fall of the breath, the weight of the limbs resting against the surface beneath you. This body is ancient technology. It has been refined over millions of years of evolution into something extraordinarily capable, extraordinarily resilient, and extraordinarily complex. The healers who studied it for thousands of years were not primitive. They were, in their way, the first scientists, and they knew more than we sometimes give them credit for. Chapter 40. The pattern that keeps returning. As we near the end of this fourth part of our journey, let us take a step back and look at the whole picture we have been building. Not the specific sites and specific mysteries, but the larger shape of what they suggest together. There is a pattern that keeps returning throughout this story, not always in the same form, not always with the same details, but recognizable. The pattern is this. Across the world, across thousands of years, across cultures that had no known contact with each other, the same impulses and sometimes the same solutions appear. The impulse to mark the sky in stone, the impulse to build for permanence, the impulse to encode astronomical and mathematical knowledge in architecture, the impulse to remember the dead in large and lasting ways, the impulse to gather in sacred places and perform rituals that mark the turning points of the year, the impulse to send knowledge forward through time, in stone or story or bone or blood, and consistently at sites that the conventional historical narrative dates to long before any of the things we associate with civilization, the evidence of sophisticated knowledge, precise measurements, complex mathematics, long-term astronomical observation, large-scale social organization. What does this pattern mean? It could mean several things, and the honest answer is that we do not know which interpretation is correct, and it may be that different interpretations are correct in different cases. It could mean that human intelligence is more ancient and more consistent than our historical narrative suggests, that the capacity for complex thought, for mathematics, for systematic observation, for large-scale social organization is not something that appeared only recently and in specific places. It is something that has been present in our species since the beginning, expressing itself wherever circumstances allowed, leaving traces wherever those traces happened to survive. It could mean that there was more contact and communication between ancient cultures than we currently understand. That knowledge travelled along trade routes and sea roads and migration paths much further and much earlier than our conventional history suggests. That the similarities between ancient cultures are not coincidences but echoes of a shared intellectual tradition carried by people on the move. It could mean that some of the accumulated knowledge we see in ancient monuments was inherited from earlier cultures that have left few or no recognizable traces, either because they built in perishable materials or because their sites are now underwater or buried. Or it could mean some combination of all of these things, in different proportions in different cases. The truth is probably complicated. The truth usually is, but the pattern is real, and it is beautiful, and it is one of the most compelling reasons to keep looking, keep asking, keep being curious about the long and ancient story of our species. We are not at the end of this story tonight. We will continue in the parts ahead, going deeper into some of these mysteries, visiting more places, following more threads. But for now, let this fourth part of the journey settle gently around you. You have been to Easter Island and stood in the shadow of the Moai. You have descended into painted caves and looked at the marks left by hands 30,000 years ago. You have thought about the patient astronomers who watched the sky for generations and encoded what they learned in stone. You have mourned the lost libraries and the knowledge they contained. You have dived into the underwater darkness of a Yucatan cenote. You have sailed in imagination the ancient sea roads of the Pacific. You have stood in a field next to a single stone that has been standing since before any civilization we know existed. You have thought about the ancient knowledge of the body and the wisdom hidden in 1,000 traditional healing systems. And underneath all of it, the same quiet question has been present. Not demanding an answer, just present. What if we are only just beginning to understand how deep the human story goes? Let that question rest in you now, as gently as a hand on your shoulder. There is no urgency to it. There is no anxiety in it tonight. It is just a wondering. A wide-open, soft-edged wondering that makes the dark feel a little larger and a little more full of possibility. The night is still here. You are still here. And the story is still going. Breathe slowly. Let your body be heavy and warm. Let the ancient world settle around you like the deepest layer of sleep, the kind you sink into when all the questions have gone quiet and there is only the soft dark and the slow breath, and the sense, wordless and certain, that everything is as it should be. The world turns slowly, and so do we. The night has grown a little deeper since we last spoke, or perhaps it has not. Perhaps it is exactly the same night, the same darkness, the same quiet room and the same still air. Time moves strangely when you're resting, when the body is heavy and the mind is drifting between the story and the soft edges of sleep. An hour can feel like a few minutes. A few minutes can feel like no time at all. That is one of the small gifts of this kind of listening. Wherever you are in the night, wherever you are in the drift between waking and sleeping, the story is here. The same story it has always been. Patient and unhurried, like the ancient things we have been exploring. Come back in gently, or stay half gone if that is where you are. Either way, you're welcome. Let us continue. Chapter 41. The Village at the Edge of the World. Imagine a coastline in northern Scotland. This is a place where the land ends suddenly, not gently, not gradually, but sharply, in cliffs of dark rock that drop straight into the North Atlantic. The sea here is cold and grey-green and restless. Even on calm days, there is a constant deep swell, the memory of distant storms arriving from thousands of miles away across the open ocean. The wind here is almost always present. Sometimes it is a low, steady breath from the west. Sometimes it builds into something wilder, something that makes the grass lie flat and the waves break white against the cliffs, and the whole landscape seem to be leaning eastward away from the force of it. And here, on a small bay on the western coast of the Orkney Islands, there is a village. It is not a village you would notice from a distance. There are no towers, no spires, no walls rising high above the landscape. The structures are low, pressed into the earth, partially buried in the sand dunes above the beach. From a certain angle you might miss them entirely, thinking them just another undulation of the coastal ground. But come closer. Come down to the level of the sand and you will see the doorways, low, stone-lined openings that lead into the earth, and inside, a world of extraordinary intimacy and craft. This is Skara Brae. It is a Neolithic village, meaning it was built and occupied during the New Stone Age, when people lived by farming and herding, but had not yet discovered metal. It was occupied from approximately 3180 BCE to about 2500 BCE. That makes it roughly 5,000 years old. Older than Stonehenge in its final form, older than the Great Pyramid. The village consists of 8 stone houses connected by covered passages. Each house follows the same general plan. A single rectangular room with rounded corners, a central hearth for heat and cooking, stone-lined box beds on either side of the hearth, and against the wall facing the entrance, a piece of stone furniture that researchers call a dresser. 2 stone shelves, one above the other, built into the wall where they would catch the eye of anyone entering the house. What was on those shelves? We do not know exactly. Prized possessions, perhaps. Sacred objects. The things that mattered most. But the dresser faces the entrance. It is the first thing you see when you come inside, and that placement suggests that whatever was displayed on it was meant to be seen, was meant to communicate something about the people who lived there. The beds are made of stone, but they were almost certainly filled with something soft for sleeping. Heather, perhaps. Animal skins. The stone merely formed the frame. Every house is the same floor plan, the same furniture, the same layout. There is a democratic quality to it, a sense that every family in this village lived in essentially the same way, with the same space and the same basic comforts. And the interconnected passages speak of community, of people who moved between each other's homes, who shared their lives in the close, warm proximity of a small village in a cold northern landscape. Skara Brae was buried by a sand dune for thousands of years. It was accidentally exposed during a storm in 1850, and its stone construction meant that the interiors were preserved in extraordinary detail. Stone furniture survives that would have rotted away in any other material. The shape of daily life in Neolithic Orkney is visible in a way it almost never is from this period. Looking at Skara Brae, you feel the presence of the people who lived there very strongly, not as abstractions, not as symbols of an era, but as people. People who woke up in the morning and put fuel on the fire and ate their breakfast and went about their day and came home in the evening and slept in their stone beds with the wind outside and the warmth inside. People who also, by the way, were building Stonehenge. The same culture that produced the cosy domesticity of Skara Brae was also engaged in the monumental astronomical engineering of the Great Stone Circles. Both were happening at the same time in the same broad tradition. The ordinary and the extraordinary, the intimate and the immense, both present at once. That is a very human combination. For a moment, just breathe. Picture a warm fire in a stone house, the smell of it, the sound of it, the way the light moves on the stone walls, outside the wind, inside the warmth. You have had that experience in one form or another. Everyone has. Across 5,000 years, it is the same. Chapter 42, Echoes, Across the Ocean. One of the most quietly fascinating puzzles in the study of ancient cultures is the question of how similar certain things are across the Atlantic Ocean, on opposite sides of the world, in cultures that are generally assumed to have developed independently. Let us look at a few of these similarities carefully and honestly, without overclaiming what they prove. In ancient Egypt, the dead were mummified. The organs were removed and placed in special containers. The body was preserved and wrapped. Elaborate funeral rites were performed. The afterlife was understood as a journey through a specific landscape of challenges and judgments. And the dead were buried, at least the important ones, in pyramid-shaped tombs. In ancient Mesoamerica, the Maya and the Aztec also built pyramid-shaped structures, though theirs had flat tops rather than pointed ones, and were used as temple platforms rather than burial chambers, at least in most cases. Some Mesoamerican pyramids do contain burials, however, and one of the most famous, the Temple of the Inscriptions at Palenque, contains the elaborate tomb of the Maya ruler Pakal the Great, whose burial was accompanied by jade, ceramic and other grave goods, and whose sarcophagus lid carries intricate carvings that some researchers have read as symbolic narratives of death and rebirth. The pyramidal form appears on both sides of the Atlantic, in Egypt, in Sudan, in Mexico, in Guatemala, in Belize, in Honduras, in Peru. Pyramidal structures were the most prestigious and permanent form of monumental architecture. They represented the mountain, the axis of the world, the place where earth and sky met. This might simply reflect the universal human tendency to build upward toward the sky when seeking to honor the divine. The pyramid is a structurally stable and visually impressive form. It might have been independently invented many times. But other parallels are harder to dismiss as coincidental. The concept of a sacred calendar combining a solar year and a ritual cycle appears in both ancient Egypt and in Mesoamerican cultures. The use of writing systems combining phonetic and ideographic elements appears in both ancient Egypt and in ancient China. The practice of trepanation, cutting holes in the skull, probably to relieve pressure or to treat certain neurological conditions, appears in ancient Peru, in ancient Egypt, in ancient Europe, and in many other places. The surgical skill required to do this without killing the patient is significant, and examples from multiple cultures show evidence of bone regrowth after the operation, indicating that patients frequently survived. Across the ancient world, there are these moments of convergence, similar solutions to similar problems, similar symbolic vocabularies, similar technical achievements. The most cautious interpretation is that these are all cases of independent invention, the result of the universal human mind encountering the same challenges and arriving at similar answers. This is certainly true in many cases. But some researchers argue that the parallels are too specific, too detailed, to be entirely explained by independent invention. That at some level, perhaps in the very deep past, there was more connection between the cultures of the ancient world than the conventional history allows. Not necessarily direct contact in the historical period, but a shared inheritance from a deeper layer of human history, when the world was less divided by oceans and more connected by the slow movements of migrating people carrying knowledge across vast distances. We cannot resolve this tonight. We probably cannot resolve it in our lifetime with current evidence. But the question is worth asking, and the asking is itself a kind of honouring of the ancient world, a recognition that the people who built those pyramids and performed those surgeries and carved those calendars were not isolated, accidental geniuses. They were part of a long human conversation, even if we cannot yet trace all the connections. Chapter 43. The language beneath languages. Language is one of the most powerful pieces of evidence about ancient human history, and also one of the most elusive. Languages change over time. They change relatively quickly in historical terms. In just 1,000 years, a language can change so completely that a modern speaker cannot understand the older form. Modern English speakers cannot read Old English, the language spoken in Britain 1,000 years ago, without special study. 1,000 years? That is a very short time in the history of our species. But languages also share structures. Linguists have developed methods for identifying relationships between languages and for tracing them back to common ancestors, called proto-languages. The most famous of these reconstructed ancestors is Proto-Indo-European, the theoretical ancestor of a large family of languages that include Sanskrit, Latin, Greek, Persian, and all the modern European languages except Finnish, Hungarian, Basque, and a few others. Proto-Indo-European has been partially reconstructed by comparing the vocabularies and grammars of its descendant languages and working backward to identify what the common ancestor must have looked like. We cannot know for certain what it sounded like, because it was never written down and was spoken perhaps 6,000 years ago or more. But the reconstruction gives us a ghost of an ancient tongue, and the vocabulary of this reconstructed language tells us things about the people who spoke it. Words for wheel and for wagon have been reconstructed, which tells us approximately when Proto-Indo-European was being spoken, because it must have been after the wheel was invented. Words for snow and for cold climate. Words for cattle and sheep and grain, suggesting an agricultural and herding people. Words for the sky and the sun and the seasons. But here is something interesting. There are words in Proto-Indo-European that seem to be borrowed from an even older source. Words that do not fit neatly into the pattern of the language, that seem to come from somewhere else. Linguists call these substrate words the remnants of older languages that were spoken by populations absorbed into the Proto-Indo-European speaking world. Who spoke those older languages? What did they say to each other? Their languages are almost entirely lost, leaving only these few borrowed words floating like debris on the surface of the languages that survived them. And beneath those substrate words there are hints of something even older. Some researchers studying the world's languages have proposed that certain very basic phonetic and structural patterns appear in languages all over the world, across language families that have been completely separate for tens of thousands of years. The theory of a proto-human language, a single ancestral language spoken by all of humanity before our species spread across the globe, is controversial and not accepted by most mainstream linguists. But the idea that the very oldest layers of human language might share some faint common features is intriguing and not entirely implausible. Language, like everything else we have been exploring tonight, contains layers. Surface layers that change quickly, deeper layers that change more slowly, and at the very bottom, something so old and so fundamental that it barely changes at all. The word for mother, in an astonishing number of languages around the world, begins with a sound made by pressing the lips together. The M sound, mama, mère, madre, mutter, ma, amma, ma. Babies begin to make this sound very early. It requires only the most basic mouth movement. It is possibly the first consonant most humans ever produce, and across languages that have been separated for 50,000 years or more, the sound has stuck to the meaning. The oldest word in the world may be the first word any of us ever said. For a moment, just breathe. Notice how the breath moves through you. Through a body that learned to breathe before it learned to speak, before it learned to think in words, before it learned anything at all. You were born knowing how to breathe. Some things go back that far. Chapter 44. The giant of the Atacama High in the mountains of northern Chile, on a steep hillside overlooking the Atacama Desert, there is a giant. Not a real giant, but a geoglyph. A large figure drawn on the slope of the hill by removing the surface stones to reveal the lighter ground beneath. The figure is a stylized human form, drawn in a simple but striking style. It stands with arms raised and legs spread, and it wears an elaborate headdress of rays extending outward from the head like the spokes of a wheel. This is the Atacama giant, or the Gigante de Atacama, and it is remarkable in several ways. First, its size. The figure is approximately 86 meters tall, making it one of the largest prehistoric representations of a human being in the world. At that scale, it can only be fully appreciated from a distance, either from the air or from a position further up the hillside. Second, its context. The Atacama Desert is one of the driest places on Earth. In some parts of the Atacama, no rainfall has ever been recorded. The extreme dryness has preserved the geoglyph for possibly 1,500 years, and the same dryness has preserved other traces of ancient activity in the region that would have disappeared in any wetter climate. Third, and most interesting for our purposes, its astronomical properties. The Atacama giant is aligned so that the moon, at certain points in the lunar cycle, rises directly above the figure's head. Specifically, during the lunar standstill, the figure appears to point directly at the rising moon at its most northerly position. Here we are again. The moon, encoded in a large human figure on a hillside. The astronomer who identified this alignment, Lautaro Núñez, suggested that the figure represents a shaman or ritual specialist associated with the moon and with the calendar systems of the ancient Atacama cultures. The headdress of rays may represent the moon's light, or the spokes of a calendar wheel, or both simultaneously. What is compelling about this is the consistency of the pattern. From the cold, wet islands of northern Scotland to the dry mountains of northern Chile, ancient people were paying careful attention to the moon and encoding their observations in the landscape. The methods were different, the cultural contexts were entirely different, the figures and structures they made were different in form and style, but the attention was the same patient watching of the same sky, the same desire to make that watching permanent, and the same quiet confidence that someone, somewhere in the future, would look at what they had made and understand. Chapter 45. The silence of the stones. There is something that happens sometimes, and researchers who have spent a great deal of time at ancient sites sometimes describe it. A moment of unusual stillness in the presence of very old stone. Not a supernatural experience, not a vision or a voice, just a quality of attention that the place seems to invite, a quieting of the ordinary mind and its ordinary chatter, a sense of being present in a very complete way, without past or future pressing in from the sides. Maybe this is simply the effect of being in a quiet, natural place that is visually interesting and historically resonant. The psychology of sacred spaces has been studied, and researchers have identified features that many such spaces share: distinctive acoustics, natural beauty, a degree of enclosure, a sense of remove from ordinary life. Stonehenge before the crowds, before the fences, in the early morning with no one else around, reportedly has this quality strongly. The stones are so large and so old, and the sky above them is so wide that the ordinary sense of personal scale simply dissolves. You become, for a moment, just a witness, just a pair of eyes and a breath and a heartbeat in a landscape that has been holding people like this for 5,000 years. Newgrange has it too, particularly on the morning of the winter solstice when the light comes in. Those who have experienced it describe a quality of feeling that goes beyond what the visual event alone would seem to justify. Something that moves them, not because they believe in magic, but because the human intention encoded in that shaft of light, the care and knowledge and devotion that went into aligning a 5,000-year-old building to receive exactly that light on exactly that morning, is simply overwhelming when you're standing inside it. Göbekli Tepe, those with the privilege of having spent time there have said, has a particular heaviness to it, a weight of time that is almost physical. The knowledge that you're standing on a site that is literally the oldest complex religious monument so far discovered, and that the culture that built it is so ancient that it precedes our entire recorded history by several thousand years, gives the experience a quality that is hard to put into words. Ancient places do something to the mind. They do something to the sense of time and scale and personal significance. They remind you, in the most direct possible way, that you are a very small and very temporary thing in a very large and very old world, and somehow that is not a diminishment, it is the opposite. Because the very same fact that makes you small and temporary also makes you connected. Connected to every other small and temporary person who has stood in that same place and felt the same stones, and looked at the same sky, and felt the same dissolving of the ordinary sense of self into something larger and quieter and more at rest. You are part of the same continuity. You belong to the same long, unbroken line of wandering human beings, and that line is not a burden, it is a comfort. For a moment, just breathe. Feel the weight of the stones around you, not the literal weight of any specific monument, but the metaphorical weight of all that ancient intention. All those hands that shaped stone for you to find. All those eyes that watched the sky so that you could inherit their knowledge. All those voices that told the stories so that the stories would reach you. It is a gift, given without any expectation of return, across distances of time that the givers could not even have imagined. Just a gift, left in the landscape, for whoever was patient enough to find it. Chapter 46, The Invisible Network. Let us consider for a moment the possibility that in the ancient world, there was more long-distance connection between cultures than we currently believe. This is not a fringe idea. It is a serious area of research in several academic disciplines, including archaeometry, which is the application of scientific measurement techniques to archaeological objects, anthropology, and genetics. Consider trade networks. The Bronze Age, roughly 3000 to 1200 BCE, saw the development of extensive trading networks across Europe, the Middle East, and beyond. We know this because the materials used to make bronze, copper, and tin are rarely found together naturally. Copper was relatively widespread, but tin was only available in a few locations. The widespread manufacture of bronze across the ancient world required someone to be transporting tin over very long distances. Tin sources in ancient Europe were concentrated mainly in Cornwall, in southwestern England, and in what is now the Czech Republic. Yet bronze was being made in the Eastern Mediterranean, in Egypt, in the Levant, in Mesopotamia. The tin to make it had to come from somewhere, and the evidence increasingly suggests that some of it came all the way from the far west of Europe. Amber, the fossilized resin of ancient trees, which was prized as a precious material throughout the ancient world, came primarily from the Baltic coast of northern Europe. Yet amber objects have been found in ancient Egyptian tombs, in Bronze Age graves in Greece, in burial sites across Europe. There was an amber trade route, or more likely a series of overlapping local trade networks that carried this material from the cold northern coasts all the way to the warm Mediterranean. And then there is the most intriguing finding of all in this area. Cocaine and tobacco, both of which are New World plants that should not have been available in ancient Egypt because they grow only in the Americas, have been reported to have been found in chemical analysis of some ancient Egyptian mummies. This finding, if valid, is explosive. It would imply that there was some form of contact between the ancient Egyptian world and the Americas more than 1,000 years before Columbus. The finding has been contested, and some researchers have argued that contamination or methodological issues explain the results. But the analysis was conducted by a serious researcher, Svetlana Balabanova, and her findings were published in a peer-reviewed journal in the 1990s, and subsequent analyses by other researchers have found similar results in some cases. The debate is unresolved, the implications are significant, and the fact that it remains unresolved and is not widely discussed in mainstream accounts of ancient history is itself interesting. Is it possible that the ancient world was more connected than we think? That trade routes and sea routes carried not just goods but people, ideas, plants, and practices across the oceans long before the voyages of exploration we call the beginning of the global age? The evidence taken together suggests that this possibility deserves more serious investigation than it has generally received. Not because it would require rewriting everything we know, but because it would add depth and complexity to the picture. It would make the ancient world more fully human, more fully alive, more fully connected, the way human beings have always been connected, by curiosity, by trade, by the restless desire to see what is on the other side of the horizon. Chapter 47. When the Sky Changed. let us think about a specific event or series of events that some researchers believe may have played a significant role in shaping both the physical world and the mythological memory of ancient humanity. Between roughly 12,900 and 11,700 years ago, there was a period called the Younger Dryas. This was a sudden and dramatic cold snap that interrupted the gradual warming at the end of the last ice age. Temperatures in parts of the northern hemisphere dropped sharply, almost as quickly as the warming had been progressing, and the world returned to near glacial conditions for approximately 1,200 years before warming began again. The cause of the Younger Dryas has been debated for decades. The most widely accepted explanation involves a disruption of the Atlantic circulation system caused by the sudden influx of vast quantities of fresh meltwater from the retreating glaciers, which disrupted the salt balance of the North Atlantic and slowed or temporarily halted the current that carries warm water northward. But in 2007, a group of researchers proposed an additional or alternative cause. They suggested that the Younger Dryas was triggered, at least in part, by a cosmic impact event, specifically a comet or asteroid that broke apart and exploded over or impacted the Earth, sending fragments across a wide area and setting off massive wildfires, cooling the atmosphere with soot and dust and causing the sudden temperature drop. This hypothesis, known as the Younger Dryas impact hypothesis, is controversial. The evidence for it includes a layer of material found in sediments across North America and other parts of the world that marks the beginning of the Younger Dryas period. This layer contains microscopic diamonds called nanodiamonds, platinum, spherical glass particles called cosmic spherules, and other materials associated with impact events. It also contains high levels of charcoal and soot, suggesting widespread burning. The debate about whether this evidence truly indicates a cosmic impact or can be explained by other means has gone on for years and has at times been heated. Some new studies have found additional evidence supporting the impact, while others have challenged aspects of the original claims. The scientific community remains divided, but let us hold the possibility for a moment. If there was a significant cosmic impact event around 12,900 years ago, what would its effect have been? Massive wildfires across North America and possibly other regions, sudden severe cooling, the extinction of many large animal species, including mammoths, mastodons, ground sloths, and other megafauna that disappeared at around this time, disruption of the human populations of North America and possibly elsewhere. In other words, a catastrophe. A real, world-altering catastrophe that ended one phase of human history and set the conditions for the next. And if such a catastrophe occurred, and if human communities were living through it and survived it, would they remember it? Would their descendants carry the memory of it forward through the generations? We have already seen that Aboriginal Australian oral traditions preserve accurate memories of geological events from 10,000 years ago. We have seen that flood myths from around the world may carry the memory of the post-glacial sea level rise. Is it possible that myths of fire from the sky, of sudden catastrophe, of the end of a golden age, also carry the memory of a real event? The myths are there. Across many ancient cultures, there are stories of catastrophic events that destroyed a previous world. The Hopi people of the American Southwest speak of previous worlds that were destroyed, one of them by fire. Many cultures around the world have skyfire myths, tales of celestial objects falling to Earth and causing destruction. We cannot prove that these myths refer to a specific impact event, but the convergence of the geological evidence and the mythological memory is, at minimum, deeply interesting. The ancient world was not only changed by slow, gradual processes, it was also punctuated by sudden catastrophes, and the people who lived through those catastrophes and survived them left marks on the collective memory of our species that may still be echoing in the stories we tell today. For a moment, just breathe. The night around you is quiet and safe. There is no fire from the sky tonight. There is only the soft dark and your own breath and the gentle murmur of this story. Let the ancient catastrophes be far away. They happened. They shaped the world we live in. And then they passed, as everything does. Chapter 48. The Long Count of Time. The Maya civilization of Mesoamerica developed one of the most sophisticated calendar systems in the ancient world, and within that system there is one element that stands out for its extraordinary scope and ambition: the long count calendar. The Maya long count calendar tracks an enormous cycle of time called the Great Cycle, which lasts approximately 5,125 years. This cycle is divided into smaller and smaller units: Baktuns, Katuns, Tuns, Weenals, and Kins, each a specific number of days, nested one within another like a set of interlocking wheels. The current Great Cycle began on a date that, in our calendar, corresponds to August 11th, 3114 BCE. This is the date the Maya designated as the beginning of the current world age, and as many people remember from the media attention around 2012, the current Great Cycle was due to end on December 21st, 2012, which is why some people anticipated a dramatic event on that date. The world, of course, continued. The ending of a great cycle in Maya thought was not the end of everything, but the end of one age and the beginning of another, like the turning of a very large odometer. But here is what is fascinating about the long count from our perspective tonight. The Great Cycle is approximately 5,125 years. This is a very specific and very large number of years to choose as the fundamental unit of a calendar system. Why this length? Where does this number come from? Some researchers have noted that 5,125 years is close to 1/5 of the precessional cycle, the approximately 26,000-year cycle of the slow wobble of the Earth's axis. If the Maya, or the people from whom they inherited their calendar system, knew about precession, then 1/5 of the precessional cycle would be a meaningful and natural unit of long time. This is speculative, but it is not unreasonable. The Maya were extraordinary astronomers. Their records of the movements of Venus, the Moon, and the Sun are among the most accurate in the ancient world. Their Dresden Codex contains Venus tables that track the 584-day synodic cycle of Venus with extraordinary precision and note the points where the Venus cycle and the solar year come back into alignment over a period of 8 years. The level of mathematical and observational skill this represents is genuinely impressive, and the Maya did not arrive at this knowledge suddenly. They were inheriting and refining a tradition of astronomical observation and record-keeping that went back centuries or millennia before the Maya civilization flourished in the Classic period. The Olmec, who preceded the Maya in Mesoamerica and are often called the mother culture of Mesoamerican civilization, appear to have had a form of the long count calendar before the Maya developed their version. The roots of the system may go back much further than the Maya themselves. Who was watching the sky in Mesoamerica 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago? What traditions of observation and calculation were they building on? What earlier knowledge was the foundation of the extraordinary astronomical achievement that the Maya calendar represents? We do not fully know. The evidence is fragmentary, but the depth of the knowledge displayed in the finished system implies a depth of tradition behind it that we have barely begun to excavate. The sky over Mesoamerica was the same sky that was being watched from Egypt, from Mesopotamia, from the stone circles of northern Europe. The same sun, the same moon, the same stars, and people in all those places were watching it carefully, encoding what they learned and passing it forward. For a long time. A very long time. Chapter 49. The Whisper of Ancient Places. there is a quality that many researchers, archaeologists, anthropologists, and others who spend time in ancient places describe that is difficult to categorize, but that seems real and consistent enough to be worth noting. It is a quality of atmosphere, of placeness, a sense that some locations in the landscape have a character, an identity, that persists across thousands of years of human engagement with them. Sacred sites seem to accumulate meaning over time. They become more layered, more resonant, more complex the longer they are used and returned to. Each generation adds its own engagement with the place, its own prayers and rituals and burials and memories, and these accumulate in the landscape and in the cultural memory surrounding the place like layers of sediment. Glastonbury in England is a good example. The Glastonbury Tor, the distinctive conical hill that rises from the Somerset levels, has been a place of human significance for at least 4,000 years, possibly much longer. In pre-Roman times, it was associated with the mystical traditions of the indigenous British people. With the coming of Christianity, it became associated with Joseph of Arimathea and the Holy Grail. In the medieval period, it was the site of a major abbey and a centre of Christian pilgrimage. In the 20th and 21st centuries, it has become a centre of the contemporary spiritual movement sometimes called New Age. Different beliefs, different practices, different cultural contexts, but the same place, drawing people across 4,000 years. Why this hill? What is it about the Glastonbury Tor that has made it a focus of human spiritual attention across so many different ages and belief systems? Part of the answer is practical. The Tor is highly visible, rising steeply above the flat wetlands around it. In ancient times, when the Somerset levels were more extensively flooded, the Tor would have appeared as a true island, surrounded by water. An island in the midst of a watery plain has obvious mythological resonance in many traditions: the Isle of the Dead, the Isle of the Blessed, the otherworldly realm accessible by water. But practical explanations rarely fully account for the depth of meaning that seems to attach itself to certain places. There is something else, something about the quality of the light perhaps, or the way the wind moves, or the view from the top, or the feel of the ground, that speaks to some very deep part of human perception. In Australia, Uluru, the great sandstone monolith that rises from the central desert, is sacred to the Anang people who have lived around it for at least 10,000 years, possibly much longer. The Anang do not just find Uluru beautiful or impressive. They understand it as a living presence, as a place where the creative events of the deep past are still occurring, still present, accessible to those who know how to be in relationship with them. The sacred geography of indigenous cultures around the world treats the landscape as an active participant in human life, not merely a backdrop. Rivers, mountains, rock formations, springs are understood as having agency, as having stories, as being in relationship with the human communities that live near them. This is not superstition, at least not only superstition. It is a different kind of knowledge, a knowledge that comes from long, careful, attentive coexistence with a specific landscape, from watching how a particular river behaves across many seasons and many years, from knowing the animals and plants of a specific place well enough to read the landscape the way we read a book. This is ecological knowledge of enormous depth and practical value. And it is knowledge that is largely absent from the modern world, where most people move through landscapes they do not know deeply, in cities designed to minimize contact with the natural world, disconnected from the seasons and the soil and the particular character of the place they inhabit. What have we lost in that disconnection? And what would it mean to find it again? Not necessarily to return to ancient practices, which were the product of specific cultural contexts that cannot and should not simply be transplanted, but to develop, in whatever form is appropriate to the modern world, a renewed relationship with the places we inhabit, a new version of the old attentiveness. The landscape is still here, still full of character and history and life, still speaking in whatever language it speaks to those who are quiet enough and present enough to listen. For a moment, just breathe. Think of a place that has meant something to you, a place you went as a child or a place you return to when you need to feel yourself again. A garden, perhaps, or a particular beach, or a room in a house that smelled a certain way, or a view from a hill you used to climb. That feeling, that sense of recognition and belonging in a particular place is ancient. It is the same thing the builders of Stonehenge felt at their hilltop, the same thing the Anang feel at Uluru. You carry it too. Chapter 50. The Recurring Dream. There is a dream that human beings seem to have been dreaming in one form or another since the beginning of our history. It is the dream of a better world, a world that once existed, or that might someday exist, a world more just, more harmonious, more fully alive than the one we inhabit. A world where knowledge is complete, and wisdom is practiced, and human beings live in right relationship with each other and with the earth. This dream is not naive. The people who have dreamed it across the centuries were not naive. They knew as we do that the world contains suffering and injustice and confusion. They were not ignorant of difficulty. They dreamed the better world precisely because they knew what the worse world looked like. And one of the most consistent forms this dream takes, across many cultures and many times, is the dream of recovery. Not of building something new from scratch, but of recovering something that was known before, of finding again what was lost. The golden age that was once real, the wisdom that was once possessed but forgotten, the connection to the earth and the sky and each other that was once natural and has now become difficult. This recovery dream is different from the simple utopian dream. It is rooted in the past rather than in the future. It says, there was once more, and we have lost some of it, and our task is to find our way back. Many ancient traditions understand history this way, not as linear progress from primitive to advanced, but as cycles of forgetting and remembering, of loss and recovery, of descent and return. There is something very human about this understanding, because in individual lives too we experience this cycle. We know things as children that we sometimes forget as adults and spend our later years recovering. We lose touch with ourselves in times of stress or grief, and then, slowly, find our way back to something more essential. We go through periods of disconnection from the people and places and values that matter most to us, and then, sometimes with great effort, we reconnect. The descent and the return, the forgetting and the remembering. Maybe the story of civilization is not so different from the story of a single human life. Maybe what we are doing, in all these explorations of ancient knowledge and lost traditions and buried monuments, is something very personal. We're looking for what we have forgotten. We're trying to remember something that feels important, something that the busyness and noise of modern life has pushed to the edges of our awareness. The sense that the world is older and deeper than it looks, the sense that we are part of something long and continuous and meaningful, the sense that knowledge is not just information but relationship with the earth and the sky, and the people who came before us, and the people who will come after. That sense is not lost. It is just quiet, and in the quiet of this night, it is perhaps a little easier to hear. As we come toward the end of this fifth part of our journey together, let us rest in that sense for a moment. Let the story be not just a collection of interesting facts about ancient monuments and lost civilizations, but a kind of remembering, a gentle reaching back into the long human past and finding there not just dead things but living things, things that still apply, things that still matter, things that are still present in us, dormant perhaps but not gone. The precision of the ancient builders is still in us. The patience of the ancient astronomers is still in us. The care of the ancient storytellers who held their community's knowledge for years and decades and lifetimes is still in us. The courage of the ancient navigators who launched themselves into unknown oceans in small boats, trusting the stars and the currents and their own hard-earned knowledge, is still in us. All of it is still here, encoded not just in the monuments and the myths, but in the biology of the people who descend from those ancient builders and navigators and healers and dreamers. In you. You carry it all with you, compressed into the chemistry of cells, woven into the structure of a mind that is the latest expression of 300,000 years of human thought. The first civilization, if there was one, did not leave its clues only in stones and alignments and myths. It left them in us. We are the clues. And right now, in this quiet moment, that is enough to hold. Breathe slowly. Let the story rest. Let the night do what nights do. Deepen and quiet and hold you gently in the dark. The world turns slowly, and so do we. If you're still awake, that is wonderful. If you drifted away somewhere in the last part and have only just returned, that is equally wonderful. This story does not require your full and continuous attention to do its work. It only requires that you be here, however partially, however softly, in whatever way feels right for this particular hour of the night. The room around you is quiet. The night is doing what it always does, moving slowly through its dark hours toward the first grey light of morning, though that light is still far away and there is no need to think about it yet. We are still deep in the story, still in the slow, patient exploration of ancient things and long questions, and the beautiful mystery of a human past that is older and stranger and more interesting than we were taught to expect. Come in gently. Let the words settle around you. Let us continue. Chapter 51. The Pyramid that Faces the Stars. There is a detail about the Great Pyramid of Giza that most visitors never know, because it is invisible to the naked eye in modern times, and can only be detected by aerial photography under very specific conditions. The Great Pyramid does not have 4 sides, it has 8. Each of its 4 faces is very slightly concave, meaning that it curves inward toward the centre, so that what appears to be a flat triangular face is actually 2 very slightly indented surfaces, meeting at a barely perceptible central ridge. The indentation is subtle, only about 1 metre at its deepest point across the full width of the face, which is about 230 metres. On the ground, standing close to the pyramid, you would never notice it. But twice a year, at the spring and autumn equinoxes, when the sun is at a specific angle in the sky, the indentation becomes briefly visible. The shadow on each face of the pyramid splits into 2, creating for a few minutes a visual effect in which the pyramid appears to have 8 sides instead of 4. It is one of the most fleeting and beautiful astronomical displays encoded in any ancient structure, and it lasts for only a few minutes before the sun's angle changes and the effect disappears. Was this intentional? Was the slight concavity of the pyramid's faces a deliberate design choice intended to create this equinoctial display? Or is it an accidental result of some other engineering consideration? Most researchers who have examined this question believe it was deliberate. The precision required to create such a consistent and subtle concavity across all 4 faces of a 230-metre wide structure, with the faces meeting at a central ridge that produces a specific visual effect at a specific astronomical moment, is not the kind of thing that happens by accident. Someone planned this. Someone understood that the equinox sun, at a specific angle, would reveal a hidden geometry in the pyramid's faces, and they built that hidden geometry in with care and precision. Why? We do not know. Perhaps it was a marker of the equinox for agricultural or ceremonial purposes. Perhaps it was a display of technical mastery and astronomical knowledge intended to impress or inspire. Perhaps it carried a symbolic meaning within the religious system of ancient Egypt that we have not fully decoded. Or perhaps it was simply a gift, a beautiful thing placed in the structure for the delight of whoever, whenever, happened to be watching at the right moment. Gifts across time. We keep finding them. Imagine standing at Giza on the morning of the spring equinox, in the quiet before the sun has fully risen, watching the light begin to touch the east face of the pyramid. The sky lightening from deep blue to grey to gold. The pyramid massive and still before you. And then, as the sun climbs to just the right angle, the face before you subtly divides. For a few minutes, 8 faces instead of 4. A momentary transformation of the geometry, visible only to someone who's in the right place at the right time and paying the right kind of attention. And then it is gone, and the pyramid is itself again, 4-sided and still and ancient. The sky keeps moving. The pyramid stays. For a moment, just breathe. Let the image of the equinox light on the pyramid face be present for a moment. That particular quality of early morning light, cool and golden, falling on something that has been waiting 5,000 years to be seen exactly this way. It is worth being still for. Chapter 52. The River of Time. Let us think about the Nile for a while. Not just the Nile of today, which is a managed and measured river, its floods controlled by the Aswan High Dam, its banks lined with cities. The Nile of deep history, the Nile as it was before the dam, before the cities, before the pharaohs. The Nile is unlike almost any other river in the world in one particular respect. It flows northward through one of the world's largest and driest deserts, and yet it floods reliably every year, not because of local rainfall, which is nearly non-existent in the Egyptian desert, but because of rainfall far to the south, in the highlands of Ethiopia and the lakes of East Africa. Thousands of miles away, water falls from the sky and flows northward through Sudan and Egypt to the sea, arriving in Egypt as a reliable annual flood that deposits rich, dark silt on the floodplain and renews the fertility of the soil. This flood was not a disaster to the ancient Egyptians. It was the source of everything. Without the Nile flood, there was no agriculture, no food, no civilization. The ancient Egyptians understood this profoundly. They called the flood season Akhet, and it was one of the 3 seasons of their year. Akhet, the inundation. Pere, the growing season when the floodwaters receded and crops could be planted. And Shemu, the harvest season. The entire rhythm of Egyptian life was calibrated to the rhythm of the Nile. The planting, the harvesting, the paying of taxes, the scheduling of construction projects, all of it revolved around the annual certainty of the flood, and the beginning of the flood was marked in the sky. The star Sirius, which the ancient Egyptians called Sopdet, appeared on the eastern horizon just before sunrise in the pre-dawn sky, after a period of invisibility, at almost exactly the time the Nile flood began. The heliacal rising of Sirius, its first reappearance in the morning sky after its annual disappearance, was the astronomical signal that the flood was coming. Sirius is the brightest star in the night sky. Its reappearance was one of the most important astronomical events of the Egyptian year. Temples were oriented to its rising, ceremonies were performed, the new year was marked, and here is something worth noting. The association between Sirius and the Nile flood required observation over many years to establish, because Sirius's heliacal rising date shifts very slowly over time due to the precession of the Earth's axis. Someone had to be watching Sirius and watching the flood for long enough to notice the correlation and confirm that it was reliable. The ancient Egyptian astronomical tradition reaches back to at least 3000 BCE and possibly much further. The correlation between Sirius and the flood and the orientation of temples to Sirius suggest a tradition of careful celestial observation going back to the very beginning of Egyptian civilization and probably before it. Because whoever first noticed the correlation between Sirius and the flood had to have been watching both carefully before the first pharaoh sat on the first throne. The knowledge that became the foundation of Egyptian civilization was assembled by people who lived before Egypt, as we understand it, existed. Who were they? Where exactly did they live? What else did they know? The Nile knows. The river has been flowing northward through the desert for millions of years, long before any human watched from its banks. It was flowing when the first people arrived. It was flowing when the first temple was built. It will be flowing when the last stone of the last temple has dissolved back into sand. The Nile is older than memory, and it carries everything in its current, northward, always northward, toward the sea. Chapter 53. The Memory of Catastrophe. We touched briefly in an earlier chapter on the possibility that a cosmic impact event may have contributed to the sudden climate change of the Younger Dryas period, approximately 12,900 years ago. Let us come back to this idea and sit with it a little longer, because it connects to something important in our understanding of ancient history. If a major cosmic impact or airburst occurred over North America or somewhere in the Northern Hemisphere around 12,900 years ago, what would the world have looked like in the years and decades following? First, there would have been the immediate effects. The explosion itself, or the series of explosions if the impacting object broke apart, would have been visible from a very large area. The light, the sound, the shock wave, then fires, spreading across huge areas of forest and grassland. Then a cloud of soot and dust and debris that would have dimmed the sun for weeks or months, dropping temperatures, killing crops, disrupting ecosystems. For the human communities living in the affected regions, this would have been an apocalypse, not a metaphorical one. A real ending of the world they knew. The animals they hunted would have died or dispersed. The plants they gathered would have burned or failed. The climate they were adapted to would have changed suddenly and severely. And then the long cold of the Younger Dryas, lasting perhaps 1,200 years. 1,200 years of conditions significantly colder and drier than the warming world that had preceded it. 1,200 years during which human populations would have been stressed, reduced, fragmented, during which the sophisticated cultures that may have been developing in the more favourable conditions of the late Ice Age warming would have been disrupted or destroyed. And then, at the end of the Younger Dryas, another sudden change. The warming resumed. The ice retreated again. The sea levels continued to rise, and within a few thousand years, the first civilizations of the historical record appeared in Mesopotamia, in Egypt, along the Indus, in China. Is there a connection? Did the catastrophe of the Younger Dryas boundary event, whatever its cause, destroy a previous phase of human cultural development and effectively reset the clock? And did the recovery from that catastrophe give rise in a relatively short period of time to the civilizations we know? This is a hypothesis, not a proven fact, but it is a coherent and testable hypothesis, and it is one that researchers are actively investigating. The evidence for an impact event at the Younger Dryas boundary continues to accumulate. The evidence for sophisticated human activity before that boundary, now largely hidden by the risen seas and the deep sediments of 12,000 years, is also slowly accumulating. What we may be looking at in the story of ancient civilization is not a single linear development from simple to complex. We may be looking at a cycle, a previous high point, interrupted by catastrophe, followed by a long recovery, followed by the emergence of the civilizations we call ancient. If that is the shape of the story, then the legends of a golden age destroyed by catastrophe, the flood myths and the fire myths and the tales of worlds that ended and began again are not just poetry. They are memory. Distorted by time and cultural transformation, yes. Dressed in the symbolic language of the cultures that preserved them, yes. But at their core, pointing to something real, something that happened, something the survivors remembered, something they tried to tell us. And we, 12,000 years later, are still working out how to hear it. For a moment, just breathe. Let the enormity of that time span settle gently over you. 12,000 years, not an abstract number. 12,000 winters, 12,000 springs, 12,000 generations of people being born and living and dying and telling their stories to their children. And somewhere in that long chain of telling, the memory of the catastrophe, passed forward, changed and decorated and mixed with other stories, but still present, still here, still being told. Chapter 54. The Architecture of Memory. Ancient people did not only encode knowledge in stone and number and astronomical alignment, they also encoded it in something even more elegant and durable, the structure of story itself. We touched on the oral tradition in an earlier part of our journey, and on the remarkable fidelity with which certain oral traditions have preserved accurate information across thousands of years. Now let us think a little more carefully about how that works, about the architecture of memory in the oral world. Before writing, the primary technology for storing and transmitting important information was narrative, story. The human brain is extraordinarily good at remembering stories. We remember the sequence of events in a narrative far more easily than we remember lists of facts. We remember things that have emotional resonance, things that are connected to characters, to actions, to consequences, things that unfold through time with a beginning, a middle, and an end. The oral traditions of ancient cultures were not casual or informal. They were highly structured and rigorously maintained. The people responsible for preserving and transmitting the community's knowledge were specialists. In different cultures they were called shamans, bards, griots, skalds, vaticinators, keepers of the sacred tradition. Whatever they were called, their role was serious and their training was extensive. In many oral traditions, the stories were not told in ordinary prose. They were told in verse, in specific metrical patterns, using stock phrases and formulaic expressions that aided memory. The Homeric poems of ancient Greece, the Iliad and the Odyssey, are the product of a long oral tradition. They are full of repeated phrases, stock epithets, formulaic descriptions, all of which are characteristics of orally composed and orally transmitted poetry. They are mnemonic devices, aids to memory, structures that help the performer remember the content accurately, and that gave the audience the familiar rhythms that signalled a traditional story being told in the traditional way. The Vedas of ancient India, some of the oldest texts in continuous use in the world, were transmitted orally for centuries before being written down, and the tradition of oral transmission continued alongside the written text. Brahmin priests memorized the entire Vedic corpus, hundreds of thousands of syllables, in specific patterns of recitation that preserved not just the words, but the exact pronunciation, the exact rhythm, the exact intonation. Any deviation was considered an error and was corrected. The goal was not interpretation or adaptation, but exact reproduction. This extraordinary fidelity of transmission means that the Vedic texts as they exist today are in all likelihood essentially identical to the texts as they existed 3,000 years ago. The content has been preserved with a precision that written transmission rarely achieves, because written texts are copied by scribes who introduce errors, while the oral tradition had built-in error correction through the community of practitioners. Now imagine this level of care applied to astronomical observations. to geographical knowledge, to historical records of catastrophic events, to the technical specifications of how to build something, or how to navigate by the stars, or how to heal a specific illness. The oral tradition was not just a collection of entertaining stories, it was a knowledge management system, a way of storing critical information in a form that could be reproduced accurately and transmitted reliably across generations. And for most of human history, it was the only such system available. What was stored in it? What knowledge was being maintained and transmitted in oral form before writing was invented, before the great libraries were built, before any of the written records we have access to today? We cannot know directly. We can only guess from the fragments that made it into writing, and from the oral traditions that survived into the modern era in cultures that maintained them. But the depth and precision of the knowledge that does appear in the astronomical accuracy of ancient monuments, in the pharmacological sophistication of ancient healing traditions, in the geographical accuracy of ancient myths, suggests that a great deal was stored in that oral library, a great deal that we have lost. The oral library burned slowly over thousands of years as cultures changed and languages died and the specialist knowledge keepers disappeared and the living traditions faded into folk memory and then into nothing. What remains is extraordinary in what it tells us about what once existed. And what once existed was clearly far more extensive than what remains. Chapter 55. The Colour of Ancient Worlds. Here is something small and beautiful that we do not often think about. The ancient world was coloured. When we visit ancient ruins, we see stone, grey stone, white marble, brown sandstone, dark granite. The ruins give the impression of a monochrome world, all earth tones and weathered grey, severe and austere. But the ancient world was not like that. The temples of ancient Greece, those famous marble buildings that we associate with clean white columns and pure classical forms, were painted. Brilliantly, extensively, vividly painted, in reds and blues and greens and yellows and purples. The statues that now stand white in museums were originally polychrome, with painted skin and hair and clothing, with glass or stone eyes, sometimes with real metal jewellery and accessories. The same was true throughout the ancient world. The temples of ancient Egypt were covered in painted reliefs, and many of them have preserved their original colours to an extraordinary degree. The deep reds and blues and yellows and greens of Egyptian wall paintings are among the most vivid and beautiful things from the ancient world. The pyramids themselves, when they were new, were covered in polished white limestone casing stones that gleamed in the Egyptian sun. The capstone, called the pyramidion, was likely covered in electrum, an alloy of gold and silver, that would have caught the light and reflected it across the desert. The ancient world was bright and vivid and alive with colour, and this matters to our story in a subtle but important way. Because the vivid, colourful, alive quality of the ancient world is a reminder that the people who built these things were not sombre figures living in grey severity. They were people who loved beauty, who surrounded themselves with colour and pattern and ornament, who decorated everything from their grandest temples to their most ordinary household objects with care and artistry. These were people who had joy, who had aesthetic pleasure, who found meaning in beauty, and the knowledge they accumulated and encoded in their monuments was not cold or abstract. It was embedded in a living culture of colour and music and story and celebration and grief and love and all the other qualities that make human life what it is. When we study the ancient astronomical alignments or the precise measurements of ancient structures, we are studying just one thread of a fabric that was rich and complex and deeply human in all the ways that matter. The ancient builders were not computers. They were people who looked at the same sky you look at, people who felt the same cold and warmth, people who held their children and told stories and danced at festivals and mourned their dead and felt wonder at the stars. People very much like you. For a moment, just breathe. Let the colour come back into the ancient world for a moment. The painted temples, the gleaming stone, the bright clothing, the firelight, the warm skin of a hand holding a chisel against stone. Not grey ruins, a living world, full of people, full of colour, full of life. Chapter 56. The Question of Writing. Let us spend some time with the Indus Valley Civilization, because it presents one of the most compelling and unresolved mysteries in all of ancient history. The Indus Valley Civilization flourished in what is now Pakistan and northwestern India, in the basin of the Indus River and its tributaries, from approximately 3300 BCE to about 1300 BCE. At its peak around 2600 to 1900 BCE, it was one of the largest and most sophisticated civilizations in the ancient world, comparable in size and population to ancient Egypt and Mesopotamia. And yet, unlike those other great ancient civilizations, we cannot read its writing. The Indus script, a system of symbols found on small carved seals and pottery, has been studied by scholars for over a century and has not been deciphered. We do not know what language it represents. We do not know whether it's a full writing system, capable of recording the full complexity of spoken language, or a more limited system of symbols used for specific purposes like recording trade transactions or names. The Indus script is tantalizing because it appears on thousands of artifacts. The seals on which it appears are small, beautifully made objects, typically carved from steatite with images of animals, people, and abstract symbols. They were apparently used to make impressions in clay, as seals are probably for marking goods in trade. They have been found not only throughout the Indus Valley, but in ancient Mesopotamia as well, evidence of the long-distance trade connections between these two great civilizations. The people who made these seals were sophisticated. Their cities, particularly Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, were among the most carefully planned urban environments in the ancient world. Streets laid out on a grid, houses with standardized brick sizes, an extensive drainage and sewage system that was more sophisticated than anything in Europe until the Roman period. Public buildings and what appear to be ritual bathing facilities, evidence of craft production, trade, and the administrative organization that makes complex urban life possible. And yet we cannot read their writing. We do not know the names of their kings, if they had kings. We do not know the names of their gods, if they had gods in the way we understand the term. We do not know what they called themselves, their cities, their river. We do not know what myths they told, or what knowledge they preserved in whatever literary tradition they may have had. The Indus Valley civilization is one of the great silences in ancient history. A sophisticated, complex, extensive civilization that existed for nearly 2,000 years and that left behind thousands of artifacts and beautifully engineered cities, but whose inner life remains completely opaque to us. What did they know? What did they believe? What traditions of knowledge did they develop in 2,000 years of organized, literate civilization? We do not know. And the haunting thing is that we may never know. The Indus script may never be deciphered because we have no bilingual text, no Rosetta Stone equivalent that would give us a key. Without such a key, and without a direct linguistic descendant of the Indus script language that we can identify and use as a bridge, the silence may be permanent. An entire civilization's worth of thought and knowledge and story locked in symbols we cannot read. That is a profound loss. But it is also a profound reminder. The ancient world is not fully revealed to us. It is not a closed book that we have simply not gotten around to reading. In many important ways, it is a book written in languages we have lost, stored in archives that have not survived, encoding knowledge that we have not yet learned to look for. the humility that requires of us is important. When we say we know the history of ancient civilization, we're describing a thin slice of what was once a vast and complex human reality. The parts of the story we know are not the whole story. They may not even be the most important parts. The Indus Valley people built cities and traded across the ancient world, and made beautiful carved seals and engineered sophisticated drainage systems, and they did all of this in a tradition we cannot hear. They were here. They were real. They mattered. And we have lost them. For a moment, just breathe. Let the silence of the Indus script be present for a moment, not as a frustration, but as a kind of respect. The silence of something that was once full and is now empty. The silence of a language no longer spoken. The silence of a world that existed completely and richly and is now mostly gone. There is something right about being quiet in the presence of that. Chapter 57. The Long Journey of Ideas. Ideas Travel. This is one of the most important facts in human history, and one of the most underappreciated. Ideas do not stay where they are born. They travel with people, along trade routes, across oceans, through the gradual movement of populations over centuries and millennia. They change as they travel, adapting to new contexts and new languages and new cultural needs. But they keep moving. The zero, the mathematical concept of nothing as a number, was developed in ancient India, travelled to the Arab world through the trade networks of the medieval period, and then from the Arab world to Europe, where it transformed mathematics and made possible all the calculation that underlies modern science and technology. A single idea born in one place that changed the world. The cultivation of wheat began in the Fertile Crescent approximately 10,000 years ago and spread gradually over thousands of years across Europe, into Africa, into Asia, carrying with it not just the plant, but the entire complex of knowledge and practice associated with growing it. People who adopted wheat farming did not just add a new plant to their diet, they adopted a whole way of life, a whole relationship to the land, a whole set of social structures that go with settled agriculture. Writing systems have travelled and influenced each other. The Phoenician alphabet, which was developed in the Levant around 1050 BCE, became the ancestor of the Greek alphabet, which became the ancestor of the Latin alphabet, which is the alphabet you're reading in these words right now. From the same Phoenician original, the Hebrew and Arabic scripts descend. The influence of one writing system, developed by merchants on the eastern coast of the Mediterranean, now shapes how billions of people across the world record their thoughts. But ideas travel not only in their surface form, they travel in deeper ways too. The structure of a story, the arrangement of a ritual, the method of constructing a sacred space, these deeper structures can travel beneath the surface of cultures, persisting even as the specific content changes. Researchers studying comparative mythology have noticed that the same deep story structures appear in myths from cultures that appear to have had no historical contact. The hero's journey, described by the mythologist Joseph Campbell, appears in some form in myths from ancient Mesopotamia, ancient Greece, ancient India, ancient Egypt, medieval Europe, and indigenous cultures around the world. A protagonist who receives a call to adventure crosses a threshold into an unknown world, faces challenges, undergoes a transformation, and returns changed to share what they have learned. This structure is so universal that it may simply reflect something deep in human psychology, the way we naturally process experience and growth and change. Or it may be very old, older than any of the specific cultures where we find it, a deep narrative pattern that was present in the common ancestor of all human oral traditions. Both explanations suggest the same thing, that underneath the enormous diversity of human cultures, There are shared structures, shared ways of making meaning, shared architectures of thought, and perhaps those shared architectures, the deep grammar of human culture, are themselves a kind of evidence. Evidence that however separate and diverse we became as we spread across the world, we carried something from the beginning. Something that was already formed when we left the original homeland. Something old enough to have been with us from near the start. What was it? It was the human mind itself, with its particular way of seeing patterns, its particular need for story, its particular relationship with the sky and the seasons and the dead and the sacred. That mind has been with us since the beginning. It has been asking the same questions from the beginning. And it has been, in its patient and various ways, building answers. The answers take different forms in different places and different times. But the questions are always the same. Where did we come from? Where are we going? What does it mean to be here, alive, briefly, in this enormous and ancient world? Those are tonight's questions too, and there is no final answer to them, but there is the asking, and the asking, done with enough patience and enough care and enough willingness to be surprised, is its own kind of wisdom. Chapter 58. The Places Between Places. There is a concept that appears in many ancient cultures, the idea of a threshold. A place between two other places, neither one thing nor the other. The shore, which is neither fully sea nor fully land. The dawn, which is neither night nor day. The doorway, which is neither inside nor outside. Ancient cultures around the world understood these threshold spaces as particularly powerful, particularly significant. They were places where the ordinary rules of the world were suspended, where contact with the sacred was easier, where transformation was possible, and they built their most important monuments in, or as, threshold spaces. Stonehenge is a threshold space, a circle of stone that defines an inside and an outside, a sacred enclosure within the wider landscape, a place that is both part of the world and set apart from it. The entrance faces the midsummer sunrise, marking the threshold between one half of the year and the other. The Egyptian temples were designed as a series of progressively more sacred spaces, each more enclosed and more restricted than the last, leading toward the innermost sanctuary where only the pharaoh and the highest priest could enter. Each doorway was a threshold, a transition between the outer world and a more sacred inner one. New Grange is a threshold space in the most literal sense. The interior chamber is accessible only through a long, narrow passage that forces the visitor to stoop and move carefully, leaving the outside world gradually behind. And on the winter solstice morning, the threshold between darkness and light, the chamber is briefly illuminated. The dead are visited by the sun. The concept of the threshold is not just architectural, it is psychological and spiritual. The ancient understanding was that at threshold moments and threshold places, human beings were more open, more permeable, more able to receive what the world had to offer. In modern life, we have largely lost the architecture of the threshold. We move through spaces that transition abruptly, without ceremony. A car door, an elevator, a glass door that opens automatically. The transitions are fast and efficient and offer no invitation to notice that you are moving from one state to another. But the feeling of the threshold has not gone away. People still feel it at the ocean's edge, at the top of a mountain, at the moment of falling asleep, at the bedside of someone dying, at the birth of a child, in the first light of dawn after a night of no sleep. The threshold is still there. The world still has its between places. We have just become less practiced at standing in them. This moment, this particular quality of the late night when the waking mind has loosened its grip and the sleeping mind has not yet fully taken over, this is a threshold. You are in it right now. between the day that is over and the sleep that is coming, between the world of thinking and the world of dreaming, between one version of yourself and another. The ancient people who built their monuments to face the dawn understood this place you are in. They built their thresholds to honour it, so honour it now. Just breathe, just be in the between. It is a good place to be. Chapter 59, The Long Silence Before History. Let us take one more long, slow look at the deep time before written history. Before the pyramids, before Stonehenge, before Göbekli Tepe. Into the long, quiet, hundreds of thousands of years that most of us never think about. Imagine Africa 200,000 years ago. Not the Africa of maps and political borders and cities. The Africa of deep prehistory. A continent of enormous variety. From scorching deserts to dense rainforests to cool highlands to vast river plains. A continent that was, for most of the history of our species, home to more human diversity than all the rest of the world combined. In this Africa, 200,000 years ago, our species was young. Perhaps not even fully formed yet, in the sense that the earliest populations we might call Homo sapiens show a mix of features that shade gradually into what came before and into what came after. There was no sharp boundary, no single moment when humanity began. We grew into what we are, slowly, over a very long time, but by 200,000 years ago, or perhaps a little before, people were walking the African landscape who were, in all the ways that matter most, fully human. They had the same brain we have, the same capacity for language and art and complex social life, the same deep longing for meaning that has driven everything we have been discussing tonight. What were they doing with all that capacity for all those thousands of years? They were surviving. That first and always. The world of 200,000 years ago was not a safe or easy world. Ice ages came and went, changing the landscape dramatically. The great African megafauna, lions and leopards and hyenas and wild dogs were formidable predators. Food could be abundant in good years and almost impossible to find in bad ones. But they were doing more than surviving. The oldest evidence of symbolic thought in our species, ochre pigment ground and mixed, shell beads strung as ornaments, geometric engravings on bone and stone, begins to appear in the African record between 100,000 and 300,000 years ago. These are small things, fragile things, things that survive only by accident in the archaeological record. For every object that survived, thousands or hundreds of thousands like it were made and used and lost without a trace. They were decorating themselves and their objects. They were making things beautiful. They were creating symbols that carried meanings beyond their literal form. They were doing art. Art is not a luxury. In human history, art has always accompanied the most essential activities of life. It is not separate from the practical. It is woven into it. The painted cave was also a gathering place, a ceremony space, a place where the knowledge of the hunt was transmitted to the young in vivid and memorable form. The decorated pot was also a functional container. The necklace of shells was also a statement of identity and social belonging. Art and knowledge and community were not separate categories for ancient people. They were expressions of the same underlying thing, the human need to make meaning and to share it. And for nearly 300,000 years, that meaning-making has been going on in the long quiet before history began. Most of it is gone. Most of the art is gone. The music, the stories, the symbols, the technologies, the knowledge. Gone with the people who made it. The perishable materials they used. The languages they spoke. The cultures they built and sustained and eventually lost. But not all of it is gone. Some of it is here with us, in the oral traditions that survived, in the genetic memories encoded in our biology, in the deep structures of the human mind that were shaped by those hundreds of thousands of years of experience, in the instincts and intuitions and emotional responses that were formed long before civilization as we know it existed. You carry that long silence within you. All of us do. And on nights like this one, in the quiet and the dark, it is sometimes possible to feel the edges of it, to sense the depth of the time your species has been alive and finding meaning and making beauty and telling stories about the sky and the stars and the long, slow turning of the world. For a moment, just breathe. Let the 300,000 years be present, not as a burden or an abstraction, but as a kind of warmth. The warmth of a very long fire that has been burning since before any of us were born and will keep burning long after we are gone. You are part of that fire, just one small, brief, irreplaceable part. Chapter 60. The World as It Was. As we approach the end of this sixth part of our journey, let us do something that feels right for a late-night story about the deep past. Let us try, just for a few minutes, to imagine the world as it was. Not 12,000 years ago, with its ice and its flooding coasts. Not 5,000 years ago, with its first cities and its pyramids and its beginnings of writing. Even further back, 100,000 years ago. 200,000 years, a world without a single building. A world without any structure that a human hand had made that was larger than a hut of sticks and grass or a windbreak of piled stone. A world without any road, any bridge, any cleared field, any planted crop. A world entirely made of the things that were there before people arrived, or arrived in any significant numbers. And into that world a small group of people, a band, perhaps 20 or 30 individuals, related by blood and by long acquaintance. Moving through a landscape they know intimately, the way only people who have never left a place can know it. They know where the water is, even in the dry season. They know which plants are edible and which are poisonous and which are medicines and which are neither. They know the behaviour of the animals they hunt so well that they can predict where a herd will be on a given day, based on the weather and the season and the state of the vegetation. They know the landscape the way we know our own bodies, and they know the sky. The sky's their clock and their calendar and their map. The position of the sun tells them the time of day. The position of the stars tells them the season and the direction. The behaviour of the moon tells them how much light they will have at night. The appearance of certain stars at certain times of year tells them when the rains will come, when the fruit will ripen, when the animals will migrate. They're not simple people. They're not primitive in the sense of lacking intelligence or sophistication. They're deeply sophisticated in ways that are perfectly adapted to the world they live in, and that would entirely outstrip most modern people's ability to survive in that same landscape. And in the evenings, when the fire burns low and the children are almost asleep, someone tells a story. We do not know what story. We cannot know what story. But we know there was a story, because human beings have always told stories around fires, and because the stories we can trace back the farthest, the ones that left marks in the archaeological record through ritual and art, are already elaborate and carefully structured. The story was told. The children listened. The adults listened. The fire crackled. The stars moved overhead. The night insects sang, and then everyone slept. And in the morning they got up and went on. That is the deep past, not mysterious or alien, not frightening or strange, just people living their lives, doing what human beings do, making meaning, sharing knowledge, telling stories, looking at the sky. The same things we're doing right now. Across 200,000 years of separation, the continuity is perfect. We are them. They are us. There is no real break in the chain. And that is the most beautiful thing I know how to say about the ancient world. and about this long, quiet journey we've been taking together. The chain is unbroken. You are here. You are the latest version of something that has been continuing for longer than the mind can really hold. And tonight, in the dark and the quiet, you're participating in the most ancient human tradition of all. You are listening to a story. Let it carry you. Let the long, deep past hold you gently from below, like the earth itself. Solid and ancient and always there. Breathe slowly. Let your body be heavy. Let your thoughts be soft. The world turns slowly, and so do we. We continue. The night has been generous with its quiet tonight. It has given you this long, slow space to drift and listen and rest, and it is still here, the same patient darkness, the same soft air, the same stillness that has been holding you through all the parts of this journey so far. You may have been in and out of sleep several times by now. That is exactly right. That is the nature of this kind of listening, the way the story becomes a kind of current you float in, sometimes aware of individual words and ideas, sometimes just aware of the general warmth and movement of the sound. Both are good. Both are doing something useful for you. So come in as gently as you like, and we will continue. There is more to explore, more ancient places to visit, more quiet mysteries to sit with, more threads in the long, beautiful tapestry of the human story on this old and generous earth. Let us go. Chapter 61. The Speaking Stones of the Americas. Let us travel to a part of the ancient world that is often underrepresented in stories about lost knowledge and ancient sophistication. Let us go to North America, before the arrival of Europeans, before the great demographic catastrophe that reshaped the continent, and let us go to a place that most people, even people who live not far from it, have never heard of. Cahokia. Imagine standing on a wide, flat plain in what is now the state of Illinois, just across the Mississippi River from the modern city of St. Louis. The land here is extremely fertile, the product of thousands of years of river flooding depositing rich sediment across the floodplain. The Mississippi and its tributaries form a network of waterways that connects this region to the heart of the continent in every direction. And in the middle of this plain, rising above the flat landscape, is a structure so large that it seems impossible to reconcile with the conventional image of pre-Columbian North America. Monk's Mound, as it is now called, is the largest pre-Columbian earthen structure north of Mexico. It's a flat-topped pyramid built entirely by hand from earth carried basket by basket, load by load, over the course of many generations. At its base it covers an area larger than the Great Pyramid of Giza. Its volume is enormous, and it rises in 4 broad terraces to a height of about 30 meters, approximately 100 feet. On its broad, flat top, which was about the size of 5 American football fields laid side by side, there was once a large building, possibly a palace or a temple. This is not a small, obscure mound. This is a major architectural achievement, and Monk's Mound was not alone. It was the largest of more than 120 mounds that once covered an area of about 14 square kilometers in what archaeologists call the Cahokia site. There were large mounds and small mounds, conical mounds and flat-topped platform mounds, arranged in specific relationships to each other and to a central plaza the size of about 35 American football fields. At its peak, between about 1050 and 1200 CE, Cahokia may have had a population of between 10,000 and 20,000 people, making it one of the largest cities in the world at that time, larger than contemporary London, comparable in size to many of the great cities of medieval Europe and the Islamic world. How many people know about Cahokia? In the United States, it is a UNESCO World Heritage Site, formally recognized as a place of global cultural and historical significance. and yet it remains largely unknown outside of a relatively small circle of enthusiasts and scholars. The conventional image of pre-Columbian North America as a sparsely populated wilderness of small nomadic tribes does not easily accommodate a city of 20,000 people, with monumental architecture and a complex social organization. But Cahokia was not an anomaly. It was the largest and most visible expression of a broader cultural tradition called Mississippian culture, which flourished across a wide region of eastern North America from roughly 800 to 1600 CE Mississippian sites, characterized by flat-topped platform mounds arranged around central plazas, are found from the Mississippi Valley to the Atlantic coast, from the Great Lakes to the Gulf of Mexico. These were not primitive people. They were farmers and traders and craftspeople and builders and political organizers. They had long-distance trade networks that stretched across the continent. Shell from the Gulf Coast appeared in the sites in the Great Lakes. Copper from the Lake Superior region appeared in sites in the southeast. Ideas and symbols and artistic styles moved along these networks along with the physical goods, and then, gradually, the Mississippian culture declined. The great mound centers were abandoned, the populations dispersed. By the time European explorers first documented the interior of North America in any detail, much of what had once been Cahokia was already ruins, already returning to the earth that had built it. The reasons for the decline are not entirely understood. Climate change, environmental degradation, political fragmentation, epidemic disease introduced by early European contact before European observers were present to record it, all of these may have played roles. The story of Cahokia is a reminder that the story of ancient North America is far richer and more complex than most of us have been taught to believe. And it is a reminder that the loss of ancient knowledge and ancient achievement is not only a story from the distant past. It has happened many times, on many continents, within the last few centuries as well as the last few millennia. For a moment, just breathe. Picture Monk's Mound at dawn, the flat top catching the first light, the great plaza below still in shadow, the river in the distance glinting. A real city, real people, real lives, here and then gone, but not entirely gone. The mound is still there. Chapter 62. What the Ice Remembers. There is a kind of scientist who spends their career working in some of the coldest and most inhospitable places on Earth. They drill deep into ancient ice sheets, pulling up long cylinders of ice called ice cores, and they read those cores the way other scientists read books. Ice cores are one of the most remarkable archives in nature. Each layer of an ice core represents 1 year of accumulated snowfall, and each layer contains, trapped in tiny bubbles, samples of the atmosphere as it was when that snow fell. The air that was breathed by ancient animals and ancient people, the dust that blew in ancient windstorms, the ash from ancient volcanic eruptions, the chemical signals of ancient climate events, all of it is preserved in the ice year by year, layer by layer, going back hundreds of thousands of years. The ice remembers everything, from the ice cores drilled in Greenland and Antarctica. Researchers have reconstructed a detailed history of the Earth's climate going back over 800,000 years. They can see the ice ages and the warm periods between them. They can see the sudden cooling of the Younger Dryas. They can see the warming that followed and the gradual stabilization of the climate into the relatively benign conditions of the Holocene, the current epoch, which began about 11,700 years ago. And within the more recent layers of the cores, they can see the fingerprints of human activity, the increase in carbon dioxide that began with the Industrial Revolution, the traces of lead pollution from Roman smelting operations 2,000 years ago, the ash from specific volcanic eruptions that can be matched to historical records of their dates and locations. The ice is a precise and honest witness. And what it tells us about the climate of the last 15,000 years is very important for our story. The Younger Dryas cold period ended suddenly, not gradually, with extraordinary abruptness on a geological timescale. The ice cores show that the warming at the end of the Younger Dryas happened in a matter of decades, perhaps as little as 10 years after 1,200 years of severe cold. In geological terms, this is essentially instantaneous. Imagine what that rapid warming meant for the people living through it. After 1,200 years of cold, dry conditions, the world was suddenly becoming warmer and wetter. The ice sheets were retreating, rivers were flooding, sea levels were beginning to rise in earnest, adding meters of depth to the world's coastlines over the following thousands of years. For the communities that had been adapting to the cold for generations, this would have been both a gift and a disruption. Warmer temperatures meant more food, more diverse vegetation, better conditions for many animals. But the rising seas and the changing landscapes also meant disruption, displacement, the loss of familiar territories. And this is the period, roughly 11,000 to 12,000 years ago, when we see the first clear signs of the transition to agriculture, the first deliberately cultivated plants, the first settled communities, the first complex social structures that we recognize as the precursors of civilization. Is it possible that the sudden end of the Younger Dryas, the abrupt warming that transformed the world in just a few decades, was the trigger? That the dramatic change in conditions forced or encouraged communities to find new ways of securing their food supply, leading to the experimentation with cultivation that eventually became agriculture. This is an active area of research, and the evidence is suggestive. The timing is right. The geographic patterns are right. The cultural changes we see in the archaeological record align with the climate transition in ways that are difficult to dismiss. The climate shaped us. It shaped what we built and where we built it. It shaped the crises that forced us to innovate and the opportunities that allowed those innovations to flourish. And the ice remembers all of it, layer by patient layer, going back further than any human story. The ice is not cold, not tonight in this imagining. Tonight the ice is warm with memory, full of everything the world has been and everything the climate has done, and everything the ancient atmosphere carried in the breath it breathed. And it is still there, in the deep cores, in the cold archives of the polar regions, still remembering. For a moment, just breathe. Your breath is warm. It will not be preserved in ice. It will mix with the air around you and disperse and become part of the general atmosphere as all breaths do. But for this moment, it is yours, warm and present, and here. Chapter 63, The Dream of Return. Across many of the ancient traditions we have been exploring tonight, there is a recurring idea that we have touched on in different forms. The idea that wisdom is not only in the future, waiting to be discovered, but also in the past, waiting to be remembered. This is a very different relationship with time from the one that dominates modern thinking. The modern worldview tends to place value primarily in the future. Progress, development, improvement, these words all point forward. The future is where we are going and where the good things are coming. The past is what we have moved beyond, the primitive conditions from which we have escaped. But the ancient worldview was often the reverse, or at least more balanced. The past was where wisdom lived. The ancestors were wiser than the living. The first people were closer to the divine. The original condition of the world was better than the current one, and the task of the wise person was not to invent new things, but to remember old ones, to recover what had been lost, to reconnect with what had been broken. This is the dream of return, and it is not naive. It does not require believing that the past was actually perfect, or that the future holds nothing valuable. It simply recognizes that knowledge is not only created fresh in each generation, it is also inherited, carried, preserved, and that some of what has been inherited is ancient and deep and worth protecting. The great spiritual traditions of the world have always had a strong element of recovery and return. The idea of enlightenment in Buddhism is not the creation of something new, but the uncovering of something that was always already there, the fundamental nature of mind that has always been present but has been obscured by confusion and habit. The Sufi mystic Ibn Arabi described the spiritual path as a return to the original face, the face you had before you were born. The Christian mystic Meister Eckhart spoke of the spark of the soul, the deepest, innermost part of the human being that is, and always has been, connected to the divine. Different traditions, different languages, but the same deep structure. Something essential was present at the beginning. It has been obscured or lost. The task of the spiritual life, or the task of civilization at its best, is to recover it. And in the context of our story tonight, the question becomes, is this only a spiritual metaphor, or does it also point to something historical? Is the dream of return only about inner transformation, or is it also, at some level, about the recovery of actual knowledge, actual wisdom, actual ways of understanding and living in the world that were once known and have been partially lost? I think the answer is both, and I think the two are not separate. When the ancient builders aligned their temples to the sky, they were doing something that was simultaneously practical and sacred. The astronomical knowledge was real and functional. The sacred meaning was real and functional in a different way. They were not separate activities. They were one activity with many dimensions. The recovery of ancient knowledge, in whatever form that recovery takes, is also not a purely intellectual or purely spiritual project. It is both at once. Understanding the astronomical sophistication of ancient monuments deepens our sense of connection to the ancient world, which is itself a kind of spiritual experience. And the spiritual traditions that carry the deepest human insights about consciousness and meaning and the nature of reality are themselves forms of very old, very carefully preserved knowledge. The dream of return is the dream of wholeness, the dream of having back what was once whole and has since been fragmented. And on nights like this one, in the quiet and the dark, the wholeness feels a little closer. Chapter 64, The Technology of Stone. Let us look one more time at the question of ancient stoneworking, because there is an aspect of it we have not yet fully explored. We have discussed the enormous scale of ancient stone construction, the mystery of how massive blocks were moved and placed with such precision. But let us think now about the cutting and shaping of the stone itself, before it was moved anywhere. The hardest stones used in ancient construction, granite, diorite, basalt, quartzite, are among the hardest natural materials in the world. They are harder than the copper and bronze tools that ancient builders are generally believed to have used. Cutting these stones with softer metal tools requires either a great deal of abrasive effort or a technique that we have not yet fully reconstructed. Experimental archaeologists have successfully replicated some ancient stoneworking techniques, pounding with harder stones, such as dolerite balls used in quarrying granite in Egypt, abrading with sand and water, using harder stone to slowly wear away softer stone. These methods work. They are proven. They produce results consistent with what we see in the ancient record. But they are also very slow, extraordinarily slow by modern standards. Cutting a granite block to precise dimensions using pounding and abrasion is a matter of many weeks of sustained labour for a single surface. For a large structure with many precisely cut surfaces, the time investment is almost unimaginable, which means that the ancient builders who produced precisely cut granite on a large scale were were either investing a truly extraordinary amount of human labour, organised on a scale we can barely imagine, or they had access to techniques we have not yet identified. There is evidence that ancient Egyptians used copper saw blades with abrasive sand to cut stone. Marks consistent with saw cutting have been found on some ancient Egyptian stonework. The use of tubular drills, hollow cylinders pressed against the stone with sand abrasive and rotated, has also been documented. These tools would have been more efficient than pounding alone. But even with these techniques, the precision achieved in the finest ancient stonework represents an enormous investment of skilled labour and time. And here is something interesting. In ancient Egypt, the evidence suggests that the most precise stonework was done during specific historical periods, primarily the Old Kingdom, and that later periods showed a decline in this extreme precision. The knowledge of how to achieve the finest tolerances was not maintained across all of Egyptian history. It appears to have been a peak achievement of a particular period, perhaps drawing on a tradition that was not fully understood or maintained by later builders. This pattern of a peak followed by a decline, of extraordinary achievement followed by a simpler, less precise continuation, appears at other ancient sites as well. It is consistent with the idea that the most sophisticated ancient stoneworking drew on a tradition that had been developed and refined over a long period, and that when the specific conditions that maintained that tradition, the specific institutions, the specific knowledge keepers, the specific organizational structures were disrupted or dissolved, the highest levels of precision were not maintained. The knowledge was not written down in a manual that could be preserved. It lived in the hands and eyes and accumulated experience of the craftspeople who practiced it. And when those craftspeople were gone, some of what they knew went with them. This is how knowledge has been lost throughout history, not always in dramatic fires and conquests, often in the quiet disappearance of the people who held it, the hands that cut the granite with such precision, the minds that understood the mathematics of the alignments, the voices that recited the astronomical tables, the fingers that mixed the medicinal plants in just the right proportions. All of them eventually stilled, and what they knew became, in some cases, a mystery. For a moment, just breathe. Think about something you know how to do that you have never written down, something in your hands or your body, a skill, a technique, a way of moving or making or fixing or creating, something that you learned from watching someone else and practicing until it became part of you. If you were gone tomorrow, who would still know how to do it? Knowledge is fragile, it lives in people, and people do not last forever. What we pass on, and how we pass it on, matters more than we usually think. Chapter 65. The Spine of the World. There is a geographic feature that appears on every inhabited continent, and that seems in many ancient cultures to have functioned as a kind of cosmological axis. A spine of the world, a place where the horizontal plane of the earth meets the vertical dimension of the sky, in a particularly direct and significant way. The mountain. Mountains have been sacred in almost every human culture that has lived near them. The ancient Greeks believed their gods lived on Mount Olympus. The Hindus believe that Mount Meru, a mythological cosmic mountain, is the axis of the universe, and that it corresponds to various earthly mountains including the Himalayas. The Japanese regard Mount Fuji as sacred. The Hopi and other indigenous peoples of the American Southwest regard certain mountain ranges as the homes of spirit beings called kachinas. The Tibetans regard Mount Kailash, a perfectly pyramidal peak in the Himalayas, as the most sacred place on earth, the center of the universe, and do not allow it to be climbed. Why mountains? On one level, the answer is obvious. Mountains are impressive. They are tall and dramatic and command attention. They gather clouds and produce lightning and are the sources of rivers, and they can be seen from great distances across the surrounding landscape. It is natural that they would be understood as significant. But there is something more specific about the way ancient cultures related to mountains. It was not just that they were impressive, it was that they were understood as a connection between the human world below and something above and beyond the human world. As the place closest to the sky, the mountain was the place where earth and heaven met, and the architecture of many ancient cultures reflects this understanding. Pyramids, ziggurats, temple mounds, stepped platforms, all of these are artificial mountains. They're attempts to recreate, in a landscape that may not have a natural mountain, the cosmological significance of the peak, to build a connection between the earth and the sky where nature has not provided one. The ziggurats of ancient Mesopotamia, the stepped pyramidal temple towers of the Sumerians and Babylonians, were explicitly understood as artificial mountains. Their name in Sumerian means, roughly, the house of the mountain. They were the dwelling place of the city's god, the place where the divine descended to meet the human, and the human ascended to meet the divine. The Maya pyramids of Mesoamerica were also understood as mountains. The Maya word for the ceremonial platform of a pyramid temple is the same word they use for hill or mountain. The architecture was cosmological, a recreation of the sacred landscape at the center of the world. The Great Pyramid, whatever other meanings and functions it may have had, also functioned as the primordial mound. In Egyptian cosmology, the first thing to emerge from the waters of chaos at the beginning of creation was a mound of earth, the Ben Ben, the original hill from which all creation sprang. The pyramid was a permanent stone version of that first emergence. All over the world, in many different forms and many different cultural contexts, the mountain is the place where the human story meets something larger than itself, the place where the sky comes close enough to touch. And the ancient builders, wherever they could not climb a real mountain, built one. That impulse to reach upward, to build toward the sky, to create a place where the distance between human and divine is at its smallest, is one of the most ancient and universal expressions of the human spirit. It is still in us, every time we look up. Chapter 66, The Night Before. Writing. There is a moment in the human story that we cannot see directly. We can only approach it from both sides, from the world that existed before it and the world that existed after it, and try to imagine what it must have been like. The moment when writing was invented. We know roughly when it happened, around 3200 BCE in Mesopotamia, around the same time in Egypt, somewhat later in the Indus Valley and in China and in Mesoamerica. We know the forms it took, the first scratchy marks on clay tablets, the pictographs that gradually became abstract symbols, the symbols that gradually became phonetic. But we do not know what it felt like. What did it feel like for the first people who could write to hold in their hands a clay tablet with marks on it that meant something? Not just a picture that vaguely suggested an ox or a field of grain, actual language, captured in a permanent form, words that would still be there tomorrow, words that could be carried to someone who was not present and could still be read. It must have felt like magic, because it was a kind of magic, a way of extending the human voice beyond its natural range, beyond the reach of sound, beyond the present moment, into the future, into distance, into the minds of people the writer would never meet. Before writing, every piece of knowledge that mattered had to live in a person, had to be held in a mind and regularly rehearsed to be kept alive. Knowledge that was not practiced was knowledge that could be lost every time a knowledge keeper died without passing on what they held. After writing, knowledge could be separated from any individual person. It could be stored, preserved, copied, distributed. It could survive the death of its author. It could travel distances that no human traveller could cover. It could wait in a sealed clay jar for 1,000 years and still be readable when opened. This changed everything. And yet, the very thing that made writing so powerful also made it possible to lose knowledge in a new way. Before writing, knowledge that was widely shared across a community was robust. Many people knew it. If one person died, others still held it. The oral tradition was distributed, resilient. After writing, knowledge could become concentrated, stored in libraries that could burn, in archives that could be lost, in scrolls that could rot, in the hands of a specialist class of literate people whose disappearance took the knowledge with them. The Library of Alexandria again. All that knowledge concentrated in one place and then largely gone. The invention of writing did not solve the problem of knowledge loss. In some ways, it created new and more dramatic forms of it. What we're left with, as we have said, is a fraction. A thin, surviving slice of what once existed from the period of written history alone. And before that, the long oral tradition, now almost entirely gone. And before that, the even longer period of preliterate human knowledge, preserved only in the traces it left in the landscape and the biology of its inheritors. The night before writing was a long night, hundreds of thousands of years long, and it was not dark, not truly. It was full of the light of many small fires, and around those fires people talking, people remembering, people telling the stories that held everything they knew. Those stories are mostly gone now, but the impulse that produced them is not gone. Here you are, listening to a story, in the dark, at the edge of sleep, the most ancient human thing. For a moment, just breathe. The night before writing is still inside you. It is the part of you that learns by hearing, not by reading. The part that responds to the human voice in the dark. The part that relaxes when someone tells you a story that makes the world feel bigger and safer and more interesting than it did a moment ago. That part is very old, and it is very much awake, even as the rest of you drifts towards sleep. Chapter 67. The Weight of Jade. Let us talk about jade for a moment. Jade is a beautiful stone. It comes in many colours, from the deep imperial green most people picture when they hear the word, to pale lavender, to white, to black, to shades of brown and orange. It is hard and dense, heavier than you expect when you pick it up. It has a cool, smooth quality that is distinctly different from other stones. It takes a high polish and, when polished, has a depth and luminosity that seems to glow from within. And it was, in many ancient cultures around the world, considered the most precious material in existence. In ancient China, jade was more highly valued than gold. It was associated with virtue, with immortality, with the connection between the human and the divine. Jade burial suits, full-body garments sewn from thousands of small jade plaques connected by gold or silver or bronze wire, were made for the wealthiest and most powerful members of Han Dynasty society, in the belief that jade would preserve the body after death and protect the soul on its journey to the afterlife. In ancient Mesoamerica, jade was similarly the most precious material. The Maya used jade for their most important ritual objects, their finest jewellery, and the burial goods of their greatest rulers. The famous burial of the Maya ruler Pakal at Palenque included a jade mask covering his face and jade ornaments throughout the tomb. In New Zealand, the Maori people carve greenstone, which is a type of jade, into pendants called hei tiki, and other forms that carry deep spiritual significance and are passed down through generations as taonga, treasured possessions that carry the mana of their previous owners. The reverence for jade appears in cultures that had no known contact with each other, and while it can be partly explained by the physical beauty of the stone, there is something more specific in the cultural significance it carries. In both Chinese and Mesoamerican traditions, jade is associated with the colour of life, with water, with the green of growing things, with the connection between the living and the dead, with the endurance of the soul beyond the death of the body. These specific associations, appearing independently in opposite sides of the world, are one of the quieter examples of the kind of convergence that keeps appearing in the study of ancient cultures. The same material, valued for the same reasons, in cultures separated by the width of the Pacific Ocean. What does it mean? Perhaps only that beautiful green stone resonates with something deep in human perception, something about the colour of life and water and growing things, and that this resonance is universal enough to generate similar cultural responses independently. Or perhaps something else. Perhaps the reverence for jade is old enough to predate the separation of the cultures that share it. Old enough to have travelled with the ancestors of both Chinese and Mesoamerican peoples from a common point of origin. We cannot know. But the jade itself is still here, still beautiful, still cool and dense in the hand, still glowing with that inner light that 5,000 years of human reverence have not diminished. Some things last. Chapter 68. The Gentle Geography of the Sacred. Let us think about wells. Ancient wells are among the most intimate of sacred places. Not the grand mountain, not the vast open plain, but the small and specific place where water comes up from the earth, where the underground world makes contact with the surface, where a small dark opening leads down into the rock and the smell of cold water rises from the darkness. In ancient Ireland, sacred wells were, and in many cases still are, places of pilgrimage and prayer. There are thousands of holy wells across the Irish landscape, many of them associated with Christian saints, but almost all of them predating Christianity by thousands of years. The Christian tradition simply adopted and renamed what had been sacred to the pre-Christian Irish for a very long time. People would come to these wells with offerings, small tokens, pieces of cloth tied to a nearby tree, prayers whispered to the water, walking in circles around the well a specific number of times in a specific direction. Each well had its own tradition, its own ritual, its own associations with healing or vision or protection. The water that came up from these wells was different. Not just chemically, though spring water often does have specific mineral qualities. Different in meaning, different in the way that sacred places are different from ordinary places, not in their physical properties, but in the quality of attention they have gathered over many years of human reverence. These wells were tended. People came to them and cared for them, and kept them clear and clean, and in that tending a relationship was maintained. Between the community and the water, between the living and the land, between the present moment and the long history of all the people who had come to this same small dark opening in the earth and whispered their needs and their gratitude and their questions to the water below. There are still people who tend sacred wells in Ireland. Still people who walk the circuit on the old feast days and tie their offerings to the hawthorn tree that grows beside the water. The tradition is thousands of years old and still alive because it answers something that does not go away. The need to have a relationship with the place where you live. The need to acknowledge the gifts that the earth provides. The need to be in communication, in some form, with the deep sources of life. These are not primitive needs. They are not superstitious needs. They are human needs. Needs that come from being a creature that lives on, and from the earth, dependent on its water and its soil and its growing things, and that has enough self-awareness to feel that dependence and want to honour it in some way. The ancient sacred well is not so different from the modern person who pauses for a moment before a meal to feel grateful, or who goes to a particular place in nature when they need to feel themselves again, or who maintains a small ritual of morning or evening that connects them to something they consider important. The impulse is the same, the form changes, The impulse does not. For a moment, just breathe. Think of water, the sound of it, the coolness of it, the way it comes up from the ground in a spring, clear and cold, tasting of stone and time and the slow journey through the dark earth, from wherever the rain fell to wherever it emerged. Water has been doing this longer than we have been here to drink it, and it will keep doing it long after we're gone. There is something very restful about that. Chapter 69. The Last Keepers. There is a kind of person who appears in almost every traditional culture around the world. They are called by different names: shaman, medicine man, medicine woman, healer, seer, witch, wise woman, village elder, keeper of the stories, but whatever they are called, they serve a similar function. They are the holders of the deep knowledge, the people who have spent their lives learning what took generations to accumulate, the people who remember the old ways, the old stories, the old relationships between the human community and the natural world it lives in. In many traditional cultures, becoming one of these people is not a choice you make. It is a calling, often confirmed by extraordinary experience, an illness survived, a vision received, a brush with death that changes everything. The experience selects you, and then you spend the rest of your life learning to be worthy of the selection. The training is long, often decades, learning the plants and their uses one by one, in different seasons and different conditions and different combinations, learning the songs and the stories and the ceremonies that maintain the relationship between the living and the dead and the land and the sky, learning how to hold the suffering of others without being destroyed by it, learning how to navigate the complex territory between the ordinary world and the deeper world that the ordinary world floats in. These people were the libraries of their communities, the living encyclopedias, the walking archives of everything the community had learned in its centuries or millennia of living in a specific landscape. And they were irreplaceable, because the knowledge they held was not written down, it was not backed up anywhere. It lived in them, and when they died, whatever had not been successfully transmitted to an apprentice was gone. The last keeper of a tradition is a figure of profound poignancy. The last person who knows a particular healing song, the last person who can read a specific ancient script, the last person who knows the proper conduct of a ceremony that has been performed without interruption for 2,000 years. We have lost thousands of traditions in the last 500 years, thousands more in the thousands of years before that. The acceleration of cultural change, of colonization, of the suppression of indigenous practices, of the displacement of traditional communities from their landscapes, has been catastrophic for the world's heritage of traditional knowledge, and it continues. Every year, linguists estimate that several languages die. Each language death takes with it an entire way of perceiving and describing the world, a unique vocabulary for the specific plants and animals and weather and social relationships of a specific place, a unique set of stories and songs and ceremonies, a unique window on human experience that was shaped over thousands of years and cannot be reconstructed once it is gone. This is not only a cultural loss, it is in many cases a practical loss. Traditional ecological knowledge, the kind of knowledge that tells you which plants can treat which conditions or how to manage a specific landscape sustainably, has proven again and again to contain genuine practical wisdom that modern science is only beginning to catch up to. The Amazon rainforest pharmacopoeia, much of which is still known only to indigenous healers, contains potential treatments for diseases we cannot yet cure. The traditional agricultural knowledge of indigenous communities around the world contains techniques for sustainable food production in difficult environments that we desperately need as the climate changes. The traditional knowledge of the ocean held by Pacific Islander communities contains navigational and ecological insights that modern maritime science is only beginning to appreciate. The last keepers of these traditions are not relics. They are urgent. Their knowledge is not old-fashioned. It is contemporary and necessary and genuinely irreplaceable. Supporting and honouring the continuation of a living traditional knowledge is not nostalgia. It is practical wisdom. For a moment, just breathe. Think of someone who taught you something important, something they knew that you did not, something that required their presence, their demonstration, their patience, their hands guiding yours, or their voice explaining at just the right moment. Now think about what it would mean if no one had taught them, if the chain had broken one generation earlier. Knowledge needs people to carry it, and the people who carry it need to be honoured and supported. That is one of the quietest and most important lessons of the ancient world. Chapter 70. The Long View. As we move through the final passages of this seventh part of our journey, let us take the longest view we can. Let us zoom out, past human history, past the history of our species, past the history of all life on Earth, all the way out to the formation of the planet itself. The Earth is approximately 4.5 billion years old. 4.5 billion years. A number so large that it defeats the imagination. If you compresses those 4.5 billion years into a single calendar year, with January 1st being the formation of the Earth and December 31st being today, then the first life appeared in late February. Complex multicellular life began appearing in November. The dinosaurs appeared on December 18th and went extinct on December 26th. Modern humans appeared at about 11:58 p.m. on December 31st. All of recorded human history, all 6,000 years or so of it, fits into the last few seconds before midnight. All of recorded human history is the last few seconds of the year. Everything we have been talking about tonight, the pyramids, Göbekli Tepe, the cave paintings, the megalithic monuments, the ancient civilizations, the lost knowledge, all of it happened in those last few seconds. And yet in those few seconds, something extraordinary occurred. A single species, one of many millions that have existed on this planet, developed the capacity to ask questions about everything, to look back at the past and forward into the future, to create languages and stories and mathematics and art and science, to build things that last, to transmit knowledge across time, to wonder about its own origins. In the last few seconds of the year, consciousness became complex enough to ask why it exists. That is remarkable. That is genuinely remarkable. And it is worth sitting with, in the quiet of a late night, with the weight of the body resting and the mind drifting between the story and the dark. You are the latest expression of that capacity, the latest moment in the long development of the human ability to wonder. You carry the 300,000-year history of that wondering in your biology and your culture and your language and the stories you've been told and the questions you ask in the dark. And this night, you have added to that history. You have spent time in the company of ancient things and ancient questions. You have let the mystery of the human past wash over you, gently, without demanding answers. You have been, in your quiet and restful way, participating in the long tradition of human wondering. That matters. Not because you have solved anything or discovered anything or proved anything, but because the wondering itself is the most important thing. The willingness to ask, without insisting on a neat answer, without filling the mystery prematurely with comfortable certainties, that is the beginning of all genuine knowledge and all genuine wisdom. The ancient builders who encoded the precession of the equinoxes in their monuments, who aligned their temples to specific stars, who carried enormous stones across impossible distances to mark specific astronomical events, they were wondering too. They were asking the same questions you're asking. Where did we come from? What are we part of? What endures? and they answered in the only language they had available, the language of stone and number and sky. Their answers are still here, still asking us the same questions in return. Breathe slowly now. Let the long view settle around you like the night itself, dark and vast and full of stars that are further away than the mind can truly hold. You're small in that vastness. We all are. But we're also the part of the vastness that can know it is vast, that can look at the stars and ask what they are, that can build monuments to the sky and tell stories about where we came from and listen to those stories in the dark and feel something move in the deep places. That is not small. That is the most extraordinary thing that has happened in 4.5 billion years. And you are it. Right now, in this moment, breathing. The world turns slowly, and so do we. The night is still here, still soft, still patient. You've come a long way in this story, through dozens of ancient places and hundreds of quiet questions, through deep time and rising seas and the long silence before history, through the cave paintings and the stone circles and the myths that circle the world like slow rivers finding their way to the same ocean. And there is still more to explore, still more to sit with, still more of the long and beautiful mystery of what it means to be human on this ancient, patient earth. Come in gently. However awake or half asleep you are right now is exactly right. The story will meet you wherever you are. Let us continue. Chapter 71. The forest that was a city. There is a landscape in Southeast Asia that, for most of the last 500 years, was thought to be nothing more than jungle. Dense, humid, difficult tropical forest covering the plains of what is now Cambodia. A landscape that early European explorers and later colonial administrators saw as empty, as undeveloped, as a region that had always been essentially wilderness, with a few remarkable temple complexes rising improbably from the trees. But the jungle was not empty. The jungle was a city. Or rather, it was the ghost of a city. The biological remains of a metropolitan area so large and so complex that, when researchers finally began to map it properly, using airborne laser scanning technology called LiDAR in surveys conducted from 2012 onward, the results were almost impossible to believe. LiDAR works by firing millions of laser pulses from an aircraft down through the forest canopy. The pulses bounce off whatever they hit, and by measuring the time it takes for each pulse to return, the system builds a three-dimensional map of the ground surface beneath the trees. The vegetation effectively disappears, and what is revealed is the bare topography of the landscape below. What the LiDAR surveys revealed beneath the forests of Cambodia was staggering. The Angkor region, already known to archaeologists as the site of the great medieval Khmer temples, including Angkor Wat and Angkor Thom, turned out to be far larger than anyone had imagined. The surveys revealed an enormous urban landscape extending across more than 1,000 square kilometres, grid-like arrangements of mounds that were once houses, extensive networks of canals and reservoirs and water management infrastructure, roads connecting different parts of the city, the traces of agricultural fields laid out in systematic patterns. The city that had been hidden by the jungle was, at its peak between roughly 900 and 1400 CE, probably the largest pre-industrial urban complex in the world. Estimates of its peak population range from several 100,000 to over 1 million people. 1 million people in a city that the jungle had completely hidden. The water management infrastructure alone is extraordinary. The Khmer engineers who designed the hydraulic system of Greater Angkor built an elaborate network of canals, reservoirs and diversions that captured the seasonal monsoon rains, stored them and distributed them through the dry season to support intensive rice agriculture across an enormous area. The largest reservoir, called the West Baray, is approximately 8 kilometers long and 2 kilometers wide, an artificial lake that holds enough water to supply a large modern city. Managing water on this scale requires sophisticated engineering knowledge. It requires understanding of hydrology, of the behavior of water in a specific landscape, of how to move large volumes of water over long distances using gravity and carefully calculated gradients. It requires the organizational capacity to coordinate thousands of workers over many years and to maintain the system across generations. The Khmer had all of this, and then they lost it. The decline of the Angkor civilization in the 14th and 15th centuries was complex and not fully understood. Climate change played a role, with periods of severe drought followed by intense monsoons that may have damaged the water infrastructure. Political instability contributed. The rise of competing powers in the region shifted the balance of power and trade. And as the city declined, the jungle moved in, slowly, patiently, reclaiming the ground that had been cleared and managed for centuries. The wooden structures of ordinary houses rotted away. The earthen mounds of residential platforms were gradually softened and obscured by vegetation. The canals silted up. The reservoirs became shallow lakes and then wetlands. Within a few centuries, the city was gone, hidden, waiting, until the lasers found it. How many other cities are hiding in other forests? In the Amazon, where we know large settlements existed but have not yet fully mapped them. In the Congo Basin. In the forests of Central America and Southeast Asia and South Asia, where archaeological survey has been limited by the difficulty of working in dense tropical vegetation. The LIDAR technology that revealed Greater Angkor is now being applied in many other places, and consistently it is finding more than was expected. More structures, more roads, more evidence of organised human activity in landscapes that were assumed to have been lightly populated or empty. The world is more full of ancient human presence than we knew, and every year the tools for finding it get better. For a moment, just breathe. Picture the jungle at dawn, the mist rising from the canopy, the calls of birds beginning in the grey light, and below the trees, invisible unless you know where to look, the ghost of a city. 1 million lives, lived and ended, their traces pressed into the earth beneath 1,000 years of growth, still there, still waiting to be found. Chapter 72, The Mathematics of the Moon. We have talked about the sun and the stars, about the solstices and the equinoxes and the rising of Sirius. But let us spend some time with the moon, which was in many ways the most important astronomical object for ancient people, because it provided the most reliable and easily observed measure of medium-scale time. The day was obvious, the period from sunrise to sunrise. The year was observable, the period from one summer solstice to the next, or from one planting season to the next. But between the day and the year, the moon provided a natural division. The month, the period from one new moon to the next, approximately 29.5 days. The lunar cycle is one of the most precisely regular natural phenomena observable to the naked eye. The moon's phases progress with extraordinary consistency, and any careful observer who watches the moon over a few months can learn to predict its phases with reasonable accuracy. Over years of observation, the prediction becomes very precise, but the moon's behaviour is not entirely simple. The 29.5-day synodic month, the cycle of phases, does not divide evenly into the 365.25-day solar year. This incommensurability, the fact that 12 lunar months are about 11 days shorter than the solar year, is one of the fundamental problems of ancient calendar making, and every sophisticated ancient civilization developed its own way of reconciling the lunar and solar cycles. The ancient Mesopotamians used a lunar-solar calendar that inserted an extra month in specific years to keep the lunar and solar cycles aligned. the ancient Egyptians eventually developed a purely solar calendar that ignored the moon for official purposes. The Jewish calendar, which is still in use today, uses a lunisolar system with a specific pattern of leap years based on a 19-year cycle called the Metonic cycle, in which the lunar and solar calendars come back into almost exact alignment. The Metonic cycle was formally described by the Greek astronomer Meton of Athens in 432 BCE. But there is good evidence that the cycle was known much earlier, in Mesopotamia, and possibly in the megalithic cultures of prehistoric Europe. There are specific stone circle sites in Britain and Ireland where the spacing of stones or posts seems to encode the 19-year Metonic cycle. The site of Stonehenge, as we mentioned, has the 56 Aubrey holes that may have been used to track the approximately 18-year lunar standstill cycle. The difference between the Metonic cycle of 19 years and the lunar standstill cycle of approximately 18.6 years is a subtle distinction that requires very long and very careful observation to appreciate, and both cycles appear to have been known to the builders of these monuments. The people who built Stonehenge were not keeping track of the moon casually. They were engaged in a sustained multi-generational program of precise lunar observation that required records, methods for recording and transmitting those records, and the mathematical sophistication to identify cycles within cycles and encode them in stone. This was science. Not modern science with its laboratories and instruments and peer-reviewed journals, but science in the deeper sense, the systematic observation of the natural world, the identification of patterns, the development of models that accurately predict future events, and the transmission of that knowledge to subsequent generations. Ancient science, practiced for thousands of years before anyone called it science, and it worked. The alignments still work. The Stonehenge sunrise still comes through the right gap on the right morning. The Newgrange chamber is still illuminated at the winter solstice. The sky has shifted slightly due to precession, but the monuments still function, still mark the turning points of the year as their builders intended. The science was good. For a moment, just breathe. Think about the moon for a moment. Whatever phase it is in tonight, wherever it is in the sky outside this room, think about how long it has been moving through its cycle. How many people have watched it move? How many calendars have been built around its faithful return to fullness, and its gradual darkening, and its long, thin crescent in the west at sunset? The moon does not know it is being watched, but it has been watched, carefully and lovingly and with great mathematical precision, for as long as there have been eyes capable of looking up. That is a kind of relationship. Old and unbroken. Chapter 73. The Hands on the Wall. We visited cave paintings in an earlier part of our journey, and we looked at the animal paintings and the recurring abstract symbols. But there is one type of image in the cave art tradition that we did not spend much time with, and it deserves its own quiet attention. The hand stencil. You may have seen photographs of them. A human hand pressed flat against the rock surface of a cave wall, and around it, pigment blown or sprayed through a tube, so that the hand appears as a pale shape against a field of colour. A negative image. The absence of the hand defined by the presence of the pigment around it. These hand stencils appear in caves around the world, in France and Spain, in the great cave art sites of Europe, in Indonesia, where some of the oldest known examples have been found, dating to at least 40,000 years ago and possibly older. In Argentina, at a site called the Cave of the Hands, where hundreds of hand stencils in red and black and white and yellow cover the walls in an extraordinary accumulation. In Australia, in Africa, in North America. Wherever ancient people made art, many of them made this one particular kind of art. They pressed their hands against the wall and defined them with colour. Why? The most immediate answer is also the most human one. It is a way of saying, I was here, not in the abstract, not as a record of a hunt or a ceremony, but personally, specifically, individually. This particular hand, these particular fingers, this person here, at this moment, touching this wall, it is a signature, the most ancient form of human signature. And when you look at a photograph of these ancient hand stencils, something very direct happens. You see the hand, you see the specific proportions of the fingers, the slightly spread position, the particular size, and you feel, in a way that is hard to describe, the presence of the person who made it. Not as an abstraction, as a person. Someone who stood where you are imagining standing, in the flickering light of a small lamp, and pressed their hand against the cold stone and covered it with pigment and then pulled it away, and saw their own outline there on the wall. What did they feel in that moment? We will never know, but we can imagine something, the same thing you would feel, a kind of quiet triumph, a confirmation of existence, a small private act of marking the world with the fact of yourself. I was here. And the remarkable thing is, they still are here, in the only way that matters for this kind of message, which is that the message arrived. 40,000 years later, we see the hand. We receive the signal. We know that someone was there. The communication worked. Across the longest distance any human message has ever travelled, it worked. There is something in that which feels like hope, or perhaps not hope exactly, but something related to it, a confirmation that presence can be made lasting, that the act of reaching out, of making your mark, of saying I was here in whatever form that takes is not futile, it endures. Somehow, against all the odds of time and decay and change, some of it endures. Chapter 74, The Sound of Sacred Space. Here is something that researchers have only recently begun to study systematically, but that opens a quietly fascinating window into the way ancient people may have understood and used their sacred spaces. Many ancient sites have unusual acoustic properties. Newgrange, the Irish Passage tomb, has an interior that produces distinctive resonance. When sounds are made inside the chamber, the stone walls create a specific reverberant quality that makes certain frequencies linger and reinforce each other. The chamber seems to amplify and sustain sound in a way that feels, to those who experience it, somewhat otherworldly. Stonehenge, when it was complete with its full set of stones, would have created a complex acoustic environment. Sound bouncing between the massive sarsen stones would have produced interference patterns, areas of amplification and dampening that varied depending on where you were standing. Researchers who have built acoustic scale models of the complete Stonehenge and played music and drumming through them report that the effect is striking and immersive, quite different from the same sound in an open field. The Hippodrome of Hal Saflieni in Malta is an underground temple complex that is among the most acoustically remarkable ancient spaces in the world. The chambers, carved from rock, are shaped in ways that produce extraordinary resonance. Certain frequencies, particularly the deep male voice in the range of around 110 Hz, produce a resonance in the main chamber that is almost physical in its intensity. The walls of the chamber seem to vibrate with the sound. Researchers who have studied this space report that the acoustic effect has a measurable impact on brain activity, producing changes in how subjects process spatial information and experience altered states of consciousness. Was this intentional? Did the builders of these spaces design them to produce specific acoustic effects? It is difficult to prove intention conclusively, but the evidence increasingly suggests that some ancient builders were aware of and deliberately exploited acoustic properties. In several cave painting sites in France and Spain, researchers have found that the densest concentrations of paintings are in areas where the cave's acoustic properties are most distinctive, where echoes are strongest, where certain sounds produce unusual resonances. In a cave in darkness, with only a small flickering lamp, the sounds you make come back to you from unexpected directions and with unexpected qualities. The cave seems to answer. It seems to speak. In such a setting, an unusual acoustic resonance would reinforce the sense that the place is alive, that it is responsive, that it is a place where ordinary boundaries between the inner and outer world are thinned. Perhaps this was part of what made certain caves, certain chambers, certain enclosed spaces so powerful for ancient ritual. Not just their visual drama, but their sonic one. The way sound behaved differently there than it behaved anywhere else. The ancient builders were attending to all the senses, not just what the eye sees in the alignments of stones and the angle of the sunrise, but what the ear hears in the resonant chamber, what the body feels in the cool air and the close stone, what the whole person experiences in a space designed to heighten presence and dissolve the ordinary boundaries of the self. They were, in a word, designing experience, not just architecture. Experience. For a moment, just breathe. Notice the quality of sound in the space around you, the way your own breath sounds, the small sounds that are present at this hour of the night, the particular acoustic signature of this room, this building, this place. Every space has its own sound, its own way of holding and reflecting and absorbing sound. The ancient builders knew this. They used it. And right now, without trying, without designing anything, you are inside your own acoustic space. Notice it. Let it be part of the experience of this night. Chapter 75. The place where three rivers meet. Ancient cultures around the world placed enormous significance on confluences, the places where rivers meet. Where two streams join to form one larger river, or where three waterways come together, the meeting point was understood as a place of special power and special significance. The reason is partly practical. A confluence is a natural crossroads. If rivers are roads, then a confluence is an intersection, a place where different routes meet and where goods and people and information naturally gather. The great trading cities of the ancient world were almost invariably located at confluences or at the points where rivers met the sea. But the significance of confluences went beyond the practical. In many traditions, the place where waters meet was understood as a place of transformation, where two things become one thing, where distinct identities merge into something new. This liminal quality, the sense of being at a threshold between two states, gave confluences their spiritual power. In India, the Triveni Sangam at Allahabad, where the Ganges and Yamuna rivers visibly meet, and where a third river, the mythological Saraswati, is believed to join them invisibly from underground, is one of the most sacred sites in Hinduism. The Kumbh Mela, the largest religious gathering in the world, is held there on a rotating cycle and draws tens of millions of pilgrims to bathe at the point of confluence. The Saraswati River is particularly interesting. In ancient Hindu texts, particularly the Vedas, the Saraswati is described as a mighty river, a great flowing body of water that was central to the civilization of the Vedic people. But in the current landscape, no such river exists. The Saraswati had apparently dried up before the texts that described it as still flowing were written. Or had it? Recent satellite imagery and geological research has revealed something fascinating beneath the surface of the plains of the northwestern India and Pakistan. There are dry riverbeds, ghost channels in the landscape, that trace the path of an ancient river that once flowed through this region. The river is gone now, dried up thousands of years ago, but its path is still visible from orbit. This ancient river has been identified by many researchers as the Saraswati described in the Vedic texts. Its disappearance, caused by tectonic shifts that diverted the rivers that fed it, may have been one of the factors that contributed to the decline of the Indus Valley civilization, which flourished along its banks. If the Vedic descriptions of the Saraswati as a great flowing river are accurate memories of a real watercourse that dried up between about 4,000 and 5,000 years ago, it means the Vedic texts contain geographical information that is at least that old, which in turn means that whatever oral tradition carried those descriptions forward was doing so accurately across 4,000 or 5,000 years. We keep coming back to this, the depth and fidelity of ancient oral tradition. The way certain kinds of information, embedded in sacred texts and ritual practice and myth, can survive for astonishing lengths of time. The river is gone, but the memory of the river is still here, still being recited by priests at the Triveni Sangam, still believed to be present invisibly at the confluence, still drawing millions of pilgrims to the place where it once flowed. Memory is a kind of river too. It flows whether we can see it or not. Chapter 76. The bones of the ancient dead. Archaeology began in many ways with the dead. The most abundant evidence of ancient life that survives in the archaeological record is the evidence left by burial. The deliberate, careful, respectful treatment of the dead is one of the earliest behaviours we can identify as distinctively human, and it has left us an extraordinary amount of material to study. The oldest clear evidence of intentional burial in our species dates to at least 100,000 years ago, from sites in Africa and the Middle East. These early burials are simple by later standards, but they are unmistakably deliberate. The body was placed in a specific position. Sometimes objects were placed with it. Sometimes the grave was marked. As time went on, burial practices became more elaborate and more varied. By the time of the Upper Paleolithic, the period between roughly 50,000 and 12,000 years ago, burial sometimes included extraordinary quantities of grave goods and evidence of elaborate ceremony. Bodies adorned with thousands of hand-pierced beads, bodies sprinkled with red ochre pigment, bodies buried in specific orientations that may correspond to astronomical alignments, bodies accompanied by objects that seem to have symbolic or ritual significance rather than purely practical value. These ancient burials tell us things about the people who made them. They tell us that these people had a concept of death as distinct from life, and a set of beliefs about what happened after death. They tell us that the dead were considered to be still part of the community in some sense, still deserving of care and provision. They tell us that certain individuals within the community were of special status, because the richest burials in any site are typically those of people who held unusual social positions, whether as leaders, as healers, as specialists of some kind. And the burials tell us about the emotional lives of ancient people in a way that tools and food remains cannot. The care taken in positioning a body, the beauty of the objects placed alongside it, the fact that in some cases burial sites were returned to repeatedly over generations, with new burials added near older ones as if the community wanted to keep its dead together in a specific place. These are not the behaviours of people who are purely focused on survival. These are the behaviours of people who felt grief, who had attachment, who loved the people they lost and found ways to express and honour that love in permanent form. The ancient dead are not strangers. They are the earliest versions of ourselves in the archaeological record, expressing something we immediately recognise because we still feel it. The grief, the care, the desire to mark the passing of someone who mattered. That has not changed. Not in 100,000 years, not in a single day. For a moment, just breathe. Think of someone you have lost. Or if you prefer, think of someone you love who is still here, and feel the warmth of that love for a moment. That feeling has been felt by human beings for at least 100,000 years. Every person who ever lived felt something like it. Every ancient builder, every cave painter, every maker of hand stencils, every keeper of the oral tradition, every astronomer who watched the stars from a cold hilltop. They all loved someone. They all lost someone. The feeling is the oldest continuous thread in the human story. You are part of it. Chapter 77, The Age of Heroes. There is a particular period in the mythological traditions of many ancient cultures that is sometimes called the Age of Heroes, or the Heroic Age. It is a period that is understood as neither the primordial golden age of the gods nor the ordinary human present, but something in between. A time when the world was still young enough to produce extraordinary individuals, people of unusual strength and wisdom and capability, people who could accomplish things that normal humans in normal times could not. The Greek heroic age was the period of Achilles and Odysseus and Heracles and Perseus and Theseus. The Hindu tradition has its heroes, the warriors of the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, whose deeds were on a scale that ordinary mortals could not match. The Norse tradition has its heroes, Sigurd and Beowulf and the warriors of Valhalla. What is interesting about the heroic age, from the perspective of our story tonight, is that it seems to represent a memory of a specific kind of historical transition, a time when the world was changing rapidly, when the old order of the gods, the direct divine governance of the world, was giving way to the new order of ordinary human civilization. When the last of the extraordinary individuals who had inherited abilities or knowledge from an older world were still alive, but the world they belonged to was ending. The heroes are always figures of the threshold. They belong to neither the divine world nor the fully human world. They are in between, and they always die, or are taken away to some special place beyond ordinary death. They cannot survive in the world as it becomes. In the Greek tradition, the heroes died in the Trojan War, or in other great conflicts, and their deaths mark the end of the heroic age and the beginning of the age of ordinary humanity. The heroes were the last generation of a particular kind of human being, and when they were gone, that kind of human being was gone too. Is this pure mythology, or is it carrying, in its story structure, some memory of a real transition? Some researchers have suggested that the heroic age myths carry the memory of the Bronze Age collapse, a catastrophic period around 1200 BCE when several major Bronze Age civilizations, including the Mycenaean Greeks, the Hittites, and the Ugaritic kingdoms of the Levant, collapsed in rapid succession. The cause of this collapse is itself a matter of considerable scholarly debate, but the results are clear. The sophisticated palace cultures of the Bronze Age Mediterranean disappeared within a generation or two, leaving a simpler, less organized world in their wake. If the elaborate palace cultures of Mycenaean Greece, with their literacy, their long-distance trade, their complex social organization, their great warrior kings, collapsed suddenly and dramatically around 1200 BCE, that collapse would have looked to the people who lived through it like the end of an age, like the death of a heroic world, like the departure of the last great individuals who embodied the qualities of a more powerful time. The myth of the heroic age may be the cultural memory of that collapse, preserved in the oral tradition, and eventually written down by Homer as the Iliad and the Odyssey. If that is true, then the Trojan War may be a real memory, however distorted and elaborated, of the conflicts and destructions of the Bronze Age collapse. Not the specific siege of a specific city exactly as Homer describes it, but the memory of a world in upheaval, of great warrior cultures fighting and dying, of a civilization ending and something simpler beginning in its place. The myth as memory, the story as history. It is a pattern we keep finding. Chapter 78, The gentle art of not knowing. We are deep in the night now, deep in the story, and this feels like a good moment to do something that the story invites us to do at certain points along the way. To stop, to be still, to sit with the not knowing. Everything we have explored together in this long journey has had the quality of approaching but not quite arriving. We have looked at the evidence for ancient sophistication and found it compelling but not conclusive. We have followed the patterns of shared knowledge and shared myth and found them suggestive but not definitive. We have stood at the edges of many fascinating mysteries and looked into them carefully and honestly, and then stepped back without claiming more than we could see. That is the right approach. That is the intellectually honest approach. But it is also, and this is the thing worth noticing right now, the spiritually honest approach too, because one of the deepest lessons that the ancient world has to teach us, encoded in its monuments and its myths and its long traditions of careful observation, is the value of patient unknowing. The ancient astronomers did not arrive at their knowledge of the lunar standstill cycle by deciding they already knew what it was and confirming their belief. They arrived at it by watching and recording without prejudging the outcome, by being genuinely open to whatever the sky had to show them, by maintaining, across many years and many generations, the discipline of honest observation. The ancient healers who built up their pharmacopoeias of plant medicines did not do so by assuming they knew which plants would work. They did so by trying, by observing, by keeping careful mental records of what happened and adjusting their practice accordingly, by being, in the deepest sense, empirical, open to the evidence, open to being surprised, open to finding that what they thought was not what was. This quality of open, patient, honest attention to what is actually there, rather than what we expect or hope to find, is one of the most valuable things a human being can cultivate. And it is the quality that this kind of night, this kind of slow, drifting, half-sleeping attention is particularly good at producing. When the busy, assertive, conclusion-seeking daytime mind relaxes its grip, when the pressure to know and to judge and to decide falls away, something else becomes possible. A kind of looser, more receptive attention, an attention that notices things the busy mind overlooks, that feels the shape of things rather than immediately naming and categorizing them. This is the state the ancient oracles cultivated, the state the shamans sought in their rituals, the state the meditating monks described as the beginning of real perception. Not the absence of thought, but the loosening of the grip of habitual thought. The opening of a space in which something other than the usual can come through. You're in something like that state right now, not because of any special practice or deliberate technique. Just because it is late, and you are tired, and the story has been slow and gentle for a long time, and the body has relaxed, and the mind has let go of some of its usual holding. In that state, the not knowing is not frustrating. It is spacious. The open questions feel like open windows rather than blank walls. Where did the knowledge come from? We do not know. Was there a civilization before the ones we can document? We do not know. What was lost in the rising seas and the burning libraries and the dying of the last keepers? We do not know. What were the cave painters saying with their recurring symbols? We do not know. We do not know. We do not know. We do not know. And in the soft dark of this late hour, that is not a defeat. It is an invitation to keep looking, keep asking, keep being genuinely, openly curious about the extraordinary mystery of our own existence and our own history. The ancient world is not solved. It is barely begun. And that is one of the most beautiful things about it. For a moment, just breathe. Let the not knowing be soft and wide and full of possibility. Let it hold you the way the dark holds you right now, gently, without insisting on anything. Chapter 79. The Path of the Ancestors. In the traditions of many indigenous cultures around the world, there is a concept of ancestral paths. Routes through the landscape that were travelled by the ancestors, routes that are understood as still present, still active, still carrying the energy and the memory of all the beings who have moved along them. In Australian Aboriginal culture, these paths are called songlines, a term that has become widely known outside Aboriginal communities. The landscape is understood as having been sung into existence by the ancestral beings in the time of creation, called the dreaming, and those songs are paths. They connect specific features of the landscape, hills and waterholes and rock formations and trees, in long lines that extend for hundreds or thousands of miles. A person who knows the songs associated with a particular songline knows the landscape through which it passes. The songs encode geographical information, directions and distances and landmarks in a form that can be remembered and transmitted. Walking the songline while singing it is both a physical journey and a spiritual one, a reenactment of the original creation journey of the ancestral being. The songlines connect communities. Different groups are custodians of different sections of a songline, and by singing their section they participate in a larger shared geography that extends across the entire continent. The songlines are a kind of infrastructure, not physical but memorial, that knits together the diverse peoples of Australia into a relationship with their shared landscape. This is not metaphor, or rather, it is metaphor that is simultaneously literal. The landscape really is organised the way the songs describe it. The features really are where the songs say they are. The songs really do work as maps. They have been working as maps for at least 65,000 years. The concept of the ancestral path appears in other traditions too. The idea of pilgrimage routes in many religious traditions carries a similar quality, though it is less explicitly geographic and more focused on spiritual transformation. But in many ancient pilgrimage traditions, the walking itself was as important as the destination. The act of moving through a specific landscape, following a specific route, was the practice. The Camino de Santiago in Spain, the great medieval pilgrimage route to the tomb of St. James, follows a path across northern Spain that was a pilgrimage route long before Christianity, travelling a landscape that has been walked by pilgrims for thousands of years. The route passes through a landscape rich in prehistoric monuments and ancient sacred sites. The Christian pilgrimage overlays a much older tradition of sacred walking. In Japan, the Shikoku pilgrimage, a circuit of 88 Buddhist temples on the island of Shikoku, is associated with the Buddhist monk Kukai, who lived in the 9th century CE. But the route connects places that were sacred long before Buddhism arrived in Japan, places of natural power in the landscape that drew people before any formal religious tradition had organised them into a circuit. The sacred path is another example of the persistent place. Routes that have been walked for millennia because something about the walking of them does something important. They move the walker through a sequence of landscapes and experiences that produces, over the course of the journey, a transformation, a changed perspective, a renewed relationship with the earth and with the community of all the pilgrims who have walked the same path before. You carry the memory of walking in your body, the specific rhythm of walking, the slow, steady movement through space, the way the landscape changes gradually around you, is one of the oldest human experiences. Your body was designed for it. It evolved for it. The long, swinging stride of the human being on open ground is one of the things that distinguishes us from other primates, a specialization for long-distance walking that allowed our ancestors to follow the great herds across the African plains. Walking is in you, the ancient path is in you. And somewhere in the long quiet of tonight, in the stillness of the resting body, There is a kind of walking happening anyway, not of the legs, but of the mind and the imagination and the attention, moving slowly through the landscape of the ancient world, following the ancestral paths, one quiet step at a time. Chapter 80, The Gift of the Stars. Let us end this part of our journey where the journey of ancient humanity so often ended and began, under the stars. Go with me one more time to an open place, not a specific ancient site this time, just a hill or a plain, or a place where the sky is wide and the light is dark and the stars are everything. You're standing in the open. The air around you is cool and clean. The ground beneath your feet is solid and still. The horizon in every direction is a low, dark line where the earth ends and the sky begins. And the sky above you is the most extraordinary thing you've ever seen. Not the washed-out, city-dimmed sky of modern life with its 10 or 20 visible stars. The real sky. The sky as it looked to every human being who ever lived before electric light. The full, uncompromised, staggering sky of a truly dark night. Stars beyond counting. Clouds of them. Rivers of them. The Milky Way is a physical presence overhead, a broad, luminous band that arcs from horizon to horizon, and that, if you look at it long enough, resolves into depth, into layers, into the suggestion of an incomprehensible distance behind and beyond what the eye can directly see. You stand under this sky, and you feel what every human being who has ever stood under it has felt, small and connected, both at once. Small because the scale of what you're looking at is genuinely beyond comprehension. The nearest star other than the sun is more than 4 light years away. The light reaching your eyes from the far edge of the Milky Way has been travelling for tens of thousands of years. The most distant objects you can see with the naked eye, the Andromeda Galaxy, a faint smudge in the northern sky, is 2.5 million light years away. 2.5 million years ago, the light you're seeing left its source. The universe was already ancient then. The Earth was already formed. Life on Earth was already 3 billion years old. Our species would not exist for another 2.5 million years. And the light travelled all that way in a straight line through the darkness to reach your eyes on this particular night. Connected because you are part of this, not separate from it, looking in, part of it. The atoms in your body were forged in the hearts of ancient stars that exploded before the sun was born. The carbon in your cells, the oxygen in your breath, the iron in your blood, all of it was made in a star. All of it travelled in some form across billions of years to become you. You're not looking at the stars, you're made of them. You're the universe looking at itself, and the ancient people who stood under this same sky, who learned to read it and predict it and encode its cycles in stone, they felt this too, in whatever language they had for it, in whatever story they told to make sense of it. They felt the smallness and the connection simultaneously, and they built things that said, we were here, we looked up, we paid attention, we tried to understand. The stars received the attention, the stones remembered the observation, and you, tonight, inherit both. You inherit the star-built body and the wandering mind and the long tradition of human attention turned upward to the dark. That is a gift, given over hundreds of thousands of years by people who had no idea you existed, who could not have imagined the world you live in, but who gave everything they had to the work of understanding and passing forward what they understood. The gift is yours. It always was. As we come to the end of this 8th part of our journey, let us rest in that gift for a moment, not thinking about it, not analysing it, just feeling the weight and warmth of it. The stars above, the ancient earth below, the long chain of wandering human beings stretching back through the dark of time. And you, right here, right now, exactly where you are, breathing slowly and letting the story carry you. That is enough, more than enough. The world turns slowly, and so do we. The night is very deep now, not in a heavy or pressing way, deep in the way that a calm ocean is deep, full and dark and moving very slowly far below the surface. The kind of deep that holds everything gently, the kind of deep that is not absence but presence, a fullness of quiet. Wherever you are in the long drift between waking and sleeping, you are held in that depth right now. The story is here, as it has always been, patient and unhurried, moving at the pace of slow water. Come in as softly as you like. There is a place in the Middle East, a region that today is largely arid and difficult, scattered with rocky hills and dry valleys, and the occasional ribbon of green along a seasonal river, that was once something very different. 10,000 years ago, this region was greener, wetter, more abundant. The hills were covered with forests of oak and pistachio and cedar. The valleys held rivers that ran year-round rather than only in the rainy season. The plains between the hills were rich with wild grasses, the ancestors of the wheat and barley that would eventually be cultivated into the first crops. This is the Fertile Crescent, the place where agriculture began, the place where, in the space of a few thousand years, human beings made the transition from gathering wild food to growing it deliberately, from following the abundance of nature to creating abundance of their own. We have talked about this transition before in earlier parts of our journey, but tonight let us look at it from a slightly different angle. Let us think about what it would have felt like from the inside to be living through it. Imagine you are a person in this landscape 10,000 years ago. Your community has been living in this valley for generations, perhaps for longer than anyone can remember. You know this valley intimately. You know where the best stands of wild grain grow, and you know that every year, at a certain time, the grain ripens and can be harvested. You know the patterns of the seasons, you know the movements of the animals, you know the springs and the streams and the places where the soil is richest. And in your knowledge of the wild grasses, you have noticed something. The plants that grow near last year's camp, where grain was spilled during processing, produce larger and more abundant seeds than the plants that grow further away. The disturbance of the soil around the campsite, the concentration of organic waste from the community's activities, seems to encourage the plants to grow more vigorously. You have not invented agriculture yet, but you are noticing something real, and perhaps your grandmother noticed the same thing, and her grandmother before her, and over generations the noticing becomes intention. The spilling becomes planting, the campsite becomes a garden, the garden becomes a field. This is how the most important revolution in human history probably actually happened. Not as a sudden invention by a single genius, not as a discovery made in a single moment, but as a slow accumulation of observation and intention, spread across many generations and many communities, gradually becoming more deliberate and more systematic, until at some point it crossed a threshold that we call agriculture. The same slow, patient, cumulative process that built Stonehenge, that developed the lunar calendar, that refined the ancient healing traditions, that preserved the oral knowledge for thousands of years. Human knowledge does not leap. It accumulates, slowly, generation by generation, observation by observation, each person adding a little to what they received and passing on a little more than they were given. That is how we got here. That slow accumulation is the real story of civilization, not the dramatic moments of sudden invention. The long, patient work of noticing and remembering and passing on. The garden before the desert existed. the abundance before the difficulty was real, and the knowledge of how to cultivate that abundance, how to encourage the earth to give more than it would without human attention. That knowledge was developed slowly and carefully by people who were paying the deepest possible attention to the world they lived in. They were gardeners, the first ones, and their patient work changed everything. For a moment, just breathe. Think of something growing, a seed in dark soil, the slow push of a green shoot toward the light, the patience of it, the absolute certainty of it given the right conditions. Things grow in their own time, always have, always will. Chapter 82. The Dreaming and the Real. In the cosmology of the Australian Aboriginal peoples, there is a concept that is often translated as the dreaming or the dream time. But these translations, while useful as starting points, do not quite capture what the concept actually means in its original context. The dreaming is not a pastime that is over and gone. It is not a dream in the sense of something unreal or imaginary. It is the foundational reality, the deep layer of existence in which the world was created and in which the patterns of all things were established. It is ongoing. It is present. It is accessible. The ancestral beings who created the world in the dreaming did not finish their work and disappear. They became the world. They are the rocks and the rivers and the animals and the plants and the stars. The creation did not happen once and end. It is continuously happening. Every rock, every waterhole, every species of animal, every star is an ancestral being in a particular form. This means that the ordinary world and the sacred world are not two separate realms. They are the same realm seen with different depths of attention. The waterhole is a waterhole. And it is also an ancestral being, with its own story, its own song, its own place in the web of relationships that holds the world together. To know the dreaming story of a particular place is to know that place at its deepest level. To sing the songs associated with it is to participate in its continuous creation. To perform the ceremonies that maintain its health and vitality is to do real and necessary work in the world. This is not superstition. It is a sophisticated philosophical position, one that Western thought has only recently begun to approach from its own direction, through the recognition that what we call nature is not a passive backdrop to human activity, but an active, complex, responsive web of relationships in which human beings are just one participant among many. The Aboriginal understanding of country, as the land and all its relationships are called, anticipates by thousands of years the insights of modern ecology, which tells us that every element of an ecosystem is connected to every other element, that the health of the whole depends on the maintenance of all its parts and relationships, and that human activity within an ecosystem is never neutral, but always has consequences that ripple through the entire web. The dreaming is a way of knowing this, of understanding it not as an abstract scientific principle, but as a living reality that you participate in every day, with every step you take on the land, every song you sing, every ceremony you perform. Ancient knowledge does not look like modern knowledge. It uses different languages and different frameworks, but it is not less sophisticated for that. In some ways, it is more sophisticated, because it integrates what we tend to separate. It does not divide knowledge from relationship, understanding from practice, the intellectual from the emotional and spiritual. It holds everything together. The way the world actually is, the way the world has always been, and the way the world will remain, whether we understand it that way or not. For a moment, just breathe. The room around you is part of a web of relationships. The air you breathe has been breathed before by other lungs, other creatures, other living things. It will be breathed again. The water in your body has moved through the ocean and the clouds and the rivers and the soil and other bodies across billions of years. The food that made your cells came from the soil and the rain and the sun. You're not separate from the world. You're made of it. You're in it completely. Right now. In this breath. Chapter 83. The memory in the stone. There is a type of geological formation called a standing wave in stone. It is a pattern created when very hot rock flows quickly and then cools and freezes, preserving in its crystallized structure the shape of the motion that created it. The rock remembers the movement. Even after millions of years, the wave is still there, frozen in the mineral, waiting for the right angle of light to reveal it. Stone remembers. Not in the way a brain remembers, not consciously, but in the physical sense of preserving the conditions of its formation. Every rock contains, in its mineral structure, the story of how it was made, the temperature and pressure at which it formed, the chemical environment, the speed of its cooling, the movement of water through it, the passage of time. Geologists read these records the way detectives read a crime scene. The story is all there, encoded in the structure of the minerals, waiting for the right questions and the right instruments. And when human beings carved and shaped and moved stones, they added their own records, the marks of their tools, the specific shapes they created, the alignments they established with the sky, the precision with which they cut and fitted surfaces together. The stone remembers that too. A scratch mark on a granite surface, made by a copper tool pressed hard against the rock, is still there 4,000 years later. The angle of the scratch, the direction of the cut, the pattern of overlapping scratches that reveals the motion of the tool, all of this is readable if you know how to look. Researchers studying ancient stoneworking marks have learned to read these traces like a language. They can tell how a surface was prepared, what sequence of operations was used, whether the work was done quickly or slowly, by an experienced hand or an uncertain one, whether multiple workers were involved, whether the work was interrupted and resumed. The ancient stonecutters left their signatures in the stone they worked, not intentionally as signatures, but inevitably, because every action leaves a trace. Every touch changes the thing it touches. Every intention leaves its mark in the material world. This is true of more than stone cutting. It is true of everything. Every action you have ever taken has left traces in the world. Most of them are invisible now. Most of them have faded beyond recovery. But they were real. They happened. They changed things, however slightly. The world is the accumulated trace of everything that has ever happened in it. The stone is the accumulated trace of 4.5 billion years of geological process. The human body is the accumulated trace of 3 billion years of biological evolution. The culture you live in is the accumulated trace of thousands of years of human thought and practice and choice. You are made of traces, of marks left by processes you didn't witness, by people you did not know, by events you cannot directly experience but that shaped everything around you and everything within you. And you are leaving your own traces, right now, in the world, and in the people around you, and in whatever follows after you. The stone remembers, everything does, in its own way. Chapter 84. The question of consciousness. Here is a question that is both scientific and philosophical, both ancient and urgently modern. What is consciousness? We do not know. Despite thousands of years of philosophical inquiry and more than a century of neuroscientific research, the question of how and why physical processes in the brain give rise to subjective experience, to the felt quality of being alive and aware, remains genuinely and deeply mysterious. Why does it feel like something to be you? Why is there a sense of being on the inside of your own experience, a perspective, a point of view, a continuous stream of awareness? Why is there something rather than nothing happening from the inside? These questions have been asked for as long as people have been asking questions. The ancient Indian philosophical tradition, particularly the tradition of Vedanta and the closely related Buddhist philosophical schools, developed extraordinarily sophisticated frameworks for thinking about consciousness. Frameworks that anticipate certain directions of modern cognitive science and philosophy of mind in ways that are frankly surprising. The Advaita Vedanta tradition, developed most fully by the philosopher Adi Shankaracharya in the 8th century CE but rooted in much older texts, holds that consciousness is not produced by the brain. It is not a product of physical processes. It is rather the fundamental nature of reality itself. Everything that exists is, at its deepest level, pure awareness, pure consciousness. The individual mind is not a separate producer of consciousness, but a kind of localized focusing of the universal consciousness. The way a whirlpool is not separate water from the river, but is the river taking a particular temporary form. This is a very different starting point from the modern scientific assumption that consciousness is produced by the brain and ends when the brain stops functioning. And whether or not you find the Vedantic view persuasive, it represents a serious and sophisticated attempt to answer the hardest question in philosophy. The Buddhist analysis of consciousness is equally sophisticated, but approaches the question differently. Rather than positing a universal consciousness, Buddhist philosophy undertakes an extraordinarily detailed phenomenological investigation of the contents and processes of experience. What are the components of a moment of awareness? How do perception and sensation and emotion and conceptual thought arise and interact? What is the nature of the self that seems to be having these experiences? The answers Buddhist philosophy arrives at, through careful introspective investigation combined with rigorous philosophical analysis, are in some cases being confirmed by modern neuroscience. The non-existence of a fixed, unified self as the subject of experience, the constructed and contextual nature of perception, the interdependence of all mental phenomena, these are directions in which contemporary cognitive science is independently moving. Ancient wisdom and modern science are in certain areas converging, not because ancient wisdom was already scientific in the modern sense, but because ancient wisdom and modern science are both, at their best, careful attempts to understand the nature of reality. And when both are done carefully and honestly, they sometimes arrive at similar places from very different directions. The mystery of consciousness is one of the places where this convergence is most visible and most beautiful. Because consciousness is the most intimate thing in the world. It is the thing that you are in the most immediate and undeniable sense, and yet it is the thing that is most difficult to understand, because every attempt to understand it is itself made of the thing being understood. Consciousness trying to understand consciousness, awareness turning back on itself, the universe trying to see its own face. This is what the ancient philosophers were doing when they sat in meditation or engaged in philosophical debate. And this is what you're doing right now, in a softer and more receptive way, as you drift between the story and the quiet dark. You are consciousness, noticing itself, briefly, gently, without grasping. That is enough. That is in fact everything. For a moment, just breathe. Notice that you are noticing. Notice the awareness that is present in this moment, not its contents, not the thoughts and images and sensations, just the fact of awareness itself. It is there. It is always there. It is the one thing that has been continuously present throughout your entire life, through all the changes of body and mind and circumstance. The ancient philosophers called it by many names: the self, Buddha nature, the witness, pure awareness. Whatever you call it, it is here, right now, in this breath, and the next. Chapter 85. The Shape of Time. Human beings have always had to make a choice about how to understand time, whether to see it as a line or a circle, whether to understand history as progress moving in a single direction, or as cycles endlessly repeating. The modern Western worldview is strongly linear. Time goes from the past through the present into the future, and the future is, in principle, better than the past. We call this progress. The story of civilization is the story of improvement, of accumulating knowledge and capability, of solving problems and moving forward. The past is what we have come from, and the future is where we are going. This is a relatively unusual view in the history of human thought. Most ancient traditions understood time as cyclical. The seasons return, the stars return, the great ages of the world return. Nothing is truly new because everything has happened before and will happen again. The task of the wise person is not to invent the future, but to align with the eternal cycle. To understand your place in the pattern and to move with it rather than against it. The Hindu conception of cosmic time is perhaps the most elaborately cyclical of all ancient frameworks. The universe moves through vast cycles called kalpas, each lasting billions of years. Within each kalpa there are smaller cycles, and within those the 4 yugas, the 4 ages of increasing difficulty and decreasing virtue, which repeat in sequence. The universe is created, maintained, and destroyed in an endless rhythm, like a breath breathed in and out on a cosmic scale. The Maya long count calendar, which we discussed in an earlier part of our journey, is also essentially cyclical. The end of a great cycle is not the end of time, but the beginning of the next cycle. The calendar turns over like an odometer and starts again. Even the ancient Greek understanding of time was more cyclical than linear. The Stoic philosophers believed in a concept called ekpyrosis, the periodic conflagration of the universe in fire, followed by a new creation that would unfold in exactly the same way as the previous one. Everything would return. Every person, every event, every moment would recur eternally. The modern linear understanding of time as progress, as development, as movement toward an endpoint, is largely a product of the Abrahamic religious traditions, which understand history as a story with a beginning, a middle, and an end. Creation, the fall, redemption, judgment, a line from origin to conclusion. And this understanding was then secularized and reinforced by the scientific revolutions of the modern period, which gave us the expanding universe, biological evolution, the arrow of time in thermodynamics. But interesting things happen when you hold both views simultaneously, when you allow time to be both linear and cyclical, both progressive and recursive, both novel and repeated. Because both are true in different senses, the universe is expanding and will not return to the same state, but the seasons do return, the cycles of stars and planets do return, the patterns of human experience, birth and death and love and grief and wonder and building and losing and beginning again do return. Perhaps time is not a line or a circle but a spiral, moving forward and upward, yes, but returning in each revolution to something like the place it was before, similar but not identical, rhyming but not repeating exactly. Each spring is not the same spring as last year, but it rhymes with it. It carries the same essential quality, the same pattern of return and renewal, even as the specific circumstances are entirely new. History rhymes, not perfectly, not literally, but it rhymes. And when you look at the ancient world with that in mind, something interesting happens. The patterns we have been exploring all night, the astronomical knowledge encoded in monuments, the flood myths, the civilization bringer stories, the lost golden ages, these stop being curiosities and start being the rhymes. the places where the present moment and the deep past are sounding the same note. We're in a rhyme right now, with the ancient world, building and losing and building again, knowing and forgetting and slowly remembering, reaching toward the sky and trying to understand where we are in the long arc of time. The pattern is old, and we are the latest instance of it. Chapter 86, The River and the Sea. There is a particular quality of sound that the ocean has at night, when the tide is coming in and the waves are breaking steadily on a dark beach. Not the dramatic crashing of a storm, just the ordinary, inexhaustible rhythm of waves arriving and receding one after another in a sequence that has been going on without interruption since the ocean first formed, and that will continue without interruption long after every human ear has stopped listening. The sound is one of the most reliably restful sounds in the world. It works on the nervous system in a very direct and physical way, because its rhythm is close to the rhythm of breathing, and the slow, repetitive, predictable quality of it gives the anxious mind something to anchor to, something that says, this is regular, this is reliable, this is going to keep happening. You do not need to watch it or manage it or worry about it. It will take care of itself. The ancient world had this sound. Every shore, every riverbank, every lake edge where people gathered and built their communities. The sound of water moving has been the background to human life since the very beginning. And water, of course, is how we have travelled. Rivers are the oldest roads. The sea is the oldest frontier. The ancient sailors who navigated the Pacific in their wooden canoes, the ancient merchants who moved goods along the rivers of Mesopotamia, the ancient pilgrims who crossed the Mediterranean to reach the great sanctuaries of the ancient world, all of them moved on water. All of them heard the same sounds: the lap of water against a hull, the splash of a paddle, the cry of seabirds, the sound of wind in a sail. Water connects. It always has. The rivers that seemed to separate territories on a map were, in the ancient world, the routes that connected them. The ocean that seems to isolate continents was, for the greatest ancient navigators, the road that linked them. And the sound of water, the rhythm of waves and current, and the quiet movement of a deep river has been working on the human nervous system for as long as the human nervous system has existed. You carry it with you, the response to the sound of water, the automatic relaxation it produces, the sense of safety that proximity to water tends to induce. These responses are ancient. They are written into you at a level below thought. And right now, if you imagine the sound of water, the slow rhythm of waves arriving and receding, or the quiet murmur of a river moving over stones in the dark, you may find that something in you responds to that imagining almost as deeply as it would respond to the real thing. The ancient sailors are gone, the wooden boats are gone, the specific routes and the specific songs that guided them are mostly gone, but the water is still here, moving the same way it always has, rhythmic and patient and endlessly reliable. For a moment, just breathe. Let your breathing become, in your imagination, like waves. Each inhale like a wave gathering itself and arriving. Each exhale like a wave receding, pulling back, leaving the sand smooth and still. Arriving, receding, over and over, as it has always done, as it always will. Chapter 87. What the Children Knew. Here is a thought that does not often get enough attention in discussions of ancient knowledge. Much of what the ancient world knew was known by children, not in the sense that it was simple or childish, but in the sense that it was learned young, absorbed before conscious thought had fully developed, embedded in the body and the nervous system and the pattern recognition systems of the brain before the analytical mind was old enough to question it. The child growing up in an ancient community was surrounded by knowledge, not in books, not in classrooms, but in everything around them, in the songs their mother sang while she worked, in the stories told around the evening fire, in the seasonal rhythms of planting and harvesting, in the names of the plants and animals of their landscape, learned in the process of simply being outdoors with adults who knew those names and pointed them out in passing, in the ceremonies and rituals that mark the turning points of the year, which the child attended and participated in before they could fully understand them, absorbing the form and the feeling of them, the way the body moves in the ritual, the sound and smell and quality of the sacred space, years before the intellectual understanding came to join the bodily knowledge already present. Ancient education was total immersion. You learnt the world by being in the world with people who already knew it. You learned the sky by being outside at night with people who could name every star. You learned the plants by walking in the landscape with people who could identify each one and know its uses. You learned the ceremonies by doing them before you understood them, and then gradually coming to understand what you had already learned to do. This kind of learning goes very deep. It is in the body, not just the mind. It cannot be forgotten the way explicitly remembered information can be forgotten, because it was never stored as explicit information to begin with. It was stored as pattern, as response, as the automatic recognition and reaction of a nervous system shaped by long experience. The ancient child who grew up knowing the stars knew them in a way that no amount of adult study can quite replicate, because they learned them before the categories of knowing and not knowing were fully established, before the division between self and world was complete, in the open, receptive state of early childhood, when everything is absorbed and nothing is filtered. This is one of the reasons why traditional knowledge is so difficult to preserve by documentation alone. Writing down what the plant does, or what the ceremony involves, captures the surface. It does not capture the embodied knowing, the recognition of the plant by its smell and texture, and the quality of the light it likes. The feeling of the ceremony from the inside, the specific physical and emotional state it produces, the way the body knows what to do before the mind catches up. That kind of knowing lives in people, and it is transmitted by presence, by proximity, by doing alongside someone who already knows how to do it. The ancient world was full of children learning in this way, full of this total immersion in the knowledge of a specific landscape and a specific tradition, full of the deep, embodied, pre-verbal knowing that comes from growing up inside a living tradition rather than studying it from the outside. Most of that knowing is gone now. Most of the traditions that produced it have been broken. Most of the children who would have grown up inside them grew up inside something else instead. What remains is precious. What can still be learned, even partially, even imperfectly, from the living traditions that continue is worth learning. Not as a tourist or a scholar, as a person in the body, by presence and practice. The ancient way of knowing is not entirely lost, it is just waiting for the right kind of attention. For a moment, just breathe. Think about something you know in your body, something you learned young, by doing, by being around people who knew how to do it. Something that does not require thought because it is deeper than thought. That is ancient knowledge, your version of it, specific to your life and your tradition and your landscape. It is real, it is yours, and it is connected to the same deep vein of embodied human knowing that runs all the way back to the beginning. Chapter 88. The Long Patience. We are moving through the final chapters of this 9th part of our journey, and the night is growing very deep. The kind of deep that is almost morning without being morning yet. The darkest hour, as the old saying goes, which comes just before dawn. In this deep part of the night, let us think about patience. The ancient world was made of patience. Every aspect of it that we have been exploring required patience of a kind that is genuinely difficult for the modern mind to fully appreciate. The patience of the stonecutters who spent years polishing granite surfaces to tolerances of fractions of a millimetre. The patience of the astronomers who watched the sky for decades before they could confirm the cycles they were tracking. The patience of the oral tradition keepers who spent years memorizing vast bodies of knowledge before they could be trusted to transmit it. The patience of the farmers who spent generations selecting and saving seeds, gradually changing wild plants into domesticated crops. The patience of the navigators who spent years learning the patterns of stars and ocean currents and wind before they were ready to attempt a long voyage. The ancient world worked on timescales that we have largely abandoned, not because ancient people were more virtuous or less impatient than we are, but because the work they were doing required that timescale, and the world they lived in did not offer the shortcuts that speed things up. There was no fast alternative to watching the moon every night for 20 years. There was no quicker way to learn the ocean than to sail it for decades. There was no shortcut to the deep knowledge of a healing tradition than a lifetime of practice under a more experienced teacher. The knowledge was slow grown, root deep, tested by time and refined by generation after generation of practitioners, and this slow-grown quality is part of what makes it so robust, so accurate, so precisely adapted to the reality it was developed to address. Fast knowledge is often shallow. It can be acquired quickly and deployed quickly, but it can also be wrong quickly, because it has not been tested long enough or carefully enough to have its errors corrected. The ancient knowledge that survived for thousands of years was not fast knowledge. It was knowledge that had been tested and retested, corrected and refined, questioned and confirmed across so many generations and so many individual observers that the errors had been largely worked out of it. The astronomical knowledge encoded in Stonehenge had been tested by 50 or 100 or 200 years of careful observation before the first stone was raised. The plant medicines of the Amazon had been tested by centuries of use before they became part of the formal healing tradition. The navigational knowledge of the Polynesian wayfinders had been refined over generations of actual voyaging before it reached its extraordinary level of precision. Patience produced precision, and precision was the foundation of everything. We live in a world that values speed, that rewards the quick answer, the fast solution, the immediate result, and there are genuine advantages to this. Speed has given us remarkable things, technologies and treatments and capabilities that would have seemed miraculous to ancient people. But we have also lost something. The deep patience that produces root knowledge, the willingness to watch and wait and observe and revise without expecting immediate results. The understanding that some kinds of knowing require time that cannot be compressed. The ancient world has this to teach us among everything else it has to teach us tonight. Slow down, pay attention, watch the sky more than once, come back tomorrow, and the day after, and the year after, and keep watching until you know. That is how the best knowledge has always been made. That is how the best knowledge will always be made. For a moment, just breathe. Let your breath be slow, slower than you think it needs to be. Let the exhale be long and complete. Let there be a moment of stillness at the bottom of the exhale before the next inhale begins. In that moment of stillness, in the pause between one breath and the next, that is patience. That is the oldest practice. That is where everything begins. Chapter 89. The 1,000 Names of the Sacred. Every culture in human history has had a relationship with what we might call the sacred, with something that is understood as larger than, deeper than, more fundamental than the ordinary surface of things. Something that underlies or pervades or creates the visible world, something that gives meaning to existence and to the choices we make within it. This something has been called by thousands of names: God, the Tao, Brahman, the Great Spirit, Allah, Wakantanka, Yahweh, the Buddha nature, the dreaming, the Tao, the Logos, the light, the void. Every name is an attempt to point at something that resists being named. Every tradition is an attempt to maintain a relationship with something that is, by definition, beyond the capacity of human thought to fully contain or describe. And the remarkable thing, the thing worth sitting with in the quiet of this deep night, is that the attempt is universal. There is no human culture in all of recorded and unrecorded history that has not made this attempt. The relationship with the sacred is not a feature of some cultures, it is a feature of humanity itself, of the human mind in the world. What does that tell us? It could tell us that human beings are naturally prone to a certain kind of cognitive error, to perceiving agency and meaning and presence where there is none. This is the explanation offered by certain schools of modern thought. The brain is a pattern recognition engine, and it sometimes finds patterns that are not there. The sacred is a useful fiction, generated by a brain that evolved to see agents and intentions everywhere because it was adaptive to do so. This is a coherent argument. It may contain some truth, but it does not feel complete, because the experience of the sacred, the direct, immediate, transformative encounter with something that is experienced as larger than the individual self, is not easily explained as merely cognitive error. It is one of the most vivid and compelling experiences available to the human being. It changes people. It reorganizes their understanding of themselves and their place in the world. It produces the most significant art and architecture and music and philosophy in human history. These are not the effects of an error. Or if they are an error so productive, so central to what it means to be human, so deeply woven into our history and our biology and our culture, that calling it an error tells us almost nothing useful. The ancient builders who aligned their temples to the sky were in relationship with the sacred as they understood it, and their understanding of it included both what we would call science, the precise astronomical observation, the careful mathematics, and what we would call religion, the sense of participating in something cosmic and meaningful, of building a place where the divine and the human could meet. They did not separate these things. And the question worth asking quietly in the dark of this night is whether their integrated understanding might be, in some respects, wiser than our divided one. We do not need to answer that question tonight. We just need to let it be present. The 1,000 names of the sacred are all pointing at the same something. The something that the cave painters were reaching toward when they pressed their hands against the rock. The something that the ancient astronomers were reaching toward when they encoded the movements of the moon in their stone circles. The something that every person who has ever looked up at the stars has felt, wordlessly, in the space between one breath and the next. You have felt it too. You probably felt it tonight, at some point in this long journey. Not necessarily in a dramatic way, perhaps just a quiet opening, a brief sense of something larger, a moment of feeling, without quite knowing why, that things are more interesting and more connected and more full of meaning than the ordinary day usually lets you see. That is the something, showing itself in the only way it can, which is briefly, quietly, in the spaces between thoughts. Let it be there. Let it be quiet. Let it be whatever it is. As we come toward the close of this 9th part of our journey, the night around you is at its deepest. The story has come a long way, and so have you. We have visited a hidden city beneath the Cambodian jungle and felt the scale of what can be lost. We have thought about the mathematics of the moon and the patience of the people who mastered it. We have pressed our imaginary hands against the walls of ancient caves and felt the direct communication of ancient presence. We have listened to the acoustic properties of sacred spaces and considered what the builders knew about sound. We have followed pilgrims along ancestral paths across ancient landscapes. We have stood under the stars and felt the old gift of cosmic connection. We have thought about the dreaming and the real, about consciousness and time, about the patience that makes deep knowledge possible. And we have sat for a moment with 1,000 names of the sacred, that universal human reaching towards something larger. All of this is the story of humanity trying to understand itself, trying to be at home in the world, trying to leave something behind that says, we were here and we were paying attention and we cared about what we found. The story is not over. There are more parts to come, more places to visit, more threads to follow, more quiet reflections to settle into in the deep dark. But right now, let this be enough. Let the night hold you. Let the story be a warm current beneath you, carrying you slowly in the direction of sleep. Breathe slowly. Let the body be heavy. Let the mind be soft. The ancient world is all around you, in the atoms of your body and the stories in your memory, and the capacity for wonder that has been present in every human being who has ever lived. You carry it. It carries you. The world turns slowly, and so do we. The night has reached that particular quality that belongs to the hours just past the middle of darkness. Not the early night, with its energy still present from the day. Not the approaching dawn, with its first grey hints of returning light. This is the deep middle, the still centre, the place where the night is most completely itself. If you are still here, still listening, still floating in that soft space between the story and sleep, then something in you wanted to keep going, wanted more of this slow, gentle movement through the ancient world, wanted to stay a little longer in the company of old questions and patient mysteries. That wanting is a kind of wisdom. The night knows what it is doing, and the story knows where it is going. Come in softly. There are structures in the ancient world that you cannot see, not because they are hidden or buried, though some are, but because they are made of something other than stone or wood or earth. They are made of relationship, of alignment, of the invisible geometry that connects one place to another across the surface of the landscape. We touched on this idea earlier when we talked about ley lines and the sacred geography of ancient Britain. But let us go deeper into it tonight, because it is one of the most interesting and least understood aspects of how ancient people organised their world. In many ancient cultures, the landscape was understood as having a structure. Not just a physical structure of hills and valleys and rivers, but a meaningful structure. A pattern of connections and alignments and relationships that, if understood correctly, gave the wise person a map not just of where things were, but of what things meant and how they related to each other. The Chinese practice of feng shui, which we mentioned earlier, is one expression of this. The Vedic system of Vastu Shastra is another. The Aboriginal Australian songlines are perhaps the most fully elaborated version of it. But expressions of similar ideas appear in virtually every ancient culture that has been studied in depth. What all of these systems share is the idea that the landscape is not neutral, that it has qualities, currents, concentrations of energy or significance or power that vary from place to place and that can be read by those with the knowledge to do so. And that aligning human activity, buildings, roads, ceremonies, burials, with the natural structure of the landscape produces better outcomes than ignoring it. Now, is this real? Is there an actual physical structure to the landscape that these systems are detecting and working with? Or is it a projection of human meaning onto a neutral physical world? The honest answer is that we do not fully know. Some aspects of what these systems point to are clearly real in a physical sense. Certain locations do have unusual geological properties. Certain routes through a landscape do follow the lines of least resistance, following ridges and valley edges and natural drainage in ways that minimize energy expenditure. Certain building orientations do produce better thermal environments. Certain sites do have unusual acoustic or electromagnetic properties. The physical reality is there. Whether it fully explains the ancient understanding of sacred geography is a different question. But let us sit with the basic insight for a moment, because it contains something valuable even if we cannot fully verify it. The insight is this: place matters. Not all places are the same. The specific location where something happens affects what happens there. The orientation of a building affects how it feels to be inside it. The relationship between a settlement and its surrounding landscape affects the quality of life of the people who live in it. These are not mystical claims. They are observations that any thoughtful person who has paid attention to place can confirm from experience. We all know that some places feel right and other places feel wrong in ways that are sometimes difficult to articulate, but that are nonetheless real in their effects on our mood, our thinking, our sense of well-being. The ancient practitioners of sacred geography were developing a systematic understanding of this experience, a way of reading and working with the qualities of place rather than simply accepting or ignoring them. Whether we use their specific frameworks or develop our own, the underlying insight is worth taking seriously. The invisible architecture of the landscape is real. The structure of relationship and alignment and quality that underlies the physical surface is real, in whatever sense we choose to understand it. And the ancient builders knew this and built accordingly. Their buildings still stand, still oriented to the sky, still resonant in the way they were designed to be resonant, still in their patient and permanent way saying, "We paid attention to where we were and what this place was made of, and we built something that honoured that attention." For a moment, just breathe. Think about where you are right now, not just the room, but the place, the landscape outside the walls, the history of the ground beneath you, how long people have been living here, what has happened in this place over the long centuries of its existence. Even if you do not know the specific history, the place has one. Every place does, and you are in it right now, a small but real part of its ongoing story. Chapter 91. The Fire That Never Went Out. In many ancient traditions, the sacred fire was the centre of everything, not metaphorically, literally. The fire that burned at the centre of the home in the hearth was the most important object in the domestic world. Its maintenance was a sacred duty. Letting the fire go out was more than an inconvenience. It was a kind of desecration, an abandonment of the living presence at the heart of the household. In ancient Rome, the goddess Vesta was the goddess of the hearth fire, and in her temple in the Roman Forum, a sacred fire was kept burning continuously. The Vestal Virgins, 6 women who served as priestesses of Vesta, were responsible for maintaining the flame. The fire was not allowed to go out for the entire 700-year history of the temple. When it occasionally did go out accidentally, it was treated as a terrible omen, a sign of divine displeasure, and elaborate ceremonies of purification and relighting were required. In ancient Persia, the Zoroastrian tradition maintained sacred fires in their temples, fires that burned continuously and that symbolized the divine light, Ahura Mazda, the wise Lord. Some of these fires have been burning for more than 1,000 years without interruption, tended by priests whose families have maintained them for generations. In ancient Ireland, a sacred fire burned at Kildare in honour of the goddess Brigid, later absorbed into the Christian tradition as Saint Brigid. The fire was maintained by 19 priestesses, each tending it for one day in a 19-day cycle. On the 20th day, the goddess herself was believed to tend it. This fire too was extinguished during the Reformation, and then, remarkably, relit in 1993 by a community of Brigidine sisters who maintain it to this day. The sacred fire is one of the most universal and ancient of human symbols. fire was humanity's first great technology, the tool that changed everything. It cooked food, making it more digestible and expanding the range of nutrients available. It provided warmth and light that extended the usable hours of the day into the night. It protected against predators. It allowed habitation in colder climates than would otherwise have been possible. Fire made us who we are in a very literal sense. The ability to cook food dramatically changed the energetic requirements of digestion and freed up metabolic resources for the brain. Some researchers believe that cooking food was one of the key factors that allowed the human brain to grow to its current size. We are in part creatures of fire, and the ancient reverence for the sacred flame was a recognition of this, an acknowledgement in symbolic and ritual form of the profound importance of fire in the human story, not just as a useful tool but as a presence, as the warm, living centre of the human community, as the thing that made the night safe and the cold bearable and the community possible. The fire in the ancient hearth was not just burning wood, it was burning everything that made human life what it is: the warmth of belonging, the light of shared awareness, the heat of collective presence gathered around a centre. That gathering around the fire, that orientation toward a shared source of warmth and light, is perhaps the oldest continuous human behaviour, older than agriculture, older than any monument, as old as fire itself, which our ancestors were controlling and using for perhaps 1 million years. You carry that orientation in you, the instinctive pleasure of gathered warmth, the way a candle or a fireplace changes the quality of a room, the sense of safety and community that a shared fire produces. The sacred flame never truly went out. It just moved into different forms, and in the warmth of this night, wherever you are, in whatever warmth is present around you, a version of it is burning still. Chapter 92. The Map of the Human Body. Here is something that appears in many ancient healing traditions, and that modern science is only now beginning to understand in a new way. The idea that the human body is a map, not just a collection of organs performing functions, but a structured, interconnected system in which each part reflects and corresponds to every other part, in which the whole is present in the parts, in which reading one part of the body can tell you about the state of other, distant parts. The ancient Chinese medical tradition developed an extraordinarily detailed map of correspondences within the body. The system of meridians, the pathways through which qi, the life force, flows, connects distant parts of the body in a network of relationships that do not correspond to the anatomical structures of arteries or nerves, but that seem, in clinical practice, to have real functional significance. Stimulating a point on the foot can affect a condition in the head. Working with a point on the hand can influence the digestive system. Modern neuroscience has identified some of the mechanisms behind acupuncture's effects. The stimulation of acupuncture points releases endorphins and other neurotransmitters. It affects the autonomic nervous system. It produces measurable changes in brain activity. The specific mechanisms are not fully understood, but the effects are real enough that acupuncture is now recognized as a legitimate treatment for certain conditions by major medical bodies around the world. But the ancient Chinese understanding goes beyond the specific mechanisms. It is a holistic map, a vision of the body as a coherent whole in which everything affects everything else, and in which health is a dynamic balance rather than a fixed state. A similar holistic map appears in the ancient Indian tradition of Ayurveda, which understands the body in terms of 3 doshas, fundamental energetic principles called Vata, Pitta and Kapha, that are present in different proportions in every person, and that influence every aspect of physical and mental functioning. Health is the appropriate balance of these principles. Disease is their imbalance. Treatment involves understanding which principles are out of balance and applying specific foods, herbs, lifestyle practices, and therapeutic treatments to restore equilibrium. In the Polynesian healing traditions, the body is understood in terms of mana, spiritual power, and its proper flow through the person and their relationships. Physical illness can be caused by spiritual imbalance, by broken relationships, by the accumulation of spiritual impurity, and healing requires addressing these underlying causes as well as the physical symptoms. These are different frameworks. They use different languages and different conceptual systems, but they share a fundamental orientation that is different from the dominant model of modern Western medicine. They see the body as a whole, as a system of relationships, as something that cannot be fully understood by analysing its parts in isolation, because the parts are in constant dynamic relationship with each other and with the person's emotional and spiritual and social life. Modern medicine has extraordinary power in certain domains, particularly in acute care, in surgery, in infectious disease, in the management of specific physiological crises. These are domains where the mechanistic model of the body as a collection of parts works well, and the achievements of modern medicine in these domains are genuinely miraculous by any historical standard. But for chronic conditions, for the complex interactions between body and mind, for the cultivation of long-term health and resilience, rather than the management of disease, the ancient holistic models often offer insights that the mechanistic model misses. The body is indeed a map of relationship and balance and the dynamic interplay of many different forces. The ancient healers who developed the detailed maps of those relationships were doing careful, sophisticated, experiential science, and the maps they drew are still being used, still guiding clinical practice, still helping people, thousands of years later, still working. For a moment, just breathe. Feel the body that is lying or sitting or resting right now. Feel it not as a collection of parts, but as a whole, as a single living system, all of it present, all of it connected, all of it participating in this moment of rest. The ancient healers would have nodded. That is exactly right. Chapter 93. The Songlines of the Sky. We have talked about the songlines of the Australian Aboriginal peoples, those sacred paths through the landscape that connect sacred sites and encode geographic and mythological information in song. But there is a celestial version of this concept that appears in several ancient astronomical traditions, and it is worth exploring tonight. In many ancient cultures, the sky was not just a collection of individual stars and constellations. It was a landscape, a geography, with roads and pathways through it, with sacred sites and meeting places, with a structure that mirrored or corresponded to the structure of the earth below. The Milky Way, that broad river of stars that arcs across the dark sky, was understood in many ancient traditions as a celestial road, the path of souls, the river of heaven, the great road walked by the gods or by the spirits of the dead on their journey to the afterlife. The ancient Egyptians called it the winding waterway, the celestial Nile along which the sun god Ra travelled in his boat each night. The ancient Greeks called it the Milky Way because of a myth that connected it to the goddess Hera. The Maya called it the world tree, the cosmic axis that connected the underworld to the earth to the heavens. But more specifically, in many ancient traditions, particular paths through the sky were understood as sacred roads, along which the important journeys of mythology and cosmology took place. The path of the sun through the zodiac, the path of the moon, the paths of the visible planets, which wander against the background of fixed stars in patterns that require careful observation to understand and predict. In the Andean traditions of South America, the Milky Way is called the Mayu, the celestial river, and it is divided into sections that are named for the dark patches within it, the areas where interstellar dust blocks the light of the stars behind. These dark patches, called dark constellations, are understood as animals: a llama, a serpent, a partridge, a toad, a fox. And the dark constellations have their own astronomical significance, rising and setting at specific times of year that correspond to seasonal events in the agricultural calendar. This is a completely different way of reading the sky than the Western tradition of constellation making. Instead of connecting bright stars with imaginary lines to form figures, the Andean tradition reads the dark spaces between the stars, finding shapes in the absence of light. It is a reminder that there is more than one way to look at the same sky, more than one valid system for organizing and reading the same information, more than one map of the same territory. The sky is rich enough to sustain many different readings, many different systems of meaning, many different ways of finding oneself in relationship with the cosmos, and all of them, in their own way, are attempts to do the same thing, to say, we are here, and the sky is there, and we are in relationship with it, and we have been paying attention to that relationship for a very long time, and here is what we have learned. The song lines of the sky, whatever form they take in different traditions, are always love letters, written in observation and attention and care, addressed to the cosmos and to the descendants who would come after and look up at the same sky with the same wondering eyes. We are the descendants. We are reading the letters. Chapter 94. The Threshold of the Dream. There is a threshold between waking and sleeping that is unlike any other threshold in human experience. It is called hypnagogia, from the Greek words for sleep and guide. It is the transitional state between wakefulness and sleep, that brief and often vivid period when the mind begins to disengage from the waking world but has not yet entered the full unconsciousness of sleep. The hypnagogic state is characterized by vivid sensory experiences, sounds, images, physical sensations that are more intense and more unusual than ordinary waking experience, but that do not yet have the full narrative structure of dreams. Many people experience the hypnagogic state as particularly creative. Ideas arrive unbidden and fully formed. Problems that seemed intractable suddenly resolve in unexpected ways. Images appear that are more vivid and strange and interesting than anything the deliberate waking imagination produces. The hypnagogic state has been cultivated deliberately by many creative people throughout history. Thomas Edison is said to have napped in a chair holding steel balls in his hands, so that when he drifted into hypnagogia and the balls fell, the noise would wake him and he could capture the ideas that had arrived in that transitional state. Salvador Dali reportedly used a similar technique with a key held over a plate. Nikola Tesla, Auguste Kekulé, Edgar Allan Poe all reportedly made productive use of the hypnagogic threshold. But the deliberate cultivation of the hypnagogic state is much older than any of these individuals. Ancient traditions around the world developed specific practices for entering and working in the threshold state. The oracle at Delphi inhaled vapors rising from a crack in the earth to alter her consciousness. Shamanic traditions around the world use drumming, fasting, darkness, and other techniques to produce altered states that share characteristics with the hypnagogic experience. The ancient practice of dream incubation, sleeping in sacred spaces to receive visionary dreams, was practiced in ancient Egypt, Greece, and many other cultures, and it deliberately sought to cultivate the threshold state. The ancient understanding was that the threshold between waking and sleeping was a place of unusual access, a place where the ordinary filters of the waking mind were loosened and information, or inspiration, or guidance from deeper layers of the psyche, or from beyond the individual psyche entirely, could come through. Whether that understanding is literally true in the metaphysical sense it is usually stated in, is a question we need not resolve tonight. What is clear is that the threshold state is genuinely different from ordinary waking consciousness, and genuinely productive in certain ways. The evidence for this is not just ancient testimony. It is modern research in the psychology of creativity and the neuroscience of consciousness. You're in something like the hypnagogic state right now, or passing through it repeatedly as you drift closer to sleep. The story you've been listening to has been, among other things, a kind of structured guide into and through the threshold. Something to hold on to as the ordinary waking consciousness loosens its grip. Something to follow into the deeper quiet. The ancient dreamers who slept in the sacred temples were listening for something in exactly this state, for the arrival of something they could not have produced by ordinary thinking, for the gift that the threshold gives. Whatever arrives for you tonight, in that soft and receptive space between the words and the silence, between the story and the sleep, is yours. Let it come. Let it be whatever it is. The threshold is generous. It always has been. For a moment, just breathe. Feel the loosening, the gradual softening of the grip of the thinking mind, the way the boundaries of the self become less definite in this state, the way the room and the body and the story begin to blend into a single soft experience. That is the threshold. You are in it. Stay as long as you like. Chapter 95. The River That Flows Backward. Here is a story that is not a myth. In certain places in the world, rivers actually do flow backward, or rather they reverse their flow, sometimes permanently, sometimes seasonally, due to the unusual geography of the landscape they move through. The Chicago River was famously reversed by human engineering in 1900, redirecting its flow away from Lake Michigan to prevent sewage contamination of the city's water supply. The reversal required enormous engineering effort and permanently changed the hydrology of the region. But natural flow reversals also occur. When mountain glaciers retreat, the rivers they feed can change direction as the landscape rebounds from the weight of the ice. When tectonic activity shifts the gradient of the land, rivers can reverse. The geological record contains evidence of rivers that once flowed in opposite directions from their current courses. The idea of the river flowing backward is a powerful symbol in many traditions. In ancient Greek mythology, certain rivers in the underworld flowed backward against the natural order as a sign of their otherworldly nature. In many shamanic traditions, the reversal of natural processes is a sign of entering sacred or altered states. But the physical reality of reversing rivers is interesting for our story tonight in a more specific way. The ancient understanding of rivers as permanent and reliable features of the landscape is not entirely correct. Rivers change. They meander, cutting new channels and abandoning old ones. They flood and deposit sediment that raises their beds until they eventually jump to a new course. They can be diverted by landslides or volcanic activity. In extreme cases, they can reverse. And all of this means that the ancient landscapes, the ones in which the first civilizations grew and the first monuments were built, were not the same as the landscapes of today. The rivers that provided water and transport and fish to ancient communities may have changed their courses dramatically in the thousands of years since those communities flourished. The Saraswati River of ancient India, which we mentioned earlier in our journey, is one example. Once a major river, now a dry channel visible only from orbit. The landscape of the ancient Indus Valley, the heartland of one of the earliest known civilizations, is dramatically different today from how it was 4,000 years ago. The ancient Mesopotamian landscape, the birthplace of writing and the wheel and the city, is also dramatically different from what it was in the time of the Sumerians. The courses of the Tigris and Euphrates have shifted, coastlines have changed, areas that were once fertile and productive are now desert. The world the ancient people knew is not the world we see when we visit those places today. We are looking at a changed landscape and trying to see through it to what was there before, and the rivers that flow through those landscapes literal and metaphorical, do not always flow in the directions we expect. Time reverses nothing, but it changes everything, and the patient, attentive observer, the kind of observer the ancient world was full of, learns to read those changes, to see the old river course in the shape of the valley, to see the ancient coastline in the distribution of archaeological sites, to see the former landscape in the patterns that persist despite the changes. The ancient world is not gone. It is present in changed form. Beneath the surface of the current world, the old world is still there, partially visible to those who know how to look. Chapter 96. The Naming of Things. In the beginning was the Word. That phrase from the opening of the Gospel of John resonates with something very ancient in human thought. The idea that language is not just a tool for describing the world, but in some sense participates in the creation of the world. That naming a thing changes your relationship with it. That the word and the thing it names are in a relationship that is more than accidental. This idea appears in many traditions. In ancient Egypt, the hieroglyph for a thing and the thing itself were understood as deeply connected. The name of a person was part of that person, an aspect of their soul. Erasing someone's name from a monument was not just a political act. It was an attempt to destroy part of their eternal existence. In ancient Hebrew thought, the divine name was so powerful and so sacred that it was not to be spoken aloud. The letters Yasisin HWH, which appear thousands of times in the Hebrew Bible as the name of God, were traditionally read as Adonai, my Lord, rather than as the name itself. The actual pronunciation of the name was eventually lost because it was so rarely spoken. In the Hindu tradition, the sacred syllable Om or Aum is understood as the sound of the universe itself, not a word that describes the universe, the actual sound of its existence, the vibration that underlies all phenomena. Chanting it is not just reciting a symbol, it is participating in the fundamental acoustic reality of existence. In many indigenous traditions around the world, the true names of sacred things are secret. The names used in ordinary speech are different from the deep names, the names that encode the real nature and power of the thing. Knowing the deep name of something gives you a relationship with it that knowing the ordinary name does not. These ideas are not simply poetic, they point to something real about the relationship between language and perception. When you have a word for something, you see it differently than you would without the word. A botanist who knows the name of every plant in a meadow has a different experience of walking through that meadow than a person who knows none of the names. The names do not change the plants, but they change the relationship between the observer and the plants. They create the possibility of a particular kind of attention, a discrimination, and a recognition that would be difficult without the vocabulary. The naming of things is the beginning of a knowledge, and the specific names a culture uses and what those names emphasize and what they omit shapes what that culture can easily notice and what remains difficult to perceive. The ancient traditions that understood language as sacred, that treated words as powerful and names as precious, were not being superstitious. They were recognizing, in their own way, the profound relationship between language and perception, between the names we use and the world we're able to see, and the loss of ancient languages is a loss of ancient ways of seeing, ancient vocabularies for the natural world, for the sky, for the movements of water and stone, for the qualities of different kinds of attention and awareness that do not exist in modern languages, and that encoded perceptions and distinctions that we have lost along with the words. The world was richer when it was named in more ways, and some of that richness is recoverable if we are willing to learn the old names, to attend to what they were pointing at, to try to see what the ancient namers were seeing when they gave those particular sounds to those particular things. The naming of things is never finished. The world is always offering more to be named. For a moment, just breathe. Notice something in the room around you, or in the space of your own body, something you have not specifically named tonight. The specific quality of the darkness, the exact temperature of the air on your skin, the particular weight of the blanket, or the specific texture of the surface beneath you. Give it a word, even a made-up word, even just a sound. Notice how the noticing changes when it has a name. That is the oldest magic there is. Chapter 97. The Heart of the Labyrinth. In ancient Crete, in the civilization we call Minoan, there was a palace complex of extraordinary size and complexity. It was excavated in the early 20th century by the British archaeologist Arthur Evans, who named it the Palace of Knossos. Its many rooms and corridors and storerooms and ritual spaces, arranged in a complex and somewhat bewildering layout, led Evans to associate it with the legendary labyrinth of Greek mythology. The labyrinth, in Greek myth, was the structure built by the craftsman Daedalus at the command of King Minos of Crete to contain the Minotaur, the creature that was half man and half bull. The hero Theseus navigated the labyrinth with the help of Ariadne's thread and killed the Minotaur before finding his way back out. Whether the Palace of Knossos is literally the labyrinth of myth is debated, but the Minoan civilization that built it was certainly real and certainly remarkable, and the bull was clearly central to its religion and symbolism. Bull's horns appear as decorative elements throughout the palace. The famous Minoan sport of bull leaping, in which athletes vaulted over the backs of charging bulls, appears again and again in Minoan art. But the labyrinth as a symbol is older than Knossos, and broader than any single culture. Labyrinth designs have been found on rock carvings from the late Bronze Age across Europe. They appear in ancient India. They are found in the rock art of the American Southwest. They appear in the medieval tradition of labyrinth patterns inlaid in the floors of European cathedrals, most famously in the cathedral at Chartres in France. The labyrinth is not a maze. This distinction is important. A maze has many paths, many dead ends, many choices, and finding your way through it requires problem-solving and decision-making. A labyrinth has only one path. It winds and turns and seems to go backward and away from the centre before finally arriving at the centre. There are no dead ends. There are no choices. You simply follow the single path, and it takes you where it takes you. The experience of walking a labyrinth is unlike the experience of navigating a maze. There is no anxiety about making the wrong choice, because there is no choice to make. You just walk, and the path, which seems to take you away from the centre just when you feel you should be approaching it, eventually delivers you there. Many people who walk labyrinths describe the experience as meditative and transformative. The winding path, with its constant reversals of direction, seems to mirror the winding path of inner work, of going into yourself and sometimes feeling lost and sometimes feeling that you're going in the wrong direction, and eventually, if you keep walking, arriving somewhere central and still. The labyrinth is an architecture of inner experience, a physical structure designed to produce a psychological and spiritual effect, not through its visual grandeur or its astronomical alignments, though some labyrinth sites may have those too, but through the quality of attention that walking its single winding path naturally produces. The ancient builders who made labyrinths knew this. They knew that the body moving through a specifically shaped space produces specific states of mind, that the path itself teaches as it is walked. The Chartres labyrinth, set in the floor of a Gothic cathedral built in the 13th century, sits at the western end of the nave. Pilgrims who could not afford to travel to Jerusalem would walk the labyrinth on their knees as a substitute pilgrimage. The walking of the path was itself the journey. The destination was inside, not at the end of a road. The journey inward. The oldest pilgrimage of all. The one that requires no ticket and no preparation and no good weather. Just a willingness to follow the single winding path to wherever it leads. You are on that path right now, in the dark, winding. Sometimes feeling like you're going away from where you thought you were going. Sometimes feeling the center very close. Sometimes just following the path without knowing where you are in it. That is the labyrinth. That is exactly right. Keep walking. Chapter 98. The weight of all we have lost. Let us sit just for a moment with the grief of it, because there is grief in this story. Real grief, quiet and deep and appropriate. The grief of knowing how much has been lost, how much ancient knowledge, how many ancient traditions, how many languages and songs and healing practices and astronomical observations and stories and names and ways of seeing the world are gone. Simply and permanently gone. Not recoverable, not waiting to be rediscovered, just gone, with the people who held them and the cultures that maintained them. This is a real loss, not a sentimental one, not the loss of something that was merely quaint or interesting. The loss of actual human knowledge and human wisdom, and human ways of being in the world that were developed over thousands of years of careful attention, and that once lost cannot be reconstructed. Every language that dies takes with it a unique way of organizing experience, a unique set of distinctions and categories and relationships between concepts that existed in that language and nowhere else. When the last speaker of a language dies, those distinctions die too. The words are gone, and with them the specific quality of attention they encoded, the specific ways of seeing the world that they made possible. Every traditional healing system that is dismissed or suppressed without being properly documented and understood takes with it knowledge of specific plants and their properties, specific treatments and their mechanisms, specific understandings of the relationship between mind and body that may have genuine practical value. Some of this knowledge can be partially recovered through careful anthropological work and biochemical analysis. Much of it cannot. Every indigenous astronomical tradition that was not recorded before the community that held it was dispersed or assimilated takes with it potentially thousands of years of careful celestial observation, encoded in stories and ceremonies and the orientation of sacred sites. Some of it was recorded in fragments. Most of it was not. The grief is real, and it is appropriate to feel it, not as a paralyzing or bitter grief, not as a grief that leads to despair or resentment or the desire to assign blame, but as a clean, honest grief. The kind that acknowledges a real loss without pretending it is not real. In almost every spiritual tradition in the world, grief is understood as a healthy and necessary response to real loss. The avoidance of grief, the refusal to feel it, the insistence on moving on quickly and not dwelling, these are understood as distortions, as ways of not fully living, not fully feeling, not fully being present to the truth of what is. The ancient world, in its beauty and its complexity and its accumulated wisdom, is largely gone. That is sad, and being sad about it is the right response. And then, from within that sadness, the next right response. To honour what remains, to pay attention to what has survived, to support and protect the living traditions that still exist, to learn as much as can be learned from the traces and the fragments, to approach the ancient world with the deepest respect for what it was and the most careful attention to what it is still trying to tell us. That is the appropriate response to grief, not forgetting, not moving on without feeling, but feeling and then honouring. The ancient world deserves to be mourned, and it deserves to be remembered. For a moment, just breathe Let the grief be present if it wants to be. Let it be soft and quiet, as grief can be when it is given space. Let it be a form of love, which is what grief always is. Love for what was, love for what mattered, love for the vast, complex, beautiful thing that human civilization has always been trying to become. Chapter 99. The Return. Every great journey has a return. The hero leaves the familiar world, travels through the strange and the dangerous and the illuminating, encounters wisdom and mystery and transformation, and then returns, changed, carrying something back. Joseph Campbell described this as the hero's journey, the monomyth that underlies the stories of every culture in the world. And one of the things he emphasized was that the return is as important as the departure. The hero who learns something wonderful in the unknown world but never brings it back has not completed the journey. The treasure of the adventure has value only when it is shared. We have been on a journey tonight, a long one, through the deep past and the ancient sites and the lost traditions and the patient mysteries of the human story on this old earth. We have looked at things that are genuinely puzzling and genuinely beautiful and genuinely worth taking seriously. We have sat with questions that have no easy answers and allowed ourselves to find that comfortable rather than frustrating. And now we're on the way back, not dramatically, not with any great resolution or revelation, just the quiet, gradual return that happens when a long night of listening approaches its natural end. When the body has been still long enough that sleep is very close. When the mind has drifted far enough that the return journey is mostly accomplished without effort. What do you bring back? Maybe nothing specific. Maybe just a slightly different quality of awareness. A slightly wider sense of the human story and your place in it. A slightly more patient relationship with the things that are unknown and unknowable. A slightly greater appreciation for the ancient world and the ancient people who built and thought and sang and observed with such care and such dedication. Maybe just a feeling, a warm, quiet, slightly mysterious feeling that the world is larger and older and more interesting than the ordinary day usually lets you see, that there are depths beneath the surface of things, that the story of humanity is still being written, and that you are part of it. That is enough to bring back. That is more than enough. The return does not require a specific discovery or a definitive answer. It requires only that you come back a little more awake to the depth of things, a little more aware of the long, slow, extraordinary story of which every moment of your life is a part. The ancient world is not gone. It is present in you, in your biology, in your language, in your stories, in your sense of wonder. You carry it, and in carrying it, you continue it. That is what the return means. Not going back to where you were, going forward, carrying something from the ancient world into the present one. As we close this 10th part of our long journey together, the night is at its deepest and most generous. The story has travelled far, and there is still more to come in the remaining parts. More places to visit, more threads to follow, more of the quiet and patient exploration of what the ancient world has to tell us. But right now, in this particular moment, let everything settle. Let the journey be quiet for a little while. Let the body be completely still and completely supported. Let the mind be soft and undemanding and free to drift wherever it wants to go. The ancient builders are resting in their monuments. The ancient astronomers have long since put down their observations for the night. The ancient storytellers have finished their telling and are sleeping around their fires, and you are resting in the long story of the human world, held by the dark and the quiet and the slow turning of the earth. There is nothing to do, nothing to figure out, nothing to hold on to. Just this, just the breath, just the warm dark, just the slow, soft, unhurried continuation of the oldest story ever told. The world turns slowly, and so do we. Let us move to the final part of this long, quiet journey. We have travelled far together. through 10 long sections of the ancient world, through the deep past and the patient mysteries, through the submerged coastlines and the cave paintings and the stone circles and the myths that circle the globe like slow rivers, through the grief and the wonder and the wide-open questions that have no neat answers but that make the world feel larger and more alive. Now we come to the end. Not a sharp ending, not a dramatic conclusion, just the slow, gentle closing that a story like this one deserves. The kind of ending that is less like a door closing and more like a light gradually dimming, like a fire burning very low in the last hours before dawn, like a wave that has travelled a very long way and arrives at the shore so softly that you can barely hear it. This final part will be longer than the usual parts, bringing us to the full scope of the journey we set out to make. It will move slowly and gently through the last of what this story has to offer, and it will end in the softest way possible, leaving you in the quietest place the story can find. Come in one last time. The night is still here. The story is ready. Let us finish it together. Before we begin the closing movement of this story, let us take one last long look at everything we have explored. Imagine you are standing somewhere high, a hill, perhaps. The same hill we imagined at the very beginning of this journey, in the first part, on a cold, clear night, with the stars brilliant and thick above you, and the land stretching away in all directions into the dark. You've been standing here for a long time now, all night, and in that time, in the quiet of this imaginary high place, you have seen many things pass through your mind, many ancient places and ancient people and ancient questions, many fragments of the long human story offered one at a time, slowly, in the dark. The pyramids of Giza, oriented to the cardinal points with extraordinary precision, their dimensions encoding the size of the earth. Göbekli Tepe, those carved stone pillars rising from the buried hill in Turkey, built by people who should not, according to the standard story, have been capable of such things. The stone circles of Britain and Ireland aligned to the movements of the sun and moon, recording astronomical cycles that required generations of patient observation to identify. The submerged coastlines of the world, hiding beneath the shallow seas the evidence of ancient habitation in places now permanently underwater. The flood myths of 100 cultures, all of them carrying some version of the same memory. A great inundation, a world destroyed, a small remnant surviving to begin again. These civilization bringer stories, the Apkallu and Oans of Mesopotamia, the Quetzalcoatl and Viracocha of the Americas, the Tuatha De Danann of ancient Ireland, mysterious figures from elsewhere who arrived and taught and then departed, leaving behind the foundations of what we call civilization. The cave paintings of Lascaux and Chauvet, 30 and 40,000 years old, made by artists whose skill and vision would not disgrace a modern gallery. The hand stencils on cave walls around the world, the oldest human signatures saying across 40,000 years with perfect clarity, "I was here." The recurring geometric symbols that appear in caves across Europe over 20,000 years of continuous tradition, a shared visual vocabulary whose meaning we have not yet learned to read. The extraordinary navigators of the Pacific who crossed the world's largest ocean in wooden canoes, using the stars and the currents and the behaviour of birds as their instruments. The ancient DNA evidence that reveals contacts and migrations we never suspected. Ancient voyagers leaving their genetic signatures in populations thousands of miles from their origin. The oral traditions of the Aboriginal Australians, preserving accurate geographical information across 10,000 years without a single written word. Angkor Wat, with its astronomical alignments and its encoded calendar. Cahokia, the hidden city of the Mississippi Valley, larger than contemporary London at its peak. the Nazca lines drawn on a scale visible only from the air, Puma Punku with its precisely fitted stone blocks and its unsolved mysteries of manufacture, the Indus Valley civilization, sophisticated and extensive and completely silent because we cannot read its script, the ancient pharmacopoeias of the Amazon and China and India, holding genuine medical knowledge that modern science is still working to fully understand, the sacred wells of Ireland, still tended after thousands of years, the holy fires that have burned without interruption for centuries, the labyrinth paths that wind their way to the centre of the self, and beneath all of it, the deepest current of the whole story, 300,000 years of fully modern human beings on this earth, most of those years unrecorded, most of that time invisible to us. A vast dark ocean of human experience and intelligence and creativity and love, from which the thin bright line of recorded history emerges only at the very end. We know so little, and what we know is so much. Both of those things are true at once, and holding both of them together, without collapsing one into the other, without either dismissing the mystery or inflating it beyond what the evidence supports, that is the particular quality of attention this story has been inviting all night. Patient, honest, open, willing to wonder without insisting on a conclusion. That quality is itself ancient. It is one of the things we inherit from the best of the ancient world, from the astronomers who watched without prejudging what they would see, from the healers who tried and observed and revised, from the storytellers who preserved what was real without embellishing it into fantasy. The ancient world at its best was characterized by this patient, honest attention. And at its worst, it was characterized by all the things the human world is always characterized by at its worst: fear and conflict, and the suppression of knowledge that threatened power, and the destruction of what the previous generation had carefully built. Both things were true then. Both things are true now. The human story has always been this complicated mixture of extraordinary achievement and ordinary failure, of moments of profound wisdom and long stretches of confusion and loss, and it continues. We are in it, right now, adding our own small contributions to the long accumulation. For a moment, just breathe, stand on the imaginary hill, and look out at the dark landscape in every direction. Somewhere out there, ancient things are resting in the earth and under the sea and in the memories of the people who carry the old traditions. Somewhere out there, the stones that were built to last are still lasting. The alignments that were made to mark the turning points of the year are still marking them. The stars that were watched and recorded and encoded in stone are still moving through their ancient courses. The world is still doing what it has always done, quietly, patiently, without asking anything of you. Chapter 1, 101, The Nature of Clues. The title of this journey asked a question. What if the first civilization left us clues all over the earth? We've been following those possible clues all night. The astronomical alignments, the precise measurements, the shared myths, the recurring symbols, the convergent technical achievements, the ancient maps that know too much, the oral traditions that remember too clearly. And we have been honest about what those clues do and do not prove. They do not prove the existence of a specific lost advanced civilization in the dramatic sense that popular books sometimes claim. They do not require aliens or magic or any supernatural explanation. They do not demand a complete rewriting of everything historians have established through patient scholarly work. But they do suggest something. They suggest that the story of human intelligence and human organization is older and more continuous, and more widespread than the standard narrative has always assumed. They suggest that the boundaries between the prehistoric and the historic, between the simple and the sophisticated, between the isolated and the connected, are more permeable than they appear. They suggest that knowledge travelled further, lasted longer, and left more traces than we have generally given it credit for. They suggest that we should keep looking, that the story is not closed, that there is more to find, more to understand, more to integrate into a picture of the ancient world that is fuller and more honestly complex than anything we currently have. A clue is not proof. A clue is an invitation. It says, pay attention here, look more carefully, ask the question you have not yet asked, go to the place you have not yet visited, apply the tool you have not yet tried. The ancient world is full of invitations, full of places where careful attention reveals something unexpected, where the standard explanation does not quite fit, where the evidence points toward a question that has not yet been properly formed. The greatest archaeologists and historians and anthropologists have always known this. The best scholarship is not the scholarship that confirms what was already believed. It is the scholarship that is willing to be surprised, that follows the evidence wherever it leads, even when it leads somewhere uncomfortable or unexpected or revision requiring. And increasingly, the evidence is leading toward a picture of the ancient world that is more sophisticated, more connected, more long-lasting, and more interesting than the picture that existed 50 years ago. The clues are being read, slowly, carefully, by many different researchers in many different disciplines with many different tools, and the picture that is emerging is extraordinary. Not the picture of a single lost civilization with a specific name and a specific location that was destroyed in a specific catastrophe. That is a story, and stories can be useful, but they can also be reductive. They flatten the real complexity into a shape that is easier to hold. The picture that is emerging is more complex than any single story. It is a picture of human intelligence expressing itself in many places and many forms over a very long period of time, with more connection and more continuity and more accumulated depth than we knew. A picture of knowledge moving through the world in ways we are still learning to trace. A picture of ordinary human beings doing extraordinary things in the service of understanding where they were and what they were part of. That is the real answer to the question this journey began with. The first civilization, if we want to use that word, was not a single thing in a single place. It was the long, continuous, distributed project of human intelligence applied to the world over hundreds of thousands of years. And the clues it left are not hidden or encoded or waiting for a single dramatic revelation. They are everywhere. In the stones and the myths and the genes and the languages and the oral traditions and the alignments of ancient buildings to the rising sun. In us, we are the clues. We always were. For a moment, just breathe. Feel the clue that you are the living, breathing, wandering continuation of the longest project in the history of intelligence on this planet, the latest expression of the oldest impulse, the newest link in the chain that goes back to the first person who looked up at the stars and felt the question forming. You are here. That is the clue. Chapter 1, 102, The Deep Quiet of Ancient Places. We have visited many ancient sites in this long journey. We have stood in imagination at the foot of the pyramids and in the interior of Newgrange and on the high cold plateau of the Andes and in the painted darkness of ancient caves. Let us do that one more time, for the last time, tonight. Let us go somewhere we have not been yet, somewhere quiet and relatively unknown, somewhere that holds the quality of the ancient world in an undiluted form, without the crowds and the fences and the gift shops that surround the most famous sites. Go with me to the Orkney Islands off the northern coast of Scotland, to the Ring of Brodgar. You're walking across a flat, windswept peninsula between two lochs. The water on both sides of you is dark and still, reflecting a grey sky with pale streaks where the clouds are thin. The grass is short and tough, pressed flat by the wind that is almost always present here. The air smells of salt and peat and something ancient and mineral that does not have a name. And ahead of you, standing against the sky, a circle of standing stones, not as large as Stonehenge, not as famous, but in its own way, perfect. The Ring of Brodgar is a true circle, an almost perfectly round arrangement of standing stones on a natural peninsula between the two lochs. Originally there were perhaps 60 stones, though today only 27 remain standing. The tallest are about 4.5 meters high, standing upright from a circular ditch that was cut into the bedrock by hand, a ditch that is over 9 meters wide and over 3 meters deep, cut from solid rock without metal tools. The monument was built approximately 5,000 years ago. It predates Stonehenge in its final form. It is older than the Great Pyramid. It is contemporary with Skara Brae, the beautifully preserved Neolithic village just a few miles away, whose inhabitants may have been the builders or the users of this circle. You walk toward the stones. They are visible from a long way off, rising against the sky like a statement, like something said clearly and permanently in the language of stone. As you come closer, you begin to see the individual stones. They're all different heights, different shapes, different textures in the grey-brown Orkney sandstone from which they were made. Each one has been chosen and shaped and erected with care. Each one stands slightly differently, leaning a little this way or that after 5,000 years of frost and wind. But together, from any angle, they form a circle. The overall shape is consistent and clear. The individual differences of the stones only add to the impression of a living, breathing unity, not the mechanical precision of identical units, the organic precision of things that are genuinely related. You enter the circle, and something changes. It is hard to describe, not dramatic, not overwhelming, just a subtle shift in the quality of the air and the quality of your attention. A sense of being in a defined space, a space that has been defined by human intention for 5,000 years, a space that has accumulated, in whatever way places accumulate things, the quality of all the attention that has been brought to it. The wind still blows, the water still reflects the sky, the grass is still under your feet, nothing supernatural is happening. But you are somewhere that has mattered to human beings for 5,000 years, and that mattering is present in some way in the place itself. You stand at the centre. You turn slowly and look at each stone in turn, each one standing in its particular way, each one slightly different, each one part of the whole. You're inside a monument built 5,000 years ago by people who had no writing, no metal, no wheel. People who were, by one definition, primitive, by another definition, extraordinarily sophisticated. People who understood something about the sky and the seasons and the relationship between the human community and the larger order of things. People who wanted to mark that understanding in a form that would last. And here you are, 5,000 years later, inside it. The marking worked. For a moment, just breathe. Stay inside the imaginary circle for a while. Let the wind move past you and the water shine and the stones stand in their patient arrangement. You are the purpose of this place, or one expression of it. Every person who has come here across 5,000 years and looked at the stones and felt something they could not quite name has been the purpose of this place. It was built so that people would come here and feel what you are feeling right now, whatever that is. Chapter 1 103. The conversation continues. We said in an earlier part of this journey that human civilization is one very long, very slow conversation, and that tonight, in this dark and quiet room, you have been participating in it. That is still true, and it will still be true tomorrow and next year. And in whatever form this conversation takes in the centuries and millennia that follow, the human impulse to wonder, to ask, to build, to record, to share, to pass forward what was received from those who came before, that impulse does not end. It has not ended in 300,000 years. It will not end while there are human beings to carry it. The conversation continues. In the work of the archaeologists who are right now as you rest, planning their next excavation. In the scientist analysing ancient DNA in a laboratory somewhere in the world. In the traditional knowledge keepers who are passing on to their students what was passed on to them. In the poets and the storytellers and the musicians who are working the ancient materials of human experience into new forms that carry the old essences forward. In the child who looked at the stars last night and felt something opening in them that they did not have a word for yet. In you tonight, carrying a slightly wider sense of the human story than you had yesterday. The conversation continues, and it is not a conversation that requires everyone to be awake and articulate and actively contributing at every moment. Some people contribute enormously, most people contribute quietly, in the way that most people always have, by simply living with care and passing something worth passing to those who come after, by being curious, by paying attention, by treating the world with the seriousness it deserves, by not accepting the shallow version of the story when a deeper version is available, by sitting still in the dark and listening to a long, slow story about ancient things when they could just as easily have turned on something louder and faster and more immediately stimulating. You are participating in the conversation simply by being here, simply by being the kind of person who is here. That matters. It has always mattered. Chapter 1. 104. The World in a Single Breath. Let us do something here near the end of our journey that the ancient world understood very well. Let us notice the breath, not as a relaxation technique, not as a mindfulness exercise in the modern sense of that phrase, but as an ancient practice of recognition, as the oldest acknowledgement of what we are and where we are. The breath is your continuous connection to the world outside you. Every breath is an exchange. You take in what the world offers, oxygen produced by the photosynthesis of plants, the same oxygen that has been cycling through the atmosphere for billions of years, breathed in by ancient fish and ancient ferns and ancient mammals and ancient human beings across the long history of life on Earth. And you give back what you have processed, carbon dioxide that the plants will use, that will cycle back into the world through 1,000 pathways you will never trace. Every breath is a participation in the living chemistry of the planet, and it has been happening since before you were conscious, before you were born. It'll keep happening after you fall asleep, after this story ends. Through the night and into the morning, the breath breathes itself. You do not have to make it happen. It happens, and in happening it keeps you connected to the world, keeps you embedded in the web of exchange and relationship that is life on Earth. The ancient meditators who made the breath the centre of their practice were pointing at exactly this, not at relaxation, though the breath can produce relaxation, at recognition, at the acknowledgement that you're not a separate, isolated being looking at the world from outside. You are in the world, of the world, continuously exchanging with the world through the simple fact of breathing. Every breath is a tiny version of the whole story we have been telling tonight, the story of exchange and connection and the continuity of life across deep time. The oxygen you just inhaled may have been produced by a tree in the Amazon rainforest, or by phytoplankton in the Pacific Ocean, or by a meadow in Scandinavia, or by the garden outside someone's window in a city on the other side of the world. and the carbon dioxide you exhale will be absorbed somewhere by a plant somewhere on this earth. It will be incorporated into leaves and roots and seeds. It will be eaten by animals. It will eventually be returned to the soil and the water and the air. Your breath is traveling the whole world, continuously, right now. You're not in the world. You are the world breathing. For a moment, just breathe. Notice the breath coming in. Notice it going out. Notice the moment between them when there is just stillness. In that stillness, briefly, you are the world at rest, not breathing in or out, just present, just here. That is the oldest experience there is. Chapter 1, 105, The Soft Philosophy of Deep Time. We are near the end now, very near. The story is drawing in toward its quiet close, like a tide that has reached its furthest point and is beginning, very slowly and without drama, to turn back. Let us spend a little time, in these final passages, with something that has been present throughout this whole journey, but that we have not quite said directly. A philosophy, not a complicated one, not one that requires special knowledge or training to understand, a very simple philosophy, arrived at by sitting with the ancient world for a long time in a quiet and honest way. It goes something like this: we are very small, and the world is very large, and the time we inhabit is very brief. And the time before us and the time after us is very long. This is simply true. It is not depressing unless we insist on seeing smallness as a deficit. In the ancient world, the recognition of human smallness was not usually experienced as diminishment. It was experienced as placement, as location, as the recognition of where you were in the great order of things and of what that location was connected to. To be small is to be embedded. To be brief is to be a moment in something longer. To be temporary is to be a wave in an ocean that is not temporary. And the wave is not diminished by the ocean. The wave is the ocean, taking a particular form for a particular time. This is the soft philosophy of deep time, the recognition that the scale of the universe and of the Earth's history and of the human story is not a context that makes your life meaningless. It is a context that gives your life a particular kind of meaning. The meaning of belonging, of being part of something that goes back further than you can see and forward further than you can imagine, of being, in your brief and specific form, an expression of something very large and very patient and very old. The ancient builders understood this. They built for scales of time that exceeded their own lives, their children's lives, their grandchildren's lives. They built for a future they would never see, in the confidence that the future would come and that it would be worth building for. They were right. Here we are, in their future, looking back at what they built, and someday people will be in our future, looking back at what we built, and what we preserved, and what we understood, and what we failed to preserve, and what we failed to understand. We are right now the ancestors of those future people. What are we leaving for them? That question does not need to be answered tonight. Tonight it just needs to be felt, to be present, to be the kind of background awareness that shapes choices without demanding immediate action. The philosophy of deep time is not a philosophy of passivity. It does not say, nothing matters because everything is temporary. It says, everything matters because everything is connected, because the things we do now will become the ancient world of the future. Because the knowledge we preserve or lose, the traditions we honour or abandon, the attention we pay or withhold, all of it will be part of the inheritance we leave. The ancient builders paid attention. They preserved what they understood. They left it for us to find. Now it is our turn. Chapter 1, 106. The stars are still there. The stars we have been talking about all night are still there. Right now, on the other side of the ceiling above you, on the other side of whatever roof is between you and the sky, the same stars that the ancient astronomers watched are continuing their slow circuit. The same stars that the cave painters knew. The same stars that the Polynesian navigators used to cross the Pacific. The same stars that the builders of Stonehenge encoded in their monument. Orion is rising or setting or high overhead, depending on the season and the hour. The Pleiades are somewhere in the sky. The bright stars of the summer triangle or the winter hexagon, the belt of Scorpius or the arc of Boötes, all of them are out there, doing what they have been doing since before any human eye was present to see them. They do not know they are being remembered tonight. They do not know that we have been talking about them all night, about the ancient traditions that encoded their positions and their cycles in stone. They are simply there, each one a sun, most of them far larger than our own sun, burning their ancient nuclear fires in the dark between the galaxies. But we know they are there. And the knowing matters. The attention matters. The fact that 300,000 years of human beings have looked up at exactly those stars and felt exactly this feeling, this mixture of wonder and smallness and connection, and the particular quality of calm that comes from looking at something that has been there far longer than you and will be there long after you, that fact matters. The stars do not need our attention, but we need theirs. We need the reminder they provide every clear night of the scale of things, of the age of things, of the patience of things, of the way the universe continues its enormous processes with complete indifference to whether any particular creature is paying attention or not, and how that indifference is somehow not coldness but freedom. Freedom to be what you are, to live your brief and particular life without the universe requiring anything specific of you. The stars just shine, and you just live. And both of you, in your very different ways, are participating in the same enormous unfolding. That is the last gift of the ancient world for tonight. The reminder that the stars are still there, that they have always been there, that they will always be there, and that looking up at them whenever you can is one of the most ancient and most restorative things a human being can do. For a moment, just breathe. Look, in your imagination, through the ceiling and through the roof, and through the dark air above at the stars that are there right now, wheeling slowly on their ancient courses, patient and brilliant and utterly themselves. They have seen everything. They will see everything that is still to come. And right now, they are seeing you, small and warm and resting in the dark, exactly where you belong. Chapter 1, 107. Letting go. Every journey ends with a letting go. Not the letting go of despair or defeat, the letting go of completion. The moment when you have received what the journey had to offer and you allow it to settle and integrate, without grasping at it or trying to hold on to any particular part of it. This story has offered many things tonight. Many images and ideas and questions and reflections. Some of them have lodged somewhere that you will find them later in unexpected moments, when something in your waking life rhymes with something you heard in the dark. Some of them have already dissolved back into the general soft dark of the night, without leaving a specific trace. That is fine. That is how it should be. The story does not require you to remember it. It required only that you be with it for a while, that you give it your soft and partial attention, that you let it do what long, slow, patient stories do, which is work on some level below the level of conscious thought, settling into the body and the nervous system and the slow-moving deep mind in ways that have nothing to do with the retention of specific facts. You are not a different person than you were when this journey began. You are the same person, breathing the same air, lying in the same room. But perhaps, somewhere beneath the surface, something has shifted slightly. Some small adjustment in the way the ancient world sits in your awareness. Some slight widening of the sense of how long the human story is, and how deep it goes, and how much is still unknown, and how beautiful the unknown is. That small shift is enough. That is the gift. And now let it go. Let the pyramids recede into the dark. Let the stone circles settle back into their hillsides. Let the cave paintings return to their underground walls. Let the ancient navigators sail back over the horizon. Let the myths flow back into the oral traditions that carry them, the living voices and the community fires and the long evenings of careful telling. Let the ancient world rest. It has been here a very long time, and it will be here long after tonight. You can return to it whenever you want, in whatever form appeals to you. In books and documentaries and the quiet study of photographs of ancient places and the patient reading of the archaeology. In visits, if you are able, to some of the extraordinary sights we have talked about tonight. In the simple practice of looking up at the stars and feeling the connection that has always been there. But right now, let it all go. Let the story be finished. Let the journey be complete. Chapter 1. 108. The Homecoming. You're almost home. Not in any place different from where you started. You're in the same room, the same bed or chair or floor, the same building in the same part of the world you have always lived in. But home in the older sense. The sense of having been somewhere and returned. The sense of being back inside yourself after a long time in the wide open spaces of the imagination. The sense of arriving back in the body, in the ordinary and particular reality of this specific night in this specific place. The journey has been long, through deep time and ancient places and the wide open questions of the human story, through wonder and grief and the particular quality of attention that ancient things inspire. Through the cave paintings and the stone circles and the submerged coastlines and the myths that circle the world. And now, home. The body is resting, the room is quiet, the night is doing what nights do. The slow turning toward the first grey of morning that is still a long way off, or perhaps now a little closer than it was. The homecoming is the best part, not because the journey was not valuable, because it was, but because the point of any journey is the return. The arrival back in the ordinary world with something from the extraordinary one. The settling back into the body and the room and the night with a slightly different sense of what they contain. What the room contains tonight is everything it always contained. And also, now, the invisible presence of everything the story passed through. The ancient world settled gently into the room like dust settling in still air. Not visible, not demanding any attention, just present, as a kind of background richness, a deepened sense of what this room and this night and this ordinary moment are part of. You are home, and home is ancient, and ancient is beautiful. Chapter 1, 109, The Last Reflection. Here is the last thing this story wants to say. You do not need to understand everything. You do not need to resolve the mysteries. You do not need to decide what you believe about lost civilizations or ancient knowledge or the depth of the human past. You do not need to have an opinion about any of it, or to hold any particular view about what the evidence means. You're allowed to simply find it interesting, to let the questions be open, to carry a gentle curiosity about the ancient world that does not demand to become certainty, to say, I do not know and I find that interesting, and I am going to keep paying attention. That is wisdom, not the dramatic wisdom of the revealed truth or the certain answer. The quiet wisdom of the person who has travelled a long way and arrived at a wide, open not knowing that is somehow more satisfying than any specific conclusion they might have reached instead. The ancient world at its best was characterized by this kind of open attention. The astronomers who watched the sky for decades without knowing what patterns they would find. The healers who tried the plants and observed the results without prejudging what they would be. the storytellers who preserved the old stories without knowing exactly what they meant, trusting that the meaning was there even when it was not entirely visible. They were comfortable not knowing. They were comfortable with mystery. They were comfortable in the presence of things that were larger and older and more complex than they could fully understand. And that comfort, that easy coexistence with the unknown, is something the modern world has largely lost and would very much benefit from recovering. You have been practicing it tonight, in the soft, receptive, undemanding attention you brought to this story, in the willingness to follow the thread without knowing where it led, in the ease with which you let the ancient world be what it is, neither more nor less, without forcing it into a tidy conclusion. That practice is valuable. Keep it. Bring it to other things, to the people in your life who are more complex than they seem, to the problems that do not have easy solutions, to the moments of confusion or uncertainty that the ordinary mind wants to resolve quickly and that might benefit from being held a little longer in that open, patient, wondering attention. The ancient world taught patience. It is still teaching it, to anyone willing to sit with it long enough. Chapter 1. 110. The soft ending. And so we arrive here, at the place where the story becomes silence, where the words grow lighter and more spaced and the silences between them grow longer, until finally the words stop and there is only the silence, which is not empty but full of everything the story has been, full of the ancient world and the deep time and the patient mysteries, full of the breath and the dark and the slow turning of the earth. This is where we end, not with a conclusion or a revelation or a final dramatic image, just with the quiet acknowledgement that the story is complete, that the journey has arrived at its natural resting place, that the night has given what the night has to give. You have been a good listener, not because you stayed awake or followed every thread or remembered every place we visited, but because you were willing to be here, to give some part of your attention, however partial and soft, to a long, slow story about ancient things and old questions, to lie in the dark and let the words do what words can do when they're given time and space and a listening that does not demand too much of them. That willingness matters. The ancient world, if it could know about you, would be glad you were here tonight, would be glad that someone in this particular night, in this particular place, gave some time and attention to the long human story. To the caves and the stones and the stars and the myths and the patient accumulated knowledge of a species that has been paying attention to this world for 300,000 years. You continued that paying of attention tonight in your own small, quiet, drowsy, receptive way. You continued it. And that is the last thing the story wants to say. Thank you. Not a formal thank you, not a performed one, just a simple, honest acknowledgement that you were here and it mattered, and the story is grateful. Now, rest. The ancient world is resting. The stones are cool and still in the dark of their landscapes. The stars are wheeling slowly overhead. The ocean is doing what the ocean always does, wave after wave arriving and receding in the oldest rhythm there is. The earth is turning slowly, as it always has, as it always will, and you are on it, small and warm and breathing, exactly where you belong, exactly where you have always belonged. Let the sleep come now if it wants to come. Let the story dissolve into whatever comes after stories. Let the night hold you in its deep and patient dark. You are safe. You are part of something very old and very large and very beautiful, and you do not need to understand it. You just need to rest in it. The world turns slowly, and so do we, and so do we, and so do we. Good night.